Well, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 5th annual number 5 Christmas in July 24-hour live global Stream-a-thon. I'm Elena Rodriguez, and whether you are joining us from right here in our local community or from somewhere else around the world, I just want to say thank you for being here. For the next 24 hours, we're going to fill this space with stories, with conversations, with music, encouragement, some laughter, but most of all, hope. All right, 5 years ago, this event began with a simple idea, a simple, crazy idea, I should say. Christmas can be one of the most joyful times of year. It's actually one of my favorite times of the year, but for many people, it can also be one of the hardest, and it could have become one of the hardest for me as well. And I wanted to create something that reminded people, number one, that they weren't alone, and that hope is something that we can choose to give away every single day of the year, especially right in the middle of July. So what started as one live stream like years ago has grown into a community of incredible speakers generous sponsors, dedicated supporters, and people really from around the world that I've known for years, or I'm just going to be meeting overnight for the very first time. And that is what it looks like when we really believe in this mission and what we can do when we come together to make a difference. So first things first, I want to just give a little couple housekeeping rules. We're going to break this into 4 segments. We're going 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then we're going to come back on with another stream from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Then another stream from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. And then we're going to close it out with segment 4 from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. So whenever you are tuning in, just be sure to hop on our YouTube, our Facebook, and just share it out. So what I would love for you to do at any time that you are catching this, when you come in, tell us where you're watching from, drop it in the comments, share this live stream, because maybe somebody that needs a message of hope will catch it, that I don't know, that maybe you know. And that is what we are here to do, to spread this message of hope. And then stay with us, support the speakers, support everybody that is coming on to share their message. So to every speaker, to every sponsor, to every supporter, and to every viewer, I just want to say thank you for spreading this mission. So let's get this party started, and welcome to the Circle of Hope. My first guest, our teal Santa, is Mr. David Chemetsky, and we are bringing him on from New York. Hello, my friend.
Yo, how we doing, man? Starting off, thank you so much for including me as part of this. And, I love the mission and love you because of your story. The story behind this is so powerful.
Thank you so much. And it's amazing because year upon year that you've been here. This year, I kind of feel like you have a different take on hope and new beginnings and renewal, because some things have taken place in your life. So first, tell everybody, what does hope actually mean to you?
Hold on, pain ends. Really, it goes down to, that's what it is. It's a dream, but hope is great, and hope can also be really bad, because hope that doesn't have a plan, hope that people, those shiny objects, if you're chasing after shiny objects, you have the hope that all this is going to work, but it's not there. And what you have to do is do the work, right? You have to do the right work, the right research, the right people. That's what it is. And for me, hope this year, as you were mentioning earlier, I got a real scare, with a heart situation. You and I were talking about it offline, and that was what sort of created this event. Yes. Is when your husband had something like that at the time, and he didn't have the results that I did. I've been blessed. That's why my hope is, I know where it's coming from. I know that God's really important in my life, and that God saved me because I had more things to do, and there's a lot of people who have more things to do who don't get to do it.
Yes.
And that's what we're here for. We're here to celebrate those things, how to get through the darkness, right? That make and remind people that, again, it all ends. The pain ends. There's ways to go through your pain. Where I went through the fear recently about my health. Guess what? I have now reduced 18 pounds, and, my blood pressure is fine. The heart's fine. I mean, that was the ironic part. The 2 bad parts of the heart, the 2 arteries that were bad, were really, really bad, but the rest of the heart was good. As you've always said, and people tell me all the time, you have such a great heart. My heart is wonderful. I am blessed. Thank you, God, for the heart that I have. And I love to be part of events like this because it's giving back. It's not just an event to hear about yourself and pat yourself on the back. This is about uplifting everybody.
Yes, amen on that one. Uplifting everybody. And I actually would love for you to share, because your message might be the trigger for somebody else that helps them. You were just carrying along just fine, and you thought life was just moving right along, and you came across something that you were like watching that totally like changed the trajectory forward, a split moment, kind of random. Can you share a little bit about that?
Sure, of course. I love talking about it. Sam Champion, Good Morning America. I'm laying in bed. I'll get out of bed when I want to. That's the life I have right now, which is awesome. And Sam Champion was like, guys, this is what just happened to me. And anybody who knows Sam Champion from Good Morning America, he's in really good shape. and he was in good shape even before his heart condition that came out of nowhere. He went to the doctor, and he also found severe blockages. And he was telling everybody, go get yourself checked. And again, this is where God steps into Dave's life. Not only was I watching the program, I don't always watch it every morning, but additionally, I then Googled, where I live in New York, my health coverage and cardiologist, because I listened to Sam. And guess what? The guy had an appointment at 3:00 this afternoon,
Wow.
that afternoon. And it was with a hospital chain. So I knew I didn't have to kind of vet him. It's already been vetted a little bit. Went in 2 days later. I failed my stress test. 2 weeks later than that, they did the with the dye, the contrast with contrast. And I walked in there, everybody's laughing at me and, just joking. And I walked out, nobody was laughing. And I was like, what did I do? I didn't fart or anything. I was like,
I pissed somebody off.
Yeah, like what I do. I'm just laying there and behaved. And then within 2 hours, my doctor called me and was like, hey, Dave, can we talk right now? He goes, can you just sit down? I have a few minutes. And I'm like, okay, you're calling me in 2 hours of my test.
Yeah.
This is not, hey, I know it's Friday. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm putting you on speakerphone and my nurse is here. Well, the legal background in me goes, oh, that's not going to be good. And he's covering his ass, right? I mean, it's really, and he goes, this is what happens. I don't want you to do anything over the weekend. He goes, and if you don't feel good, anything that seems out of ordinary, go to the emergency room.
Wow.
So long story, that next morning I wake up and, having all this, it's a little stressful.
Yeah.
And I went to the emergency room and they said, you get to stay here for the weekend. And once you get to stay here for the weekend, on Monday morning, you're the first person up on the table. And that's what happened.
Wow.
They put a stent in and, they couldn't help with one of the arteries, and they put a stent in where they could, which was the widowmaker. And I was making the joke that, hey, man, I'm single. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But God doesn't, our bodies don't care about it. And I thought I was fine all the time. I had a little high blood pressure. I could have reduced weight. That's why I knew I wanted to go back to the cardiologist. I didn't have any symptoms. And, I didn't have a heart attack, thank God. I didn't have any real bad situations.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things. When they're ready to take you, they're taking you, right? God, when it's your time, it's your time. But the same thing, sometimes we need, as I talk about bringing a bat, about being authentic. We have to be honest with ourselves. And that was a moment that I needed to look at myself and go, okay, what are you going to do? And I didn't even take it seriously until Monday morning when I went in, and I'm like on the table, and they're getting me all prepped. And all of a sudden they go, that's your heart. And I go, oh, I've seen those medical shows before.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, cool. And then they put the catheter in your arm, and I feel it going up a little bit, and then it goes away. And then when I see them like in my heart, I'm like, and then I feel something, and I'm like, whoa, after a while, I was like, hey guys, feeling a little bit of a pain. And they go, yeah, we're going to clear it in a second. Don't worry about it. You'll feel better. And I'm like, that's my heart. Like, it's nice. It's nice when I'm looking, that's the thing in life. And this is the message here. All of this happens. So I'm sure Elena might have felt sorry for you, 7 years ago when her husband was still alive, and you heard about a widow. And man, yeah, I feel sorry for you. But you want to know something? When you're on that table, when you're on whatever you're going through, when you lost your husband, you understand widows completely different now. And that's the thing. I don't want people to do it. I want to be that Sam champion for somebody else. Yes. I wanted you to get checked out. If you think you're in good shape, man, get checked out. Yes. I thought I was in good shape, but I was like, man, I just was fat. I was guilty for being fat. And the answer is I'm less fat now. Yes. But guess what? I'm in better shape. Recently I was losing weight, and then I started seeing the weight go back up. I go, I'm eating the same thing. What's going on? They go, look at you. You got muscles there. I go, oh man, all right.
You're like, that's what that is. That's feeling pretty good.
I forgot about those things. But it really goes back to, don't worry about the right metrics. Look at the right metrics. Yeah. Don't wait till you're in that position, to whatever you're doing, to raise yourself, to rise out of those things. That's the thing. We're here to celebrate. So, I know we're going to hear stories of people overcoming. And please make sure you highlight those messages of what you did. That's what Elaine is doing today. She's not living in a world of, oh, this happened to me. And while it's sad, it's tremendous for the weight that it carried her family. But look at how she's rising and uplifting all of us. That's the message that we're having today. And that's the present that we can unwrap anytime we want.
Amen. I love that. I want to go back to a moment, because you're right. Like, only God knows when it's your time. When we were talking, my husband, for him, it was the Widowmaker. And so why for him it turned out that way and why for you it turned out this way? Only God knows, right? And so I love that you are here sharing this message. But I do want to ask you, like, I know that you said it didn't quite hit you till that Monday when you were there, but did you feel anything when you knew, like, okay, the doctor's calling on Friday, he wants the nurse in there, like, and you said that legal part of you knew something's up, but
I knew it was serious.
Can you say, like, how were you feeling, or was it more of a shock, or just kind of not a realization yet?
I was shocked. While like I said, I knew I was overweight, and I knew that was reduction. Like that we had to do, and that was why I wanted to go to the cardiologist. And I didn't think, and when he said 98% blocks, I'm picturing, our veins are really, really small. And, I mean, even look how we complain when our garden hoses get crimped. Can you imagine, can you imagine, like 98%? And I'm a very emotional person. So, they're telling me there's a little high blood pressure. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't bad, but it was, above the normal. But I'm like, all right, now what do I do? Now go relax, right? Hey, Dave, you might die, right? They didn't say that, but hey, Dave, it's real serious. And if you have a problem, go to the hospital. That's a serious conversation.
Yeah.
And what do? You're like, all right, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. But again, God steps in, and I'll tell you how God stepped in that day. I have a friend, my friend Steve, we call each other every 6 weeks. We grew up together. I know his family very well. He called me that day, and he's had heart problems. And he was like, hey, Dave, what's up? I go, you are a witch, man. I don't know what to say. I go, you're calling me. I literally 2 hours just got a call. And he was able to help me. Like, hey, don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Like, find out when you get more information, like we do with our kids, like we do with anything else. Go get more information. That's why go get checked out. You might be fine. And if you're fine, God bless you. But it's an idea. You don't want to be a scary. We hear about all these things. Right? Life changes after you have cancer. We'll hear stories about that. Overcoming, traumatic brain injury. Why do we wait to that? We're human. I get it. And that's the part of what we do. And so for me, I didn't take it seriously. Even in the emergency room, that when they said stay, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go for an angioplasty. My dad had one, and he was completely clear, but it was one of the checkups. So I didn't worry about it as much because I had that experience. In fact, I had my kids bring my laptop, and I'm working in the emergency room, and the nurse walks in and she goes, you're not supposed to be working, no stress. I go, I'm writing a book. I go, leave me, like, I know how to stress. I mean, that's why the ironic part, those two arteries were really, really bad, 98% blocked, and one was almost 100.
Wow.
And the rest of the heart is like 20-30%, which is fine for, not fine, but it's expected for an overweight 57-year-old. And now when the numbers came down, I'm now back at that checkup. The commitment that we make in our lives. All of my numbers are great. They had to actually double check me. And the doctors, when they told me in the hospital, they're like, you have to change your diet. I go, done. And they thought I was blowing them off because they saw the serious. They didn't see that I'm one of those people. I now know when I was watching my heart, I was like, I can't watch this. Like, I love medical programs. Again,
it's different when it's yours.
That's my heart on TV. My heart made the TV. Not a good thing, right?
That blows my mind. I had no idea that that's how that actually worked. Like I just envisioned you like being put out and you wake up and like there it is. But
open heart surgery, yes. But like an angioplasty, and the why they explain, I was like, hey, I don't go out. He goes, no. He goes, in case I need you to move, like depending on how you're laying or how things lay, you can move a little bit and then clear up some space.
Wow.
And I think they didn't know what they were walking into, just in case they needed me to sign something really quickly. We can't wake them up. And then, But
Oh my
man,
gosh.
so God stepped in twice with Steve coming to talk to me to help me off my, to reduce some of the stress, right? No matter what, you get a call, hey, don't do anything. It's real serious. Like again, the guy said, no yard work, no anything. He goes, I'll sign a paper. He goes, I want you to watch TV and just sit. And I'm like,
Wow.
okay.
That's gotta gosh, what happens if I cough or take a deep breath or,
Yeah,
I mean.
and again, I'm thinking 98%, man, anything could happen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it is true, anything could happen. And that's where it's like, wow, what do we do? But we're always like that. I didn't know that, right? I didn't know it until that moment. We don't know till we know. And that's the thing. It happens to people much younger than I am, people who are in better shape. Again, Sam Champion, he was working out regularly. He has the finances. He's in great shape. Even he, right? So it's not just because, I used to laugh. The guy who ran the New York Roadrunners Association died of a heart attack. I don't laugh at it, but you think somebody is in such good shape. We don't know genetically where we are. We don't know so many different things that we do. I mean, I knew, don't get me wrong, I knew Big Macs were not good for me, but I made the easy choices. And that's why I tell people, sit through this, listen to a lot of these stories, take the advice that people are giving, because it's not just the easy choices. None of these people who you're going to have for the next 24 hours are going to have easy stories. Nobody's going to be say, well, I was born, I kick back, I have a silver spoon, and all I do is eat bonbons and money rolls in my house. So do the work and don't be in a situation. And when you're in a situation, the other part of this powerful event is that you now know people who have been through things, right? This is not the only thing I've been through, man. I've learned resilience, but that's why my mindset, like I always say, my mindset is to beat, like nobody's going to beat me on mindset.
Yep.
I go, while there's areas I could still improve on, but man, in the hospital, they laughed at me. And just because they were like, what do you mean you're done? I'm like, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Easier.
Yep. Done.
I mean, I joke now. I go, well, I eat mushrooms. And for me, I used to cook mushrooms for everybody, the big old portobellos on a barbecue. I go, but guess what? I'm having for dinner at times. The portobello mushrooms, man. So I knew what needed to get done. And I always used to talk about the ICTA disease, that I know that already, right? We all know this stuff. Sometimes you got to do it. You don't have to do it fully. Start doing little walks, little things, and they become big results. Again, 3 months out, right? The 13th is when I had, April 13th is when I had the procedure. And 3 months out, I'm down 18 pounds. I'm trying to push. I don't know that I'm going to lose 2 pounds, but I wanted 20, but, a couple of things came up. But I guarantee you by the 13th of August, there's going to be another huge, big change.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you for that. And what a blessing, right? A lot of these things that happen in our lives are those blessings in disguise. And if we just keep that hope, we know that we'll hopefully get the reason, on the other side of it. So you are a sponsor of our Christmas in July Stream-a-thon.
Honored to be a sponsor to support this.
Thank you. You have On the Path New York, and then you have your podcast, Peace, Love, and Bring the Bat.
Bring the Bat, of course. Bringing awesome thoughts, and hopefully I help start off with some awesome thoughts. And again, telling everybody to be authentic, be who you are. You want to use ChatGPT, great, but that's not going to bring you anything. It's going to bring you vanilla. We don't always want to live in a vanilla world, man. We want to have flavor. Look at the music that came out. That music wasn't just, hey, guys, if you have a chance, go listen. I want you to go all out. You have to be you. And if you're not you, man, find a way to be you. And that's why, I love sponsoring people like you. You are you. You keep pushing yourself as far as possible.
Thank you. And one more question before we go. What is one, because you're here for a reason. God has you here for a reason. 100%. So what is one dream of yours that you are still pursuing? What's one dream in your heart that you're working and going towards every day?
I'm just being better than the day before. But one of my dreams, and this is not, on anybody, is I want to make sure that when people invest in our coaching businesses, that they actually get real value. I've lost thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
way too much, and we all have.
Yeah.
And right, raise your hand. I mean, it's not, I'm not teaching. So when I work with somebody, I'll tell them why. That's why one of the things that I always talk about is sit with me for an hour. If in an hour of non-paying me, you don't see there's any valuable, I wish you the best. Right? I'm not saying I'm for everybody. I'm not for everybody. I have different thoughts. I have different ways of doing things. But I know I can heal people because I've done it. I've healed hundreds, probably thousands at this point with my havening techniques. But I've also helped people, and man, up level yourself, because that's why God put you on the planet. Your story is exactly why He gave you your vision. He gave me my vision to be a silly, goofy guy, and but it really is to listen to the message. It's not about my words; it's about the message. And if it resonates with you, man, that's why we gonna celebrate for the next 24 hours, Christmas in July.
Hey, thank you so much. This was amazing. And so, people, be sure to reach out to David, check out his podcast, schedule that call with him. But, David, I just want to say thank you so much for opening us up, Mr. Teal Santa, like once again. But also, I'm glad that you went and got checked out. And I'm glad that you are here to tell this
Me
story
too.
because you, by sharing this story, that next person that might just make that phone call and go get checked out, you may have just saved their life too. So
yeah, well, one of the things that the ironic part is, part of my story is I attempted suicide 6 years ago. I didn't want to live, and one of the things that I prayed, and I'll get a little emotional on that table, I was like, God, you can't let me go now.
Yeah.
And there's just too much to do.
And that is beautiful. And so for somebody that is there that just feels there is no hope left in their life, just hang on, just keep going.
Yep.
And I am
100%.
so grateful that you are here and that many years ago, your wish at that time didn't come true so that you could be here, because obviously God has a lot.
It's His plans, man.
His plan.
He runs the pen, no matter how much we try to take it out of His hands. God bless you, man.
I love you. Thank you so much for starting our 5th annual Christmas in July Stream-a-thon, and I will talk to you soon, my friend.
You got it.
Love you. Thank you.
Love you.
Oh my goodness, what a way to start our Stream-a-thon. David, our Teal Santa, like I said, he is just all heart. And so it's amazing that this impact that he is sharing now comes from literally his heart. And so let's just continue to pray over him, pray for his healing, pray for his weight loss goals, his health goals to be reached, and because he's got work to do. So be sure to reach out to David if you've got that book project. If you want to take a look at his podcast, just message him. And I want to say thank you. We've got Morris, we got Charles, we got Mandy, we have Addie, we have Kathy. We got so many people joining us. So don't forget to remind us, to put in the comments where you're joining us from. Share this out. Somebody may need a story of hope today, and that is what we are bringing to you. So this is how we do it, folks. We go round the clock. So I am honored to bring on our next guest that you will be hearing from today. This man has been a supporter of me, Christmas in July, all of it for years. He's been a sponsor for every single year that we've done this, and he's always just putting in so much extra to make this a success. And he did the same for us again this year. In fact, in the overnight hours, we are going to be hearing from Australia, Dubai, Hungary, Ukraine, like from all over the world. And it's because this man cared enough to connect me with those that he thought would be able to bring value to this. And it's no surprise, because Mr. Jose Escobar is the founder and leader of Connected Leaders Academy. Hello, Mr. Jose. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I am fantastic. I am here on a family getaway for the weekend at the Omni Homestead, which is deep in Virginia, maybe like 4 hours and a half away from home in Maryland. But I said, you know what? I'm committed to the Stream-a-thon, I am here. I made all the arrangements. Katie has the kids. Noah's doing his thing here as well. He's with us. He's here from college for the summer. So blessed and honored to be here today to share with the amazing audience and all the phenomenal speakers for the next 24 hours. I'm excited.
Gosh, well, thank you so much for taking time to be here when the whole family is probably in full swing, and that really means a lot. So thank you so much. So we are here to really talk about hope and inspiration. And I think, for you, people see everything that you've built and, how far you've come. But what is the message of hope that maybe they just don't know that you have to carry for them?
So I'm going to tell a very quick story, right? A very quick story that speaks to vision, possibility, turning dreams into reality, and just knowing that if you want something in life, you do have the ability to achieve it and to get it and to make it happen, right? As I've had many mentors say to me, and I've heard it from the pulpit before as well, pray like it depends on God, but work like it depends on you.
I
Right.
love that.
So,
Can I ask you a
yeah,
question as you get
sure.
ready to share this story? Can I give you full screen? Because I feel like people just need to hear it from you.
Of course. Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Okay.
So something I can say for sure is, many of you know my story, so I'm not going to go into the backstory of everything I've done and where I came from and all that. But what I can tell you is, as of today, as we speak, Connected Leaders Academy, my organization, I have two companies, many moving parts of the things that I do, but my core product is the Connected Leaders Academy. We're currently 676 members, all paid members, entrepreneurs, and we're in all 50 states across the US and 42 countries, expanding daily. A lot is happening, a lot of exciting things on the horizon. But this didn't happen overnight, right? And some people would look at 4.5 years of everything I built and say, wow, that's kind of overnight, it's kind of fast. Well, yes and no, but also know that everything didn't just show up all of a sudden, right? What people don't see is the 10 years, 15 years of personal development, of investing in myself, of showing up to meetings, hiring coaches, of course, going, finding mentors, and all the things that I had to do over many years, the late nights, the early mornings, the sacrifices, the tons of books that I've read, all the inconveniences I had to go through for years, for at least a decade or more before I had the business. And then I had the business and things took off, right? So I say that to say the story, quite simply, is simple. And I'm here at the homestead, the Omni Homestead. If you don't know, the Omni is a big chain, a big resort chain. I think they have, I don't know, like 60 or 70. I could be completely wrong, but I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. I lost the number, but it's a lot of resorts all over the country. And they have some international as well. And so the Omni, Bedford Springs, is my kind of hole in the wall that I go to with my wife, Katie. We travel there all the time. It's like our little getaway spot, very quaint and historic resort. So I actually hosted a couple of events there. I have another one coming up in November there. So the one we're at right now, the Omni Homestead, is a place we came to close to 5 years ago, around the time of right before I launched everything that I launched, right before I had the business. It was literally right before I had a business. So almost 5 years ago, I came to this resort with my wife, and I was eager to launch a business, and I was robbing Peter to pay Paul, and I had massive credit card debt, and I was drowning with more month than money, and I was at in what I considered a dead end job where I was struggling financially to get ahead, and it was tough. My wife was a teacher, an educator. Nothing wrong with a teacher, educator. She loved it. She did it for 12 years in the public school system, but she was burned out and she wasn't getting paid what she deserved, and she was frustrated, and she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, homeschooler, and all the things. So it was a tough time in that moment. And then we had a stimulus check. Many of you might recall in the US, because I know this is a global Stream-a-thon today, but for those of you in the US, there was a stimulus check that came out about 5 years ago, and everybody got like a lot of money, right? Especially when you had kids. The more kids you had, you got a lump sum for each kid, right? And we have 6 kids. So we were like, well, this is a wonderful thing. So we had all these kids, and we had a stimulus check that was a nice fat check from the government. And we said, oh, look at this. We're overdue for a vacation, for a date, like me and my wife. Since we got married, we haven't been out anywhere, me and her, because we just couldn't afford it. So we came here to the Omni Homestead, where I am right now as we speak. And we found the cheapest room. We didn't do any amenities at all. Nothing. We just came to experience a 2 nights, 3 days kind of thing. And we did all the free stuff that they had on the premises to kind of enjoy ourselves. And we were very tight with what we were going to eat. We were very particular about what we would order and just, that kind of thing. So, but we came because we had a free ride from the government. They said, here's a stimulus check. We said, okay, we'll take advantage of that. We'll use it, put it to good use, at least what we felt was a good use. Now, fast forwarding to 4.5, close to 5 years later, today, right now, we're in the same place. And my wife and I were having a cocktail last night, literally last night, by ourselves downstairs, because my oldest son is here from college, like I said, and we have our other 5 kids that are here, and it was their bedtime, so we came and put everybody to bed after dinner. And then my son is just kind of hanging out, watching Netflix, hanging out, and we said, hey, we're gonna go downstairs for a couple drinks. Can you just hang out here and just be aware, right? So he said, of course. So they were asleep, all the kids were asleep, he's doing his thing. And we're having a cocktail out downstairs, and it just hit us. And we said, oh my gosh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come, because now we're here at the same exact resort almost 5 years later. And we are icon members of the Omni Resorts because we go quite a bit. And I do events at the Omnis, and we've accrued tons of, I guess, nights and stuff. So we're icon members. So they have like a rewards program. We're the highest tier, right? Called Icon. And we're in a suite now. We have 2 massive bedrooms with a big living room here. We're in a suite now for the weekend. And we paid for it, right? It wasn't a stimulus check. And we're eating nice. And all of us are getting, Noah, myself, and Katie are getting massages. That's not cheap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're having a great time. Kids are at the pool right now. We got a cabana. That wasn't cheap either, to cover ourselves and be in our little, by the kids area. I say that to say, anything is possible, folks. Most people don't understand. I didn't see that at that time, because I said I had imposter syndrome. I was like, can I do this? Are people going to take me seriously? Can I truly build a big business? I know I have what it takes, but something inside of me was the negative thoughts in my mind was holding me back for a long time, until my wife sat me down and said, Jose, you have everything it takes to do it. Why aren't you doing it? And if you're not going to do it, don't do it then, but just be an amazing employee and focus on that, and stop hiring coaches and mentors and courses and programs and going to all these events, and stop doing all that stuff if you're not going to do anything with it. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. This was back in 2022, January. And sure enough, I decided to go all in. And it's amazing what can happen when you have a made up mind and you have a clear vision and you have a very structured and laser focused mission and purpose, and you're purpose driven, and you start to develop the discipline muscle of mental toughness and consistency and showing up and accountability and follow through and all the things, and you start to do these things, and everything, all decisions compound over time, positive and negative. So it got to the point where I just went for it. And one person said yes, and another said yes, and another got to latch onto my vision, and another person said, I can back this. Oh, I want to be a part of this movement. Oh, I see your vision. I'm so all about this. And again, now 676 members. Insane how it's changed, and my life has changed. But the whole point of this story is to tell you that where you are now is where you are now, and it doesn't have to be where you stay. You can go wherever you want to go in your life. You can have your own version of this story I just told you, right? And I'm just getting started. This is just me flirting with the possibility of success, right? I have big visions, and I had a mentor tell me, Jose, if you think you're thinking big, let me tell you something. I promise you, you're not thinking big enough. OMG, that was a eye opener for me. So that is my story. I don't know if, Elena, if you have a couple other questions or you just want me to talk, but that is a story that I want to just share with you guys, to say that anything is possible. Anything is possible. I'll say it one more time. Anything in life is possible if you just go after it and truly believe it, and just go and don't look back. and don't look back. And I'm just excited because we got kind of emotional, thinking about like, man, like we came here like struggling last time. And it's amazing what can happen in 5 years. And for you, it could be 1 year, it could be 10 years, but is it worth it?
Yeah.
Right. And that's what it comes down to. Our kids are having fun. I'm, like stress free at the moment, just kind of doing what needs to be done. And God is good and life is good. And it's up to you. And you can have your own version of whatever story is meaningful to you. So that's my quick story that I thought was going to be inspirational to many, because again, you have what's there for you. Just the question is, what is that and how bad do you want it?
And it is. I'm like choked up
I can't hear
because
you, Elena.
oh shoot. Can you hear me now? Am I on mute? Let me see. Am I there?
The audio is out.
No. Oh wait, let me see. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Let me get out and get back in. That might help. I'll hop right back on.
Let me see. Can you guys hear me? Okay, Giselle, you can hear me. Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you. We got Leon. All right. So let's see.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
I was like, it's too early for this. Not yet. But no, what I was saying is like that. Thank you for sharing that, because it made me emotional. It gets me choked up, because sometimes when you have that desire and that knowing that there is so much more in you, there's more for you. God places these desires and these visions and these dreams and these goals. And sometimes it's easier to look at where you are and think, it's just not possible. I don't know how I would even be able to do this. And so hearing these stories of saying that it is possible, that you were building this 10 years prior before actually showing up and people seeing this. And so I think sometimes people think like you just decided one day and here it was, without knowing all of that was happening for all of these years prior. So if somebody's tuning in and they're like, I haven't started anything yet, I don't really have the resources to go hire these coaches or do all of this yet, but I know there's something in me. Do you recommend any books that they start with, or watching podcasts, or like, is there somewhere to start for somebody that thinks they don't have the means to start?
So one thing I could tell you is the person who thinks I don't have the means to start, you do. So that alone right there, I would stop somebody in their tracks right there and say, you have everything it takes where you are right now to be able to take off and make at least $10,000 a month, which is six figures. I believe everybody has a six-figure business right now in front of them that they can generate that revenue without all of the money involved to invest into it, without employees, without website, SEO, paid ads, funnels, automation, tech, CRM, YouTube channel, a podcast, email marketing campaign. Like, you don't need any. I built a seven-figure business without any of that stuff. I think that's my claim to fame. That's what I say all the time. That's my backstory. We're not going to go into that, but I'm telling you, everybody I believe that's an entrepreneur that really truly wants it, that has expertise and is passionate about something, has the ability to create a six-figure business right now today without any of those things. The issue is in here. It's not out there. It's not like, oh, will people buy it? Is like, does the marketplace need it? Is it? No, it's, you just have to believe that you can do it. So resourcefulness is what it comes down to. So a couple of books I would definitely recommend for sure is The 5 a.m. Club by Robin Sharma. That's the book that inspired me to start a morning routine. There's also Hal Elrod's book, The Morning Miracle, right? That's a phenomenal book. And I wrote a book on the same subject called Winning the Day. And the subtitle is An Entrepreneur's Guide to Morning and Evening Routine Mastery. So, but Robin Sharma's The 5 a.m. Club is a really solid read. Another book I'd recommend is The Magic of Thinking Big. I think it's Dr. David Schwartz, I'm pretty sure. So great book. Another book I would recommend is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. These are fundamental by Robert Kiyosaki, fundamental books. Another book I'd recommend is Cash Flow Quadrant, also from Robert Kiyosaki. I would also recommend The Little Red Book of Selling by Jeffrey Gitomer. It's a little red book, literally. It's a little book. It's a smaller size book. kind of thick, and it's a phenomenal read, all about selling. And I think most people's problems can be fixed if they just become a better salesperson. And another really solid book I'd recommend is Show Your Work by Austin Kleon. It's a quick read, a yellow book. Show Your Work by Austin Kleon. Absolutely brilliant. A really strong book. And there's many others, but that's what I would recommend initially. Another book on selling, which I recommend, is this guy, Jordan Belfort, The Wolf of Wall Street. He has a book, Straight Line Selling. Really, really awesome book from him. I highly recommend it. So I would just say, first of all, get a mentor. You don't need a coach. I recommend a coach if you can afford a coach, but many of us in some cases can't afford a coach at a moment in time. So get a mentor. You know how many people are out there that are experts, that are successful, that have the bandwidth, the desire, and the heart to want to serve you, and you just haven't asked.
Yeah.
So get a mentor. Show up to any and every event that you can show up to that's free. That's an opportunity for you to get into the room. Constantly learn, grow, and brainstorm and strategize all the time. Always be in brainstorm strategizing mode. And then you got to be a master executor. You got to take massive action. Stop thinking and just planning. And there's nothing wrong with planning and game planning and vision and mind mapping and brain dumping on a whiteboard, all the things that people do, and it's journaling, and that's all great. And I recommend those things, but you got to pull the trigger. You got to make a mess and have something to clean up. I'd rather have something to clean up than have nothing to clean up.
Yes.
Right. So make a mess, get out there, get creative, execute, be aggressive. Right. Some of us need to be more aggressive.
Yes, and when you say that, it takes me back to when writing my first book. My coach at that time said, everybody's got a shitty first draft of everything. Like whatever you're doing your first time out, it's just a shitty first draft, and that's okay. Get it done, and then you can go back and clean up and do the things. But just get started, just get it done. So you are a sponsor of our Stream-a-thon, Connected Leaders Academy, and so I want to say thank you for that. But take just a few minutes to share a little bit about what that is and how people can contact you, because as a sponsor, I definitely want people to know about your business and how they can reach out and connect with you, especially after hearing your story today.
Yeah. So my organization, my core product is Connected Leaders Academy. Yes, I'm a speaker, I'm a coach, I'm a consultant, I'm a multiple-time best-selling author. I create anthologies. I'm a live events host. I have a comic book with David Chemetsky, which we're enrolling for the second one now. I do virtual conferences as well, virtual summits. I mean, I do a lot of stuff. But the core essence of what I do is the Connected Leaders Academy. And everything else that I do is designed to add more value to the people that I serve in my community, right? So the Connected Leaders Academy is a global network of entrepreneurs, all different backgrounds, all different income levels, experience levels, you name it. We have a lot of amazing people, high caliber people in this group. Every single member, from 1 to 676, everybody was personally enrolled by me. There is not one person who joined through a back door. And what I mean by a back door means if you go to my website, which I launched 2.5 years ago, there is no link where you can just throw a credit card and sign up. It doesn't exist even if you wanted to. There is no email blast that goes out. I just started building my email list less than a year ago. I have never once sent out an email blast trying to recruit people through a link, not even on Black Friday. If you go to any of my events, and I host tons of events every single year, in person, virtual, domestic, international. We just got back from an event I hosted in Santorini, Greece. I have never once put up a QR code trying to mass recruit people at my events, which I easily could. I am not interested in headcount. I am not interested in paydays. Those two things are defaults to what I'm building and what I'm creating. I care about the right people being in this community. So we're doing something very, very special. We are growing 1% at a time, all vetted personally by me, not by my sales team. It is me directly. And I can tell you that my goal is to bring the best of all entrepreneurs from all over the world under one roof so we can serve each other at the highest levels with a heart of serving, not selling. This is not a pitch fest group. So that now we can become better entrepreneurs because we're serving our clients in a much better way. And when we serve our clients better, guess what? The world improves. So we're doing a very special thing. We will eventually be in 200 plus countries, 1 million plus members. The vision is big and grand here. Right now, we're sitting at 676, all 50 states, 42 countries. You reached out to me the other day and said, hey, there was a, well, you reached out publicly and then I reached out to you and you said, hey, there's a couple of spots that just opened up for speakers. And I said, hey, you know what? And you said, and there's slots that are overnight, blah, blah, blah. So I reached out to some CLA members in our community, not my community, in our community, Elena. And now you have some more countries there. And again, that's the power of a global network. That's the power of having people that have your back. Right. I know you have my back, Elena. I'm always there for you. And I know you're always there for me. And that's the power of community. So if this resonates with you on any level, you want to get on more stages as a speaker, you want to get on more podcasts to build your authority and influence and reach, or you want to find great guests for your podcast or TV show if you have one, you want referral partners, collaborations, endorsements, more clients, more revenue. I mean, you name it. Any of those things that appeal to you. The Connected Leaders Academy is the hub for you. I can't promise you anything, but what I can say, if it intrigues you, I'd love to meet with you on a virtual coffee one-on-one. Just go to my website, www.connectedleadersacademy.com, and I'm sure you'll see the link somewhere. Connectedleadersacademy.com. You can book a call with me from there, and if it makes sense, we'll see what makes sense. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I'm excited about what we're doing. I'm honored to have you not only as a member, but also serving on the executive team here and all the great work that you do. And we're just getting started, Elena.
Oh, I know it. I know it. And I do. I have to say thank you because the connections from just a few days ago, that's like, there's even people coming on from Dubai that I've not met yet, but through the connection. And then she's like, I have a friend that could come on. So, I mean, our overnight spot is from around the world, literally. So thank you so much for that. And so before we wrap up, one last question. What does hope mean to you?
Hope means your heart is healthy, because hope deferred makes the heart sick. And that's biblical. So hope is the last knot on a rope before you let go. Hope is knowing that it's always a better day on the other end. Hope is knowing that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Hope is knowing that God indeed does hear your prayers. Hope is knowing that your time is coming, because we all have our time. Ebbs and flows, highs and lows, peaks and valleys. The winds will blow, the earth will shake, thunder will strike, lightning, all the things. This is life. But hope, as long as you hang on to hope, life has a way of blessing you in the right way. Forget about being happy. Focus on joy, and joy is internal. It's an inside job. I can choose to be joyful in the midst of all kinds of challenges because I never lose hope. So no matter what you do, folks, hope is a real thing. Hope is a tangible thing. It's not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. Hope is just what holds you on when you feel that it's not the best time. It is a rough time. It is a patch. So never, ever, ever lose hope, because that can get you from point A to point B, and point B can be the springboard to your next stage.
Wow. Thank you for that. That one got me choked up and emotional. Thank you for sharing that. And that is what we are here for these next 24 hours, for people like you to share things like that, because somebody needs to hear that today. So thank you so much for taking time out from your family and your amazing getaway. Thank them for me for sharing their time with you for this little time, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I love you, man. And thank you so much for being here today.
So just so you know, Elena, I took time away from my family to spend time with my family, because you're CLA and you are family. I know you have a lot of CLA people here too, so you guys are family. So again, that's what life's about, right? That's what life's about. Thank you. It was an honor being here. God bless all of the speakers that are going to impact the world. God bless your movement, you, and all that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you. Okay, folks. What I realized is I did not bring a box of tissues with me. I don't have tissues right here, but that was just absolutely amazing. And that is what this whole Stream-a-thon is about, for messages like that, for them to land on the ears of people that need them in the moment that they need them. And it could be that they watch this a year from now, because this, once it's out there, it will stay out there. And so you just never know the reach that we are going to have. And it's just a beautiful thing. what I want to do right now is I want to play our song again because I need to get up. I need to move. I want you guys to feel the energy. We're going to keep things going because that really touched my spirit. And I feel like I need to breathe. I need to move. I need to dance. So we are going to just boogie down. Let's see if I can get this set back up from the beginning. It's really hard for me. And here we go. Whoa, who was dancing? Who was dancing? So we might just be dropping that little baby in randomly here and there, but I needed a song that got me up out of my seat, that could get my blood flowing again, that touched my Latina roots and just like made you want to move. So thank you so much. We got Raul on here now. Hey, Tish. We got Ramona. You will see Ramona here later. Like Charles. We got all kinds of people here, and I actually have my tissues now, so thank you, just in case. All right, so we are waiting for our next guest to join us. So in the meantime, again, guys, excuse me. Be sure you share this out. Be sure you tell, all your friends and family about what we're doing, because as you can see, the messages that the guests are bringing for us tonight, or, in these next 24 hours, today, tonight, in the morning, whenever you're catching this, they're impactful and they're purposeful. And because I do everything with the spirits of excellence unto him. That connection, that these messages are messages that God wants to get out there. So share this. Be sure to always tell us where you're tuning in from, and just we're going to keep it rolling. So my next guest, she is a beautiful soul. We had the honor of connecting a few years back through the Connected Leaders Academy, and for her to take time out of her day, and life is life, and guys, life is life, and for a lot of us. And so just for her to be able to join us today and still pour that message of hope out into the world means so much to me. And so I'm going to bring on Alethea Felton. Let's bring her to the stage. There we go. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Elena. It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being here. Why don't you tell people where you're joining us from?
I am in a city called Hampton, Virginia, which is southeastern Virginia near Virginia Beach and Norfolk. This is my hometown area, is the Hampton Roads Tidewater area of Virginia.
Oh my gosh, it is so great to have you join us.
Thank you.
And you know, life just kind of takes you on this wave. And I know that we connected where, you know, it's just kind of like, I was thinking this and now it's this. And so like, let's just get started by sharing with our viewers what your take of hope means.
Oh my goodness, hope. That is such a loaded word. But when I think about hope, I think of, despite what may be going on in your world, there is still room and opportunity for positivity, joy, gratitude, anticipation of that which you cannot see, an abundance of faith. That's what hope is. Hope is like fuel that keeps us going when we think that we don't have anything left. It's that hope that says there's still meaning, there's still purpose, there's still wonder in this world, and that someone still needs me to pour into them. That's what hope is to me.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. And so when you think of that explanation that you just shared with us, what can you look back on through your experience that maybe that hope was challenged, and you can share how you chose to keep going, and you're here to talk about it now.
Well, for me, hope was challenged. Well, it's challenged me in many different ways. I often share the story of how I was born with autoimmune illness, and I've been so close to death, and have been critical and had near death experiences and almost went to hospice and all of that. But what I'll share today is my hope was challenged respectively in 2017 and 2019, when my two best friends on the planet both passed away. They were younger women. One was 32 and one was 40, and they died from different forms of cancer. The one that was 32 died of colon cancer, and the other, at the age of 40, died after a 5-month battle of pancreatic cancer. And hope was challenged for me because, granted, I knew then and still know now a lot of people. I even have other friends. So it's not as if I am saying that these two were better than everyone else, but we all have our besties, our closest friends. And these two both died. They had random, almost in a way, freakish bouts of cancer that came upon them suddenly. And the irony was, in all of those years prior, when I was critically ill, they were at different times beside me, helping me through my illnesses and my journeys. And for the shoe to be on the other foot, where they got sick, where their families had no prior history of those cancers, where they were pretty much, especially the friend back in 2017, was the epitome of good health. I mean, doing everything that the textbook says you ought to do: physical activity, limit meat consumption, doing everything the right way, and to still get sick and to die. My hope was challenged because these were friends that I thought that I would grow old with, that they would be bridesmaids, that they would see me have children, that different plans of travel and different places that we wanted to go was still going to be accomplished. And when they died, I didn't know how I was going to move forward. But the gift is, in about the last 3 months of both of their lives individually, I was able to be in very close contact with them. Both were married, and I am truly grateful for their husbands that they allowed me to even have that much closeness with them on their last days. And for both of them, the one in 2017, I was actually with her when she took her last breath. And the other one, I saw her a few hours prior to her passing. So the hope was challenged in that I didn't know how I was going to move on with life. I didn't know how that void would be filled with not having them. And it really took me down a spiral where I ended up having to get grief counseling that led actually to personal individual counseling. And without their transitions, I know for a fact I wouldn't be who I am today.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's amazing to be able to look at, we call it that ripple effect. The one thing leads to the next, to the next. So that takes me then to when you had said earlier about gratitude. So when you're searching for gratitude through the hope that feels like there is none when you've gone through situations like losing your friend,
Mm-hmm.
like how long did it take you to see the gift in that ripple effect? Like when you're in it and it feels horrible and it feels like there is no hope, but there's something to be grateful for in that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you find that? Like, do you give yourself grace and it takes time, or like how long did it take you to actually see the blessing in who you are today from their passing?
I saw that blessing, if this is 2026, probably 2024. I saw the big picture of it. So it took time.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happened was after both of their deaths. So ironically, when my friend died in 2017, her name was Shadari. I called Nakisha, who was the one that passed in 2019. She was the first person I called when I was standing outside of Derry's house after Derry had passed.
Wow.
I called her to tell her Derry had passed. Now, they weren't friends. They knew of each other, but they weren't friends.
Yeah.
And
so you were the connector.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Because that was actually going to be one of my questions.
Exactly.
Like, did they know each other? So
we knew of each other through church, and they had both sang on the praise and worship team at separate times, but they both knew me and they knew of each other. And we at the time all worked for the same school system. I forgot to say that I was a public school educator for over 20 years. But anyway, it took a while. It literally took until about 2024 when I had transitioned into full-time entrepreneurship, different goals and dreams that I spoke of, but also words they had spoken into my life. Things had started happening and I saw it then. Mm-hmm. It's as if they had a vision that I didn't even see at the time, because I had to, although I was always a people person, I was pretty much likable, I was a bit popular in my circles, there were still things that I was struggling with my own value and self-worth. Mm-hmm. And they helped me attain that, to really know who I was and what I wasn't going to take. I was always pouring into everybody else and running on fumes and leaving myself empty. And I had to allow myself to be able to have people love on me. And so once
I want to touch base on that. Like we'll circle back to it, but honestly, like in the chat, like how many of us can say we usually put ourselves last? We're taking
Mhm.
care of everybody else first.
Yeah.
I can relate to that. So I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's
It's
like
okay.
just identifying. You said something that I think so many of us actually feel, you know?
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, so it took time, and grief counseling helped me. I went to grief therapy. It was a program, a faith-based program that's called Grief Share, that's been out for many, many years, literally decades now. And I would recommend it to anybody, even if they aren't a person of faith. There are different groups throughout the country. And I know when the pandemic hit, they also started offering virtual groups. I went prior to that. So I went to in-person groups, but we had people there who weren't Christians, but Grief Share helped you understand grief, and you could go as often as you wanted to, and it started to peel back layers. But it still took from Shadari passing in 2017 to Nakisha passing in 2019. Fast forward to 2024. I can't recall the exact month or date, but I know that year was the year that I said, wow, look at what's happened. And it
Wow.
was due to them.
So I just want to ask, like, when the one passed in 2017,
Mhm.
how soon did your other friend discover she had cancer?
2 years later. So Derry passed in June of 2017. Nakisha was diagnosed May of 2019 and died October of 2019.
Okay, so hers was pretty.
Shadari, yes. So Shadari had a bout with colon cancer for 2 years.
Okay.
She was literally diagnosed about a month to 6 weeks after she was married.
Wow.
And that's what her entire marriage was her cancer journey.
Wow. Oh.
And Nakisha, and just briefly, I live with Crohn's disease, and Derry was a teacher. She was a coach, I think volleyball, I mean, just active in everything. And I won't turn this into a cancer story, but I remember her asking me, what did it mean if she had black stools? And I said, it means you need to go to the doctor. But at the time she was planning her wedding, and she promised me, she said, look, after grad school, after the wedding, it was only a couple of months left. She said, I promise you, I will go to the doctor. Well, after she got married, about a month or so afterwards, her husband called me, and I was driving home after work, and he puts her on the phone, and she says, I need you to come to the hospital. And I lived in DC then, and she was at a hospital in Maryland. And I knew something, just told me, I just knew. And I said, do you have cancer? And she said, yes. And I said, I'm coming. So I went to the hospital. Nakisha, she was working out, active, exercising. Her feet started hurting. She had these pain, like her feet were just hurting, and she couldn't explain it. Went to the hospital ER. They couldn't figure out why. After a while, her feet started hurting so badly, she had to go back. And I told her, I said, make them order an MRI. When they did that, they found clots in her feet. And they said, and a lot of people don't realize this, they said blood clots in the feet are often a sign of pancreatic cancer. Who would have known?
I've never heard that. Like, that's not something that is
exactly.
Like, yeah.
And it was already stage 4. She had no prior symptoms. That's the only symptom she had, was her feet hurt. And the same with Derry. She was already at stage 4 when they discovered it. So it took 2 years, but Nakisha's was a 5-month journey. And it just knocked the wind out of me. It did. It just knocked the wind out of me. And it was so unfair.
Yeah.
It was so unfair. But I look back on it now, because when they both passed, girl, they were at such peace.
Yeah.
They were at such peace. And they were women of God, women of faith. They knew where they were going. They had such peace. Derry had in-home hospice. Keisha was at an actual hospice facility that was just wonderful. And they were at such peace and mentally prepared and spiritually prepared, because they knew maybe about a good week or two prior to them passing, that was it. And I witnessed them literally shifting away from earthly concerns into prepping for heavenly. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And to be able to see the beauty in that, that's a gift. You know, that's a gift.
Yeah. And the hope they had that hope that we're talking about. As their earthly bodies withered, their hope was intensified. They had goals that they felt like they didn't fulfill here on earth, but about a week or two prior to them transitioning, they were at peace and knew, well, my work here is done. And the effect they had on people, oh my gosh, they had packed houses. I mean, their funerals, or what we call their homegoing celebrations, were packed to the brim, just with people, some who didn't even know them long, but talked about what a difference these two human beings made in their life. But that's what the thing is. They had hope as they were transitioning out of here, and had a confidence about where they were going.
That
changed my life forever.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, like it's probably something that you almost think of them daily. I mean, they probably still pop up in different things that you're experiencing when you see opportunities, or where you're like, I mean, they have to be there with you. Like,
I've never spoken that out loud, but you are absolutely correct. And I was telling my mom about it the other week, because with Keisha, she was like my parents' third daughter. They felt like they lost a child with her. And I said to my mom just a couple of weeks ago, I said, I still think of them every day. I'm not sad and I don't cry and stuff, but you're right. I think about them, not dwelling, but a thought pops up every day about them.
Man, I mean, and that's special. You know, that is special. That's rare. And to have friendships like that, and that lasting, the legacy they left. So you know, we are going to actually hear from someone a little later today that is going through a cancer journey right now. So, and he's 12. So I'm looking forward to having him come on. But how has that kind of changed the way that you look at life? Because I know you said that you were born with autoimmune, and I have some autoimmune disease, and it could be very easy to go down this path of like all the things that hurt and that that you deal with on the regular. How has witnessing that whole experience and going through it emotionally and the healing, how has that kind of changed or has it changed how you live with this autoimmune that you have always had?
So prior to my friend's passing, I had found a peace and contentment, because this is a story for a different day. But in 2012, I almost transitioned into hospice. And I've had 3 documented near-death experiences where I've witnessed and seen things and beings in the supernatural. So all of that happened prior to them passing. So I always had a peace and a contentment. Death doesn't scare me, anything like that. I plan to live to be a really old woman. But
me too.
Point, right? But what it did was their deaths taught me how to live life differently. Although I was active and I was busy. I was busy doing things, doing this, doing that. I didn't take time to be present. And their transitions helped me to be present, because the irony is, when they were both very close to transitioning, I happened to be at the time on short-term disability leave from my work due to Crohn's flares. And I would be healthy enough to drive again. I had clearance from my doctor to be with them. So everything aligned, which is how I was able to spend so much time with them. So their deaths taught me how to live more actively. And I'll just mention this briefly. You said at the beginning that yes, life is lifing. Well, you know, and people who know me and are on my social platform, particularly on Facebook right now, present day, active real time, I'm dealing with the fact that my father for the past week, he's been hospitalized. He had a bad fall and he's diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and dementia. So this past week has been a whirlwind where I have been by his bedside. My dad's really sick, but yet he's always been the type of man to have hope. And the hope isn't even necessarily in an earthly healing. His hope is in, he knows what comes after this life, and he's in great spirits. So I have always been around people who have had hope. But Shadari and Nakisha's passing taught me, number one, we're not in control as much as we think we are, but also be present. I was always this long-term planner, which is good. But just recently, girl, I've had to learn to literally take all I have the capacity for right now is one day at a time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Number one, I want to send prayers over your family and your father.
Thank you.
I lost my dad in 2011 to liver cancer. Me and my sister were there. We were at his side. We were there for the whole thing, and it was a beautiful experience. But it's very difficult.
Girl, it's hard. It's the hardest thing being a caregiver.
It's hard, and it's hard seeing the strong man, you know, in your life. So just know that I am praying for you and for him through that. But yes, you know, plans are important. I always talk about making sure that you write them down in pencil or on a dry erase board, like have them, but be ready to like have to revamp and just kind of go with the flow. I had one coach several years back. I think it was like 2018, and her theory was called win-win. What is now? What is next? And that's it. So what's now? What's next? That's all we have that we can really do anything with. Where are we right now? And then like, what's just the very next thing I have to do? Because beyond that, you don't really know what's coming. And that helped me when my husband was actually in the hospital ICU for 25 days. You know, the doctors are talking the plan, the long term, the ongoing damage. And I'm just like, what is now? And what's the very next thing? I can't even go beyond that. And so it's helped me in just so many different areas of my life.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, like, when you talk of the hope, and not necessarily meaning it has to be for here, but the hope in knowing what's to come. Do you think then that hope and that faith have to go hand in hand? Can you have one without the other? What do you think?
I've never had one without the other. So I would say from my personal experience, they go hand in hand. Perhaps for someone else, they can go separately, but I think that they're interchangeable, because if we were to take it from a strictly biblical perspective, and I know people have different views, but our version, those of us who are followers of Jesus Christ, says faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. So the hope is that we hope in something, we see something, but it's not tangibly existing as of yet. So our hope keeps our faith moving. Our hope keeps our faith going. The season of my life I'm in right now is a crushing and oppressing season. Even if we took my dad out of the picture or anything, there are other things happening where I am being crushed and pressed more than I ever have been in my life. But it's the same process as olives. To get that perfect olive oil, it's crushed and it's pressed. And it turns out to be something that has so many uses to it. And so that's what's happening for me, is that although it's a crushing and oppressing season, my faith and my trust in God keeps me hoping for that turnaround, that breakthrough. But while I'm in it, it is literally, what am I to learn in this? What am I to be more grateful for in this? So throughout my entire life, they've always gone hand in hand. Even as a child, I stuttered severely. And I used to pray that God would take my voice away. And my parents heard me praying that one time when I was little. And they said, no, 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 don't ever pray that God takes away your voice. But pray how he can help you with your speech, but also how he can use it. So even through the stuttering, and I still do stutter in my private life, not as horribly, but even through that, I always had the belief that my voice would be used for something mighty. And I hoped in that, and it went hand in hand. So they're both collectively one and the same from my perspective.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I'm so glad I asked that, because the way that you just shared that, that's touching somebody. That's touching somebody today, myself included. What could you say, because you're being crushed right now,
girl,
yet you're showing up with a smile on your face, and still pouring into others, for everyone out there that is being crushed right now, because I know you're not the only one, I'm not the only one, like it's happening, but there's a difference in how you get through it if you can still be grateful in that moment. So what could you tell to the person that is feeling that, how you explained the olive being crushed, and you just know that that's the process that you're in right now, because there's so many good things that are going to come out of it.
Yes.
What can you share with the person that is maybe feeling, I hear you, but how do I get there? How do I get where you are?
Yeah. Well, how do you get there? Well, I can only speak for what I've done. First of all, and I've said this in past interviews and talks, it seems so mediocre, but it's powerful. I have to remember to just take a quick pause and to just breathe. Just breathe. Be intentional about breathing. And when you breathe, oh my gosh, those tears may flow, because we're still human beings and we are spiritual beings living this human existence. And don't let anybody tell you, and this isn't being negative and no disrespect to people who always have this positive outlook. I'm generally an optimist, but life is hard, and don't let people try to tell you that it's not. But although life is hard, you can still get through that hard. It's walking through. So breathe first. Just take a breath. And then what I start to do is I look around and I tangibly think of, what is something that I can be grateful for? Perhaps somebody is listening to this because they physically can't see. Well, what can you still hear? What can you touch? What can you smell that can bring you some joy? There are some people that might be watching this who are totally paralyzed, but can see. Well, be grateful that you can still blink. Be grateful. Find gratitude in the little stuff. I mean, the little stuff, even if it's a cup of coffee that you drink, even if you have a pet that needs you, even if it's the fact that you have a piece of clothing on. It might not be the clothes you want. Your clothes might be tattered and torn. Your clothes might be something someone gave you. Someone might be viewing this from a shelter right now, but at least there's a covering over you. Yeah. Continue to have hope in the little things, because one story that my father always told me when I was a little girl, which is why I actually love rain and thunderstorms. When I was little and it would be thundering outside, he would remind me that although it was cloudy and the lightning, the sun was still out there in the galaxy. It was still this big flame, this ball of gas and fire and all that. He still reminded me that the sun still existed and was bright, even though we couldn't see it. And he reminded me, without the rain, you can't have flowers. You can't have trees. You can't have, I was 4 years old and he's telling me this. And it didn't all make sense then, but he would then have a nerve to say, when you get grown in life, this is how life is going to be when you are a grown up, is that you're going to have rain in life, but always know behind the rain and the dark clouds, there is still going to be something beautiful. My daddy told me this when I was a little girl.
Wow.
And that stuck with me. And that's what you can do right now if you're being crushed. There is always something to be thankful for, even if it's one thing. Thank God that you got your finger. Thank God that you have feet. And if you don't have feet, you still have a body part. It might sound comical, but I'm being serious.
Yeah.
There's always something. And just to keep depending on that, even if it's only one thing a day or something tangible, and avoid comparing your life to somebody else, because a lot of people are fronting, acting like everything's great. Do not believe everything on social media. People going through. And if they knew that more people were there for them, this is the human experience. And if we could take aside the politics, the race, the color, we have more in common than not. This is a big test to see how are we going to treat and be for each other. And the hope therein lies that can you get through this life being kind to somebody, but being kind to yourself, and knowing that a better day shall come. Even if life circumstances aren't always good, there's always something good that can come out of it.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for blessing us this morning.
Thank you.
I'm so emotional. That is what this is here for. Just everything you just shared. Thank you so much. And I know it wasn't easy, getting here today, and I'm just going to be, praying for you, and just thank you for sharing with us today.
Thank you for having me, and God bless you for this platform. You are one of the most beautiful souls that I have ever met, and I mean that sincerely, and I love you.
I love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty, hun. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Okay, folks. My goodness. I'm getting my tissue. Emotional year number 5. When I started this crazy idea, it was simply because I just wanted to do something with my own pain. I wanted to do something good to pour back, and hearing the way everyone has shown up so far, and we're just getting started. This is powerful. This is bigger than us. And if you all know me and you know my faith, God is here to share. God is here to share some things with us all. And so thank you for being here. Please share this out. Be sure to let us know where you're tuning in from. And I'm just going to say it like, it's going to be emotional day. So thank you. Thank you, Alethea, for that beautiful message of hope. And now we are ready to continue on. And this next guest that we are bringing on, oh gosh, he has been a dear friend of mine for several years. And we kind of just met through community events, all the things randomly, and we have been in each other's lives pretty much ever since. And so I'm not going to waste any more time. He is a sponsor of the Christmas in July Stream-a-thon. His company, Praxis 33, Mr. Daryl Snow. Hello, my friend.
I will unmute. Good morning. I love the pajamas in the background. It's
I'm all comfy. I got
it.
I got the pajama pants too.
Nice.
I'm ready.
Looks wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're tuning in from Arizona, yes? So what time is it there?
It's 8:30.
Okay. So you're
Yep.
good morning to you and happy afternoon to us. So
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
it's great to have you here. So are we going to have a conversation, or do you have some? Do you?
Yeah, no, the last 4 years that I've done this with you, I've given a talk, and I just came off a big speaking event about a month ago. And so I thought it'd be nice just to have a conversation with a dear friend and,
Good
try it
heart,
that
good
way
heart.
this time.
I love that. So kind of with the message of hope that I know that is the circle of hope going around. Let's just start off with that. What does hope mean to you?
I just did a content creation thing about this. Hope and faith. Actually, I did a little talk about it. Hope and faith, in my opinion, go hand in hand. You have to have hope, but you need the faith that hope is going to transpire. So the hope, I mean, I'm a suicide survivor twice, and I have had family members and friends who have attempted or gone through with it. And to me, I think in those type of situations, if you have hope, if you have just a modicum, a blade of grass of hope, it prevents you from doing a momentary act that's irreversible. And even in our life, like the last lady was saying, we're living in some times, right? And if we don't have hope that it's going to get better, or we don't have belief or faith that it's going to get better, if we just believe the media, I mean, we might as well just build a bunker and stay there, right? But the hope is what keeps us moving forward. I give to others in various ways, and when I hear God say it's the time, whatever, right, I just do it. And last night we were standing in line checking out at the Walmart, actually, and there was a couple ahead of us who had a bunch of stuff, and they were getting ready for a kids party and whatever. And I was just kind of standing there and like, I'm just feeling like I have to do this. And so before he could put his card in, I paid for all of their stuff. And he said it almost brought him to tears. Like, and what that told me, and I was telling my wife afterwards, is if the kindness of just paying for his groceries brought him to tears, that means not enough people have been kind to him in his life. And what he also said is, you've renewed my faith in people. And that's where the hope comes in. We hope that we're doing something well to give back to others, and we have the faith to do it, right?
Wow. Okay, so obviously my tears are going to keep flowing today. Thinking of that person and the way that you were able to just describe that just means that not enough people have been kind to him in his life. Like, what a profound thought. And it makes you want to do more kind things for people, because you just don't know who truly is in that boat where they feel like no one really does ever do anything kind for me. How did that make you feel?
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, so I just hear God's nudge, and my wife and I never. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or $1 million, which we don't have, but the money is not the issue. We hear the calling and we just do it, and we never question it. At first, we ask each other, is it okay? Are you okay if I do this? Now we just do it. And I'll tell you another example. We were in Red Robin a couple months ago, and there was a gentleman in there who mid-30s, and he had a tattoo of an angel on his neck. And my wife asked him about it, and he said, it's for my son. And we knew that his son had passed by the way he said it. Mm-hmm. And then he went on to do his thing. And my wife, sat there for a while. And then she waited for him to come back, and then she actually asked him about it and talked about it and how he lost his 5-year-old son. And he hugged her and thanked her for asking, because most people stop at what's it about.
Yeah.
They get uncomfortable asking the deeper, and he felt profound gratitude that someone cared enough. So it doesn't have to be money. Sometimes it's just listening. Sometimes it's just being there for someone to say what they need to say.
Wow.
And there's a million ways we can give kindness to people. It doesn't have to all be money. It can be time, it can be energy, it can be just listening to a stranger who was burdened with this. And then my wife volunteered my coaching service to him. So I helped him work out some stuff. And he's just a young man who's struggling with his death of his 5-year-old son, who needs some outlet to just talk about it.
Yeah. Wow. And it takes you to that space when you, like, I know that we know this and I know that we say this, but everybody is carrying something heavy. Like everybody has gone through something painful. Like we all have. We've all made mistakes. We've all endured, hard times. And imagine like how different we would be with each other if we remembered that first.
Absolutely. And that, my podcast, A Warrior Spirit, that's what it was designed to do, give a voice to the voiceless and turn their mess into their message. And over the 3.5 years that I've been doing it, that's what I've interviewed 176 people now, and everyone has a story. Everyone has a beginning. Everyone has an origin, and most of them bury it and never tell it. But once they tell it and share it and release it, they can overcome it because then they're no longer a victim to it. Right.
Yeah.
And we all, we don't come into this world for an easy life, right? We didn't choose to be here because we are going to be graced with ease. And I heard someone say once, you shouldn't be praying for smaller problems. You should be praying for bigger strength.
Well, maybe a little both.
A little bit, yeah. I would definitely carry a lighter load if I could, for sure.
But I do want to touch on how did you get here in doing the work and the love and all of that you pour out? How does somebody that is a 2-time survivor, how did you get here? Because somebody might be tuning in that is on that brink, that feels that that light that people talk about, it's not showing up for me and I'm done sitting in the darkness. Like, how did you 2-time get here?
The first time I was driving down the freeway and I was pulling the wheel to the left just to drive into traffic. And as I started to pull the wheel left, I heard, "Don't fuck up somebody else's life." And I pulled it back to the right.
Wow.
Like there was a profound moment of what I'm about to do isn't going to just be me.
Yeah.
The second time, as I was in the middle of it, I heard, "What are you doing to your wife? Your wife has been through a lot and you're about to pour more onto it." Like I didn't see the fairness in that. No matter how dark my life was, pulling it onto her, that spark was like, so in those moments, and it's funny because my daughter attempted suicide a couple years ago, and I just interviewed her about it a few months ago, and she was in a huge dark place. And as she took pills, and as she was fading out, her dog came and laid on her lap. And she looked at that dog and said, "I promised him a better life. I can't do this." And she scrambled luckily someone came to help her because it was too far gone. She would have never made it by herself. But it was that instant moment about it's not about me, it's about somebody else. And for me and for her and for others that I know who have survived, it seems to be when you can get outside of you and think about those around you or those you care about, that seems to pull many people back. I can't speak for everyone, but
Yeah.
you know,
So
but again, it's hope, right?
yeah. Yeah, it's a hope. And to me, is it more of when you're feeling in that space, is it more of a love for others more than yourself? Because I mean, is that like
Yeah,
when
for
you
me,
think of the others, it's
right.
yeah.
For me, the two times I've attempted it, and if you want to not be successful at something, make that the thing.
Yeah.
But for me, I was so feeling unworthy and unloved and I couldn't see a way out of whatever mess I was in at the time. And when it is about me and I can't see a way out, okay, I don't care. The way out is the way out and I'm done with it. But as soon as that brain flips to others, then it's no longer about me. And then you have to care. Like people will treat their best friends better than they treat themselves. They'll treat their loved ones better than they treat themselves. Love yourself first, and you will treat yourself the same. And if you make it about somebody outside of you, it will help you not go through with that action.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, that's honestly like, a lot of times people shy away from the topic of suicide. And I feel like, let's talk about it more. The more that we could talk about it and the more that there's an understanding, at least, a little bit, like we need to do that. I have sons that have struggled with like, just self-worth and thinking things like that. So for me, we talk about it. And I love how you can say that sometimes if it's hard to love yourself that much, think about others first, because we've talked about that. We're amongst them as brothers. They have made that pact that neither of us are leaving each other because they wouldn't do that to each other. So for that person that is tuning in right now, because like I say, we just go and flow. So I'm just asking the questions that I feel are needing to be shared right now. What can you tell that person that is feeling very, very low? What if they're like, what, I'm sitting out here and I don't really have anybody in my life. Like, I don't really think anybody would miss me, because I'm sure we've all thought that at times too.
Yeah. I mean, that was a thought on the first one for sure. I was younger and didn't think anyone would miss me, but I'll go back to the gentleman that I was talking about who lost his son. He wanted to check out as well, but he had a 9-year-old who was depending on him, and he couldn't. If it was only about him, he would have done it, but he couldn't leave his 9-year-old little boy because his 9-year-old little boy already lost his 5-year-old little brother. Yeah. So we all, that's a broad brush.
Yeah.
It's easy to say, no one loves me, no one cares. And that's the self-worth part. That's the doubt part. That's the lies we tell ourselves to stay there. But I can promise you, there is at least one person, I don't care if it's your barber, your bartender, your therapist, there's one person who will miss you. Yeah. Get the pride and the shame out of it and just talk to anyone. Hell, that guy talked to a stranger. He talked to my wife. Yeah. And it saved him from going through what he's going through. Somebody will care. Yeah. And if I'm talking to Elena and she don't care, I'll find some. We're in 8 billion people. If Elena don't care, somebody else will. Yeah. But that's where the hope comes in. Mm-hmm. You have to get out of you. Yeah. And having been there, it's really self-centered and ego to think no one cares about me. Mm-hmm. Like, if you really think about that, that's a really big ego statement. Yeah. I'm so unimportant that nobody cares about me. Yeah. kind of a big lie to tell yourself. Somebody cares. Might be your cat. In my daughter's case, it was her dog and her parents, but you know, her dog saved her life.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a human. Somebody cares.
Wow. Wow. So looking back, what is like a piece of advice that you would have given young Daryl, but like before all that, like what would you have told young Daryl when he was driving and, you know, even get to that point?
Well, young Daryl went through a lot of abuse as a child. And as he grew up, he expected, and I said this in the talk that I gave last month, perfectionism became the mask I wore because I felt that if I could just be perfect, maybe that would be the day my mom wouldn't beat me. And it became a mask I wore my entire life. Everything had to be perfect. And so when you get older and suddenly shit ain't perfect, well, that's when you lose the hope, because now my life is in chaos. There's no perfection. There's no, like, I would have told myself, there is no perfect. And sometimes good is good enough. Get out of your own way of that perfectionism, because it's an unattainable goal. It's an unattainable expectation of you or anybody else around you. And it puts way too much pressure on you to go through this messy life. I mean, things go awry every moment of every day. And if you're expecting perfection and that's all you have in your brain, that builds a lot of pressure. I would go back and say, fuck perfectionism. Sorry,
I'm with you on that one. I come from the school of like, I don't know, let's try it, see what happens. You've heard me say that a million times. I don't know.
What's the worst? It's funny. My dad used to say, and I wish I would have taken this to heart when I was a kid growing up, but my dad used to say, what's the worst they're going to do? Take you out back and shoot you? If they're not going to do that, then go try it. And I wish I would have just given myself the grace to go try it without having to be perfect at it.
Yeah, that is a lot of pressure. That is a lot of pressure. And, I tend to, just because my faith is in front of everything I do, I always kind of walk in the space of I just do everything with the spirit of excellence to my God. Like, that's it. I'm like, look, if you gave me the idea or if you put the desire in here, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for you. And like, it's up to you, whether it flops or it succeeds, but there's always a lesson in it. And I think that's how I've gotten beyond that hold of perfection. It's like,
what's interesting though, if we look back at the tapestry of our life and all the imperfect things that happen, they have set the stage for your perfection today. Everything that I have failed at or tried or done has been the building blocks to get me to where I am today. And without those, I wouldn't be here today. So sometimes the test or the idea or the thing is just a stepping stone. It's not your stopping stone. And just do it to learn whatever lesson is in that, so that, when I was homeless in my mid-20s, and I've said this a million times, I never sat there and go, oh, thank you, God, for, all this crap I'm in. No, I was like, get me the hell out of this. But if I look back at how he saved me at that time, I look back at the skills I learned by being homeless. I learned how to be street smart. I learned how to keep my head on a swivel. I learned awareness, and I learned communication, because I had to rely on strangers to offer me I talked strangers into sleeping on their couch so that I could shower to go find work. Like, that's a communication skill that I now have 30 years later that is invaluable.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way of looking at it. Honestly, and someone had mentioned when I think it was Jamal months ago, the new perspective. Looking at homelessness from that perspective and the skills that you were developing, he mentioned being latchkey kids. Mm-hmm. And, our generation that was like latchkey kid, we'd come home and just kind of take care of ourselves and raise ourselves night after night after night. But all the skills, if you had siblings, you were a project manager, it's like all the skills that you had to actually develop and incorporate just to live. And instead of playing that like, oh my gosh, you know, I had to raise myself, I was by myself all the time, but looking at all the skills developed. I mean, just looking at it from a different viewpoint was like, wow, I never thought of that. And so by you saying that, as a homeless man, you were developing even your sales skills then too, communication, you know?
Yeah, it's perspective on everything is interesting. You know, when I was taking my photography classes, one of the things that the teacher would have us do is, like if we're walking down a trail that we're taking a picture of, right? Turn around and look at it in the other way. And it looked like an entirely different trail because your perspective changed, you know?
Yeah.
And I think how we look at things, our perspective for how we look at things, either gives us the hope or takes our hope away.
Mm-hmm.
And I just put a quote out there yesterday from a lady that said, no amount of regret will change your past. No amount of worry will change your future, but any amount of gratitude will change your present.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. I'll have to go look on your page and make sure I save that.
Yeah. But I mean, that's where the hope comes in, right?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
know, when I'm having a bad day, my wife will make me go outside and just look for 5 things that I'm grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
And once you start doing that, your brain can't hold 2 images at the same time. It can't hold those 2 feelings. So your anger subsides to replace the gratitude.
Yeah.
So if you can replace the gratitude, you know, it's there. We were watching AGT the other night, and there was a guy in a wheelchair who had been in the wheelchair since he was 18 years old. He broke his back and could not walk. And he's like, you know, I could have sat here and given up, but I needed to do something. So he became a comedian because he could still use his voice and his upper body, right?
Yeah.
His perspective on his life could have been horrible, or his perspective on his life is, what do I do with what I have now?
Yes.
And I think perspective is huge for faith and hope.
It absolutely is. And, you know, that's why we're here. I mean, when I look at becoming widowed on Christmas Eve, year after year after year, the perspective that I've taken on a holiday and a loss and sadness and memories that play, like it, there's a way to look for the gift in it. What does God want me to do with this? And that's why we're here. You know, I mean, that's why we're here. But I want to mention before we wrap up, you are a sponsor. You chose to sponsor Praxis 33 us again this year. And so I definitely want to thank you and give a public shout out to that, but kind of briefly share what that is and how people could reach you if they needed to.
Praxis 33 is or was my transformational coaching business, also my public speaking and author platform. I'm in my own state of pause and listen, you know, so I've set some of that aside, but I'm still out here helping others in any way I can. So I do have a platform where anyone can reach out to me. It's called Link Bio. It's lnk.bio, and then it's /Daryl_Praxis 33, and my connections and all my platforms are there. I'm trying to do what you do and listen to God and how He's directing me. And right now, He said, "You're too busy, chaotic, busy. You need to sit and listen for a while." So I'm in the sit and listen mode.
That makes me excited because that means he's up to something.
He is up to something. And it's funny because I have not, I mean, I'm a grinder and I've been working my whole life, and sitting and being still has been the hardest thing I've ever done. But it's interesting because I've only been doing it for a couple of weeks and I've already had more clarity. Yeah. And it's funny how if you just shut up, you can hear more.
What? Imagine that.
What?
You know, because I want to share like on that, because coming into 2026, the message that God had for me was alignment. He had said like, yeah, you're doing all these great things, but I was busy and to go. And he's like, how's that been working for you? How about you try it my way? I literally heard that. And so when he told me alignment and put things in a steady rhythm. Okay. So it took me a little while to like figure that out. But it is amazing because I've actually built more, but I'm taking more time for myself. Like anybody that tries to get on my calendar between 2 and 5 p.m. now, you can't, because I'm at the gym. Sorry, people. And I've never done that. I've always tried to just like fit it in, or just certain things. It is just like, I literally have cleared more out. I'm getting more done, and I think I kind of like God's way, but
yeah, people don't, I mean, they hear it all the time. There's a difference between doing and being. And if you're doing, you're just kind of chaotically doing. But when you're being, you're in the flow of what's supposed to be happening for you and with you. And it's, I've heard very clearly, instead of building 4 or 5 things all at once, build one thing, master that, then build, then those other things can be added on, much like you're doing. And, too many of us try to build everything all at once. You got to just build one.
Yeah. That's trying to like, build the whole house. Sometimes you're trying to put the roof on and you haven't even put the walls up yet, so
exactly.
But I am excited for you, because I know if he is putting you in this space right now, so you're up to something and you just don't know it yet.
Yeah, well, they say sometimes if you're in the darkness, you're not in the darkness, you're just being planted. And
There
I
you
feel
go.
like I'm being planted right now for something better. And being aligned with you is part of it. So I'm grateful to help do this with you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your time, for sharing your message. And I know that for those that are going to tune in and catch what you had to say on a very difficult topic that people shy away from, that's the gift. That's the gift today. So I just want to say, love you. Thank you so much for being here on our 5th annual. And I'll be here all night. You know it.
Continued blessings, my friend.
All right. We'll see you, Daryl. Thank you.
Bye.
All righty, folks. That was a very important conversation, I should say. And that's where this is not scripted, right? I go with the flow. I'm listening to my God, and I love that conversations are coming out that are meant to come out. And so as we keep going on, how are we all doing? I'm doing a check-in. I see we've got Raquel Soto tuning in. Mandy, thank you so much for being here. And Jose's watching. So we're just rocking and rolling. So thank you, Daryl and Praxis 33 for your support. So as we continue on, I'm going to bring up a dear friend of mine who is also joining us from New York. And she and I go back quite a few years now. Oh my gosh, Miss Kathy Calvetti, you look stunning. You look beautiful. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. I am just loving everything about this so far.
And thank you for sharing that, because I feel it. Like,
I do too.
I feel it. This is.
I have mine too.
Okay, well, we'll share. and that's the beauty of it. And I'm just kind of here to roll with it, like everyone else. And so, gosh, tell us where you're tuning in from. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll just get into the good stuff.
I'm tuning from my new home, and it's God planted me here, and we'll get into that whole stuff. But where I am now is where I grew up.
Wow.
Same mobile home park.
Yeah.
I was in seventh grade, right across from where I live. My children were all born here. I graduated from this town, and some see that my last name has changed, so the town knows me. I've been running into cousins I haven't seen in decades, but it's God planted me here at a time I needed a place to live.
Yeah. And so is it sometimes you sit back and think like, wow, I've kind of come a full circle?
Yeah.
And is it like a new beginning? Like, is it?
It's getting there.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting there. Definitely not my country home I had.
Yeah.
Which I've spoke of before. And losing that was
Yeah.
hard,
Yeah.
but was not my doing.
Mhm.
So God just keeps showing me all these little signs, and I'm like, okay, but
Yeah.
this won't shut off yet. It's
The brain. And so let's talk about that, because somebody that's tuning in might be in that same space. We've created a community called This Version of Me,
yes,
right, where we just share prayer and journal prompts and scriptures, and it's very quiet, but it's just there to help you tune in as you are like finding yourself redesigning this version of me. Maybe someone else is just starting on this journey. What is one bit of advice or guidance that you can give them from that very beginning perspective? Because although you might feel like you're still going through it, you're not where you were, So as you're developing into this new version of you, what's one thing that you can share with somebody that might be in that like moment of impact that's like, I don't think I can do this?
Yes, I was there. A little backstory is 2 years ago I was on this platform. I was like, my sobriety, I got a beautiful home, we worked for it in the middle of the mountain. And then, and Elena, this is where stories of ours just keep entwining on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
I was told I have a girlfriend and the door shut. Christmas Eve, I'm like, I just sat there and sat all day Christmas, because I was not ruining people's Christmases. It's just me. And I went to work the next day to Hospice House. The director says, "How are you?" And and ever since that, I've had such support. When I had to call my grandson, this is something that helped me because it got stuck in my brain. I called my grandson and I says, "Can you come help Nana with wood?" This is still when I was able to live there. Because I didn't know how to run the 4-wheeler. He came, and this is a God blessing. Me and my daughter were distant. She ended up bringing him. And I opened the door and I was shocked. And she's like, "Why is my grandson helping you with wood?" Well, it's a long story short, but we had to tell him. And I called her later and I says, "How's Matthew doing?" He was a teen. And his words were to her, "I hope Nana don't lose her sobriety over this."
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Let me tell you, through this whole experience, there were moments where heck with it all and just take it. But then that little voice came in and says, "I will not disappoint him."
Yeah.
So
what an amazing question. It just kind of gives you insight to their perspective and the things that like fears that they hold on to or things, right? Because for that to be the question, not even like how you're doing or what's happening next, but going back there, like, I hope she doesn't lose her sobriety. That was probably a question that pierced, but that also saved, like carried with you on the regular to help you,
Yeah. And so it's just many God nuggets. She's my boss, but we've become friends, and she was just there for me. My health crashed, and my health was like on top. I was like doing my thing, my business, and I was healthy. Well, my health crashed. I lost 40 pounds. I didn't need to. My doctor.
I was going to say, you didn't even have 40 pounds to lose.
I ended up going to my doctor because my breathing issue came back, and I'm like, and she's like, you're unhealthy. Your weight is very unhealthy. And so she worked me through, and she asked me why. She needed to know why. So I had to work through my breathing, get my breathing back better. I have gained back a little bit of weight. I'm getting there. But as you see the shelf behind me, they just helped me through everything. My oils, I kept up using them on a daily basis, but with the stress and just the demeanor and the cruel, it took a toll.
So that's something, like, I actually want to talk about that, because for people that have a hard time sitting in the discomfort, quieting the brain down, they physically take in all of the emotional turmoil that's going on. The oils, I actually want to talk for you. Like, how do you use them? Okay. Like, if somebody's tuning in and saying like, okay, I don't know how to just slow down, find myself, I don't have an environment that makes me feel good. Maybe this is something that they can learn today that might be worth trying to help them. So when you talk about your oils, and partly because I'm curious, I just want to know, but are they oils that you just smell? Do you put them on your body? Do you put them in a diffuser? Like, how does the oils help?
You use them all the ways you just mentioned.
Okay.
Every morning they're on the bottom of my feet, because your feet is your biggest organ. And the oils just know, they have frequencies. They just know where to go. I diffuse. I have one going right now. I got orange and peppermint in it. So I'm uplifted. I put on some hope before I jumped on. And
nice.
It just helps me quiet down. Today's a good day because I knew I was going to be here. I took care of my client last night, and it's a good day. And I'm going to go plant shopping. That's my therapy. When I get like this, I jump in my car and I go buy plants. If you look at my house, you can tell that's my therapy. But the oils, I mean, there's hope. There's frankincense. I had that burning in my diffuser just while I pray. Did I learn this overnight? No. And I stepped back from my business because my brain just couldn't be enthusiastic. I'm getting there. I've started some classes, and I'm just starting with baby steps. 2 drops is what started me at peppermint. So we're just going step by step, and I just am sharing baby steps. Doing live things. I've changed my logo to simple, natural, empowering. Just natural living. And I use them on my clients. They're in the hospice house, and that I just can't say enough. And reach out to me. I will walk you through it. There's stories of how this started. So there's many essential oils out there, but these I've done my research, and these are just, I've been to farms, are just natural. What it says, peppermint in that bottle, that's all it's in that bottle.
I love it. I love it. So when this transition happened, when you're like, okay, I guess I'm moving out of my dream home, and where am I going? And like, life had a bomb just that exploded everything. In that moment, like, did you shut that part down as well? Or did you know that was the first thing that could kind of keep you grounded? Like, honestly, did it all just, everything shut down? Or did you kind of keep certain things for you? Did it take you a while?
As far as using the oils and things? Oh, I used them every morning on my feet. I diffused because there's ones that were for energy, for present time. There's so many. There's a whole, it's called Seventh Heaven Kit. For just emotional. So yeah, I bought a few of those.
Nice.
Just to just to keep me going, and just the support, the community, my work of where I work at the hospice house. That team was just there. When I did get really sick, they were dropping food off to me. When I needed wood, when I was still at the house, I come home from work one day and there's a trailer full of wood.
Mhm.
They plowed because he did all that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh God, now what? Like middle winter, and we heat with wood, and I have a long driveway. And I'm like, oh Lord,
Yeah.
I made it, but I
You
made it
made it.
because of community,
Yes.
friends, and I started taking little baby steps of rebuilding me. The first thing I did, I went, that held something between us.
Mhm.
So I needed to start me all new.
Mhm.
We went to Kingdom Bound.
Okay.
That's when we found out we were able to get that house. I needed to break that because I wanted to go to Kingdom Bound.
Mhm.
I had a dear friend go with me, and it was amazing. She says, I just sat and watched you. She says, you were just in it, and it just felt good.
Yeah.
But it's something I broke away a memory.
Uh-huh.
I created a new one.
Created a new one for you, a joyful new memory.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the same thing, I ended up getting rebaptized.
Okay.
That was something we did together.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and walked right into the lake in Canandaigua here with the song of I Left It in the River. I don't know if you've ever heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie McDonald.
Okay.
And I got rebaptized, and my certificate has my maiden name.
Nice.
It's a new, I just kept making those new memories for me. And because I'm having to sit here and figure out, who am I after lots of years?
Yeah. Yeah. And you bring up something really beautiful that I think many can take with them when they are done with the Stream-a-thon, is that when that life drops the bomb, when everything seems to just be in rubble and ash and it's just like gone, a good place to start is purposely doing those things that will give you a new joyful memory, something that you can look at. Was it hard to decide to start doing these things, or did it just evolve naturally?
It's those whispers.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say, because I'm sitting here, who am I? What do I do? And it was a whisper, make it all new. Mm-hmm. So things just happened. And I just needed to start new. And when it was the year anniversary, I'm telling people, of Christmas Eve, I'm not making no plans. I can't guarantee what this is going to look like. Mm-hmm. And I kept saying that and praying to God. And then the God thing happened. Our church, I stayed away from my church because that was where we went. It just... Yeah. And how,
I don't mean to interrupt, but on that part, if that was such a big part of you, like that to me would be one of the biggest voids. When you go to the place to worship, to refuel, to connect, to all these things, and then even that feels like it's uncomfortable or no longer welcome, or it feels disconnected. That's a whole nother level of void, right? Yeah.
So I kept praying about it, and I'm like, nope. And God's coming through to me, and he's like, don't let him have that hold on you. Mm-hmm. I went to candlelight service at our church, Elam. Nice. And I didn't shed a tear. I just prayed. I rejoiced. I sang. And it felt really good.
Good.
And I have a vision. I will be getting me another mountain home, because from a mountain home to this, I'm like, thank you. I'm very grateful. you know, my brother was remodeling it. So,
yeah.
but I need my nature.
Yes.
You know, I told my brother, I said, I need trees. There's no trees. You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
But I have that opportunity. I have found out that I can buy a home by myself.
Yes.
I've already found this out. I bought this. You know, so that was
amazing. It's amazing at the things that you can learn about yourself when you're kind of like pushed. You know, it's almost like sometimes God will just push you in that water, and then you realize, wow, I can swim. You know, like, but you don't know, but He knows. God knows. God knows that this place that you're going, no matter how rough the terrain to get there, He's got you. You know, He's got you.
Yeah. So it's still in a little bit of a battle. So every once in a while my brain goes there and I'm like, no, you know, I got to talk myself right out of it. Shut up and go play with my flowers or something. That's my thing. I go out and play with my flowers, but it's great. I'm in God's soil, you know, and and I'm able to do it with many, many support. And Elena, you're one of the supports, the main supports, just with these that clarity one, that got me back to, okay, I can take baby steps back into my business.
Yep. Baby steps. Yep.
And it's worked because it's like, I'm not pushy. I'm not salesy at all. And I've had new people on board, you know, it's just keep it simple.
You're like, wow, this kind of does work.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Simple and
I love that, because honestly, it's like, you know, and it's funny because I feel like we're just on our own little private Zoom chat right now. But when you say make it all new, I'm like, all right, girl, that's your next thing. It popped into my head. Like when you're ready, we get to talking about it, because there's something in there. Make it all new. Like, that is powerful. And, you know, women, you know, we'll speak to the women in general here on this one, but when you do find yourself in this age bracket, having to rediscover, who am I when I've done this for all my life? What am I building next when this was supposed to be my secure foundation? Like, it's all brand new. And there's so many layers to have to uncover, because it's not just the, where do I live? What, you know, what about my business? But who am I? Like, who am I? Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
so in that space of hope right now, if there is that woman that is like being tossed over the cliff and doesn't know like how she's going to land, what bit of hope can you give her right now?
just keep praying, talking to God. He gives you and pay attention when you're doing it.
That's the key, right?
That's the key. Yes. Because sometimes I'll be like, why is that happening? And I'm like, oh, but just keep one step, 1 minute. Yeah. It's difficult. Find your community. That's what saved me, and another thing that saved me was my occupation is caring for others, elderly. Mm-hmm. So it's like, I can go pour into them. I can go, that just helped me do this, and it's a passion that I've had for many, many years.
Yeah.
But that helps too. See what you can do to help someone else. Mm-hmm. It takes you out of your head.
Yeah. That is really big that you say that, because when you start pouring into someone else, it almost gives you that, not like a sense of worth. Like, mm-hmm. If you sat in your head and alone and just kept ruminating and replaying these things, you can start to shrink and you can start to see all these faults or coulda, wouldas and all this stuff. But then when you realize you're pouring into somebody else, it's, you get so much back. Like, actually you get filled with so much back in that.
Yeah. And the joyous of having my daughter and my grandson back in my life is, we just married that little boy off a couple of weeks ago, and it was the most beautiful ceremony. And seeing him, he's such a blessing. He has helped me through everything. He's such a great boy, and my daughter's been there for me, and I'm just grateful for everyone that's been there for me.
So it's almost like a rekindling to all of those relationships.
Yeah, I was telling one of my friends, I says, I would always be up there waiting. What's he?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, out of the blue, I had people reaching out to me because they saw his vehicle at a different place.
Okay.
And that got back to my friends, and they're calling like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, But then they're there for me. They come over and help with woods. They're just a community, because it could have been done differently.
Yeah. Yep.
It wouldn't have been so hard.
And so that's probably, as many sit in certain situations themselves, of the why, that when that question pops up, like why God, why did it have to happen this way? What am I supposed to do with this now? Like, what did I do to deserve this? I just go back to questions that I would ask myself when I, discovered certain things. And I think sometimes the answer comes kind of how you said, not when you're really expecting it, or it comes looking a lot different than what you imagined that it would be.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have a birthday today, and my brother says, "Are you collecting your Social Security yet?" No.
Today's your birthday?
No, it's coming this month.
Okay. I'm like, mine's. It's my birthday month too. So
I know.
But I was like, wait a minute, did I miss, like, in all the chaos of preparing for the Stream-a-thon? Like, is today your birthday?
But just to anyone, just hope it's the feelings of strength and stability towards your future. So just stay strong, call people, play with plants.
Yeah.
Call me and we'll play with oils. We'll learn about them.
Yeah. I love that.
So I'm on a vision. I've put the vision out. I already did look at a house, but because of the turmoil, it's gone. Because of the turmoil.
Yeah.
But it's my vision.
Yeah. And that's good to have one. Boom. The goal,
My goal is to have me another little country home.
Well, there we go. Let's go to work. You just tell me when you're ready.
All right.
No, I love you. Thank you so much
Yes,
for joining
thank
us
you.
today on this 5th annual. It's so great to have you back this year. And, I'm always praying for you. And
No, you are.
you look absolutely radiant. And I just want you to know that. I can see the healing and the joy coming over you. So
Thank you.
All right. Love you, girl.
Love you too, hon. Bye.
Bye-bye. All righty, folks. We are rocking and rolling. I got crazy hair, don't care going on. Just get used to it. But we are going to stand up and we're going to move again. Every couple hours, we're going to probably every hour on the hour get up and move and dance. And so you can hear our song. And then when we come on, we're bringing on our next guest, who is also a sponsor. But in the meantime, get up, stretch your feet, and let's do it.
There was a night I thought would never end. Silence in the room.
All right. I had to get up and move my feet. So just warning, you're going to hear that song again and again, again, even at like 2, 4, 6 in the morning. All right. So we are bringing on our next guest, and she has been a part of the Christmas in July Stream-a-thon from the very beginning, even when she had to join us from like around the country one year. Miss Giselle Quintanilla, let's bring her on here. Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Hello, hello. Let me tell you, you can't listen to that song and not dance. Like,
I'm glad to hear it because I know, like, I love it, but I don't know if anybody else loves it. Well, Jose loves it. So there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Jose love it.
There you go. There's two. But yeah, I had to do that because it's like, you know, I got to like make sure my feet don't get swollen from me just sitting here all day long. But anyway, why don't you tell people where you're tuning in from and all that good stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I am in New Jersey, specifically Southern New Jersey, but I'm a North Jersey girl. I always say that. It's very important because if you are in New Jersey or are familiar, North and South are like two different states. So, so that's where I am.
Well, it's great to have you join us, and you are a sponsor. So I want to make sure to thank you for that. Why don't you just tell people before we get in conversation, just a little bit about your business and what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a publishing strategist at Ready Writer Services, LLC. I help aspiring authors take their words and turn them into world-changing books. I help people turn their books and even go beyond that. And so, you know, spreading messages, right? So we here are spreading a message of hope. And so, you know, that's what I do with people and their books. And it's an honor. I absolutely jumped at sponsoring Christmas in July because it's my favorite. It's just my favorite time in the summer.
Yay! Thank you. I love that. Mine too. As you can see, I got my Christmas jammies on and all the good stuff. So, but we are here to talk about hope. All right. We are here to talk about hope. And oh my gosh, I'm sure if you looked in your bucket of experiences, you could pick out many. But what is one message that you want to share with somebody that is tuning in today that reinforces even your own journey of keeping hope alive?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, when I was thinking about this, Elena, and you mentioned I've been here since it started, and I've shared what I love about that is that it started with talking about my journey in how I started Ready Writer Services, and then my overcoming separation and divorce. And so, you know, I was thinking, I'm like, what can I share to help people? And I'm a mom. I'm a mom of 3 amazing teenagers, and they are all literally teenagers right now. So
I'll pray for you.
Yes, praying people, pray for me. So, but you know, last year, what a lot of people still don't know is last year, every year we start off, especially if you're an entrepreneur, you know, you're making goals and you're like, this is what I'm going to do. And so the Bible says that many are the plans in a man's heart, but God establishes the path. So for me, January of last year, it was, okay, I'm going to really focus on my business. And I had every intention, you know, we're in different networking circles. I'm going to go to these events. I'm going to, you know, grow the business. And March, my son was diagnosed with cancer. And he was going through he had trouble breathing. He lost a lot of weight. And, you know, I took him to the cardiologist, and the cardiologist did an ultrasound, and he said, the heart is fine. He said, but he has fluid in his lungs. You have to take him right now to CHOP, which is the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And so we did that. And when I did that, I was just praying like, God, you know, I think sometimes as believers, we think that things are always going to be okay and good. And what I mean by that is we're not going to go through stuff. But part of the journey of believing in God and having hope is suffering well. You know, sometimes we have to suffer well. And so that night, you know, they were oncologists who came to me, and I'm thinking, why isn't an oncologist here?
Yeah. You're like,
happening right now? Wait a minute. Right. And so they said, you know, your son has a mass, and he had a mass from probably like around his top of his chest down to his lower abdomen.
Wow.
And it was pushing his organs. And so that's why he was having trouble breathing. That's why he couldn't eat, and he was losing weight. And so I remember just going to God, like, okay, how do I deal with this? How do we walk through this? Right. And so in those moments where it seems hopeless, you know, I think the most important thing is to ask God, how do we navigate this now? You know, where do I go now? And he is so faithful. He ended up, my son was in the hospital for about a week, and they were like, he's going to go through chemo treatment and everything is going to be, you know, it's going to be fine. He's young, he's healthy. And that's awesome when you hear that, right? So you're okay. So then there's the hope building up, right? And he went through his first chemo treatment, and 2 days later, he had a seizure.
Oh my God.
And he was unresponsive for 2.5 days. So for those 2.5 days, you know, I don't know how many parents are on here, but you're like, you know, I think hope is what stands, right? Like hope is hope, faith, and love, right? Those are the things that stand. And so when his dad called and he's like, he's unresponsive, I'm like, put the phone to his ear, because I know he can hear us. You know, hope is relentless. You know, it's relentless. And so he put the phone to his ear, and I'm talking to him and I'm praying. You know, I went the next day and I'm like reading scripture with him, and I'm just talking to him. And I'm like, I know you can hear me. I know that. And so 2.5 days later, he opened his eyes.
Wow.
That was the first sign. And then he, you know, kind of could move his feet a little bit, but it was like minor. And he was very heavily monitored, and he had to relearn writing, you know, his cognitive skills, moving, like he had OT and PT, because, you know, all these things he had to relearn. Now you're talking about somebody, and here's my greatest example of hope is my son, Elena, because when I tell you this kid, he was top 3 leaving when this all happened, top 3 in his class, right? Very academically, I mean, super smart, right? On top of his class, and very smart. And to see him have to relearn almost like a baby.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what it did to him.
Yeah.
And so, but
now, how old, which son?
So it was the middle one. He was 16 at the time.
Okay.
He was 16 at the time. And, but he just kept pushing. Right. And so, you know, hope it's contagious. You know, I would say to him, okay, son, like, we're going to do this. Right. And here's the other thing too, is hope has to be okay with pushing, right? Pushing us. And we have to be okay with hope pushing us. So there were times where he would have to walk. It was part of his therapy. And he would not want to. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. Mm-hmm. And I said, we're going to walk. Get up. Let's go. Right. And as we were walking around the floor in the unit, I said, listen, you're going to be mad at me, but I'm going to push you because I want you to do well. And I know you're healed. Yeah. So yeah, it's okay. Be mad at me, but you're going to get this, right? You're going to be pushed. And I think when we talk about, you know, instilling hope in other people and giving hope, it's okay to push a little. It's okay to say, no, you are going to get through this. Yeah. You're going to make it. You're going to overcome, right? Almost as a nuisance, but it's out of love.
Yes. And you bring up a good point, because sometimes hope is a verb, not a noun. It's taking that action. It's taking that step, and can sometimes be that tough love. You know, when you see somebody fading, or you see them, you know, into that dark hole that we've all wanted to go into a time or two, and you just are like done, like you're just tired. You're just done. There's just nothing left. And sometimes that hope needs to be borrowed from somebody, you know, but it's up to us to push that, to instill that in them. So So you had said that you had all these plans for your business that January, and funny how we have our whole plan like mapped out, and then
Right.
and then this happened like March, you said?
It happened in March.
March.
Yeah.
So my gosh. So what did you do? Like, what were you thinking as a mom? Were you still trying to juggle business, or was it all things just heads down into this? Like,
So what's funny is that at that moment also, I had somebody I had met in a networking event. He referred me to a client, to somebody. He's like, oh, you have to meet her. She wants to do her book. So I'm like, all right, I'll go to the meeting. I'll just go to the meeting. Right. And this woman, Dr. Keisha Taylor, she was the catalyst that finally made me see that I need to show up no matter what. That, life doesn't stop because we're going through stuff. Now, we don't negate that stuff, but life keeps going also. And we have to show up, but also give ourselves grace. Yeah. So, did I go to networking events? No, absolutely not. Because my life was like all over the place, right? People would say, what do you need? I don't even know what I need. I've never seen this.
Yeah. Well, and you bring up a really good point there too, because those that are strong, you're doers, you handle things. Sometimes when people say the hardest question is to ask for help, I'm not even necessarily sure that's the question that's hard. It's that you don't even know like what you need help with, because you're just used to handling it,
Right. Exactly. So I didn't know. Right. And so I would have, Marilyn would reach out and she's like, okay. Cause I'm like, Marilyn, I don't know what I need. And she's like, no worries. And then she like goes through all the things with me. Right. Which was helpful to me because I don't know what I don't know. But if you know something, then you're offering that to me, that was a huge help. So no, I didn't go to networking events, right? No, I didn't really do a whole lot of stuff because there were moments. He stayed in the hospital for 40 days. For 40 days, that was my life. Was going every morning, leaving, coming home, cooking dinner because I had 2 other kids, right? So to make sure that they're good. And that was my life. And so, but this woman, Dr. Keisha, she was like, I need this book. And, I need it in like 2 months. I'm like, 2 months, right? Okay, right. And then she had me like, I need my launch. And so God used her to show me that I can be stretched and rely on him, that it's not in my will, by my might, by my strength, my power, it's his spirit. And so when I finally saw like, okay, I can do the things that he's called me to do, but make sure that my priority is motherhood, right? That's my main. You have to understand what your main is. So my main was, I'm a mom. I got to make sure he's good. All right. And then when he's good, let me go ahead and work on this. So there were moments I was doing work while I was in the hospital room with him, and I had to do it that way, but I never burnt myself out. Because it was like, God, if you don't want me to do this, I'm not doing it. Yeah. What do you want me to focus on today? Yeah. And that was huge for me. Yeah. So when he finally got out of the hospital, there were things that I had to do. I think when we go through things, it stretches us and it puts us in situations like we never would have imagined. There were things, Elena, as a caretaker, I had to do that I never, if you had told me 5 years ago I would have been doing it, I'd be like, absolutely not. Yeah. Because I don't blood, absolutely not. No, thank you. Right. Like none of those things. I didn't
go to school for that. That's not my thing. Right.
Yeah, right. I didn't go to school, give injections. Nope. I'm okay. So there were things, right? But when we go through things, the Bible says, Paul wrote, it was good that I was afflicted, that I may learn your doctrine. And so when we are afflicted, not that we ask for it. We're not like, hey, can I get some challenges today? Maybe a little trial tribulation, right? Yes, we don't do that. Right. But when it comes, that's why Paul says, count it all joy. When it comes, it's because we grow and things come out of us that we didn't even know were there. So, and that's that internal. I know Jose said earlier, joy is internal. Yes, it is an internal thing. That's why I focus on joy and not happiness, because happiness is focused on what happens to you. Joy is internal. And even in the midst of opposition, you have joy. And that joy is what gives you strength. So
wow. Yeah. I love it. I love where we're going with this. And one of the themes that I'm actually seeing pop up in listening to everyone today is about today being present. Like some things are, if you look at the whole picture at once, it's just too much. And so kind of staying focused on breathing in the moment, being present. To me, there's that saying, and I'm sure almost everybody has heard it, where you hear like, well, God will never give you more than you can handle. And I don't believe that. I do believe that we're always given more than us ourselves can handle, because we're not designed to. We need him to carry the load. And so in that moment of, excuse me, work, your son in the hospital, your other 2 children, like, did you immediately go into, okay, I need to just focus on where we're at right now? Or did you have to learn that the hard way?
Yeah, it was not immediate. It was so
I'm going to take myself off for a minute because I got a cough over here.
Yeah. So my son went in the hospital on a Tuesday, and I was there Tuesday. I stayed overnight. I was there Wednesday. And then I think I left, got back Thursday, went back on Thursday. And Thursday night, his dad stayed with him and I was home. So Friday when I woke up, I was praying because I'm like, Lord, I have to be with my son, right? I'm trying to get all this stuff. I got to be with my son. And I remember opening the fridge. My fridge was empty. It has never been empty. It was empty. And I'm looking at the fridge and I hear God go, what are you doing? You have business to take care of here. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And he said, so clear in my heart, I heard, I'm in the room. In my mind, Elena, it's like, I got to be there. I got to be in the hospital. I can't do this because I got to be in the hospital. That third day, God was like, no, I'm in the room. You don't have to be there. Go handle your business. So that really liberated me because I was like, okay, his dad's with him. There are nurses and doctors. He's safe. Let me handle business here, right? So we can't let everything else fall apart. But in that moment, I realized, just all you have to take it one day at a time. If that's all you can do is handle one day at a time. So I appreciate, honestly, Elena, the village that I had, because not a whole lot of people knew in that moment. A lot of people didn't find out till fall of last year when I felt liberated to share. But in that, when people were, the close people were reaching out, I was so grateful because I'm like, I don't know what I need today, but check in tomorrow, right? There were so many people there were days, Elena, where I would have to do something and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have anybody to pick up Julian. That's my youngest. I don't have anybody to pick up Julian and I have to be here, with Johan to do something because the nurses needed something. And I would call my neighbor who her daughter is Julian's best friend. And she's like, no worries. I got him. Don't worry about it. I'll take him to eat. There were people who were like, what do you need? Got it. I'll pick the kids up. Don't worry about it. It just was, I couldn't even tell you. It was so day to day that it takes me a minute to think through the entire 2025 and what happened. Because it was just every day was like, okay, what do I need today? Well, let me focus on today. And the Bible says, right, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow has its own worries, right? It's today. Yeah. This is what we are. We're in the present moment. That doesn't mean we don't plan. It just means this is what we're focused on today.
Wow. When you said, I'm in the room, whoa, like chills, because I think that is something we can all carry in so many different scenarios in our lives, for however it applies to us in that moment. I'm in the room. Like, what a message for him to give you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And to me, it's the hospital room, right? Literal.
Yes, right.
But to your point, whatever you're going through, the people who are watching, whatever you're going through, he's there. He's in the room. One of his names is Jehovah Shammah. That means the Lord is there. He's a present help. And so that reminder for me, it was everything. And it showed me, okay, God, you really love me.
Oh, yes. You really love. So were you able? Did you share that with your son that you heard that, or did you just kind of hold that for yourself?
So that was for me. One of the things I love about God is he meets us where we are and speaks to us how we're created to the level of our comprehension, right? So my son is a huge Marvel fan. And huge, like it's crazy. So when this all happened, I was seeking God and in prayer, and he showed me the scene from the Avengers movie. This is going to sound silly, but it's true. So he showed me the scene in the Avengers movie. I think it was the second to last one where, Thanos is going to get all the rings. If you're familiar, Thanos is going to get all the rings, right? And so Iron Man is trying to stop it. And he keeps asking Doctor Strange, like, what's going to happen? Because Doctor Strange can tell him, but he can't tell him. Yeah. So all of a sudden, when they're trying to stop Thanos, he looks at him and he just goes like this, meaning there's one possibility of winning. And that means you got to go ahead and surrender the ring, right? The stone, right? So that happened. And it gave me a revelation that I shared with my son. And I said, son, I know. I said, Johan, God's not going to take us out of this. I said, I told him the scene. I told him what I saw. And I said, God is not going to take us out, but he will bring us through. And there's only one way we're going to get through it. So, that was pretty dope because it was like, it was to the level of his understanding.
Yes.
Right. And I think as parents, sometimes, our kids, how do we communicate faith to them? Like, how do we, but it was his understanding. And that's God loves him. That's his son before he's my son.
And I love that you say that. Number one, the movie, I remember standing in line with my two sons when it first came out and like not knowing anything about any of it, but enjoying being there. And then it turned out to be a really good movie. But anyway, so I do remember that. But also, because I've been very open about, my two sons, they struggle, they struggle with things and some of the trauma that my choices put them through and things like that. But I came to that point as well, where as a mom, you can choose to be fearful over certain things because you love your kids so much and, you can't be with them all the time and you want to protect them and you don't want them to feel pain and hurt. Like you just want all this for them. And I remember distinctly a moment where that realization came that God let me know, like, you've got to let this go. He's my child before he's yours. I love him more than you could love him. And so I think once it was almost just like a blanket of comfort and security just covered me, that it's like, I can't be afraid because God has a plan for his life and I can't control that. That's his plan. And so as a mom, I'm sure as you're watching your son go through these things, you would have easily and willingly taken all of this to have him not go through that, but also remembering he is God's child first,
Yeah. And that you're right. And that doesn't deny humanity, right? Yeah. Elena, like, I'm not sitting here going, it was great, easy peasy. No, there were times where I would drive around the parking lot in the building and not finding parking spots because it was full. And I would be frustrated. I'd be like, God, how much longer? Yeah. How much longer, Lord? Like, and I don't think it's wrong of us to go, he's our father, And so I would be like, how much longer? Like, I would have given why not me? You know what I'm saying? Like, why I would give anything to switch places with him. But to your point, this is his journey. And I had to realize that even to the point, Elena, of allowing him to make certain decisions in his healing journey. Yes, he was 16. Yes, he's still a minor under my care, but communicating with him, telling him the pros and cons of certain things, allowing him to own his healing journey. That's huge, because then it gives space for God to do what he wants to do in him.
Yeah.
That's not my job. Yes, would we want it? We would switch places in a heartbeat for our kids.
Yeah.
But then they would not have their own relationship with God. And it can't look like mine.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a beautiful viewpoint of that. Like they have to have their own relationship and it can't look like yours. Later on today, we're actually going to have a child that's going through a leukemia journey, sharing his cancer story. And so, you know, it'll be interesting to hear from that perspective.
Yes.
But for you speaking hope out there, who is it that is called on your heart to share a message of hope to today?
I'm going to say the parent. I think that was really why it was heavy on my heart to share my son's journey. And not that your child, whoever's listening, if you're a parent, it may not be that your child is going through a health battle, you know, or not physical health, right? It might be mental health. It might be emotional health. You know, it might be that they're just wayward, that they're just out there living buck wild, right? Like living whatever, any old way.
Been there, done that.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? And right. And you're like praying, like, God, protect them, or God, you know, and or even if you are, you know, just like, how do I get my child to see God? Right. I want to give you hope that the Lord knows. He wrote their lives out just like he wrote yours. He planned for them just like he planned for yours. You know, what gave me solace all of last year was understanding the Bible says that a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day to the Lord. That means that he already saw not just your kid, he saw your grandkids, and he saw your great grandkids. Like he saw your entire lineage, your generations, right? To the third and fourth generation. So because I know that, it gave me peace that, okay, God, you know the plans you have for my children, and they're for good, not for disaster, to give them a hope and an expected end. And it's because of that that I know, okay, you got this, God. You have my child. I will speak, I'll declare, I will plead the blood over them and their minds. That's my part. That is my part, is to pray over them, teach them when I can, when, you know, whatever God puts on my heart. But the rest, that's up to God.
Yeah.
And he is their, I mean, they are his children. He is their father. And so, you know, for that parent who's like, I don't know what to do, and, you know, you are in a space that seems hopeless as it regards to your children, there's always hope. Hope is always what stays. It's faith, hope, and love stays in the end. And so don't give up. Just continue to pray and just know that God is faithful.
Yes, God is faithful. And I got one more question for you. Looking at you and where you are today, what dream do you have that you're working towards every day for Giselle and where you're at right now?
Oh, that's a great question. So, oh my goodness. Well, my dream is my dream. I have so many. You want me to share just one? Okay. I'm like, I don't know what to share. So I'm working towards expanding, you know, and helping people continue to share their stories at a higher level. That's professionally. Personally, I'm working towards my next chapter. And, you know, I know I shared plenty of times here about my separation and divorce, but I have an amazing person in my life who is a huge supporter to me, and I absolutely love him, and I'm grateful for him. So, you know, I think we're working together towards building what does the next chapter look like with God at the center. And so that's, you know, my dream is just to do what God wants me to do, what God wants us to do then as we come together. So
and I love that. And that gives me all little warm goosebumpies because I know who it is. No, I am so happy for you. But honestly, like to see the grace that you have carried through this journey and how you have chosen to interact with it, accept it, work with it, receive it, like all the things is just admirable. Mad respect for you, not only as a woman, but as a mom, and just You're an amazing human being.
Oh, well, you're amazing. I'm a reflection of you. I didn't know that. Okay. Thank you. I love
I
you.
love you. Thank you so much for being part of Christmas in July, fifth annual, and for being a sponsor to help make this possible. So I love you, girl.
Love you.
Thank you for sharing. Oh man, isn't she a powerhouse? Just a powerhouse. And so we've got just more to come. So how are we doing, people? Where are you tuning in from? Make sure you drop some comments in there, share this out, because as you can tell, we're only a few hours in, and these stories of hope and inspiration and faith and resilience, somebody needs this in their life right now, and that is what we're here to do, to just spread it around. So we are going to bring up our next guest, who is another dear friend of mine, who's been part of the Stream-a-thon from the very beginning, a huge supporter in all the things that I choose to do. She hears me with all my crazy ideas, and I am like always backing her up in any way that I can, and just, you know, saying go for it. And I want to bring on Miss Julie Lachlan-Harris from Breathe Capital Planning and Divine Abundance. Hey, sister.
Hey, Lena. So good to see you in the Stream-a-thon, and can't believe it's been 5 years, and just really excited to be here with you today.
Thank you. It is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. And I want to say thank you for being here, because I know juggling your schedule around today has been like crazy.
Been a little bit of a challenge, yes.
It's been a little bit of a challenge. So I'm just going to open it up right now and ask you, what is the one message right off the bat that is weighing on your chest about hope?
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, hearing Giselle and what she's gone through this past, you know, couple of years, and her perspective from the parent, right? You know, from a parent that's caring for, you know, a child that's, you know, experiencing cancer. And like, I so applaud her, and I so respect her, and we'll continue to pray for her. I want to share a little bit of perspective about the caregiver, and what that role is like as the adult child that's caring for your parents. And
this is huge. Like,
yeah.
This is a perspective that we don't get to hear about very often. Do you mind if I give you full screen
Sure.
to just share from your heart?
Absolutely. So just going to take you guys all on a little journey 3 years ago. And some of you have heard my story. Some of you may have not heard the story, but unfortunately, my parents got sick kind of back to back. My mother experienced frontal lobe dementia. And shortly after that, my dad was diagnosed with a very aggressive form of head and neck cancer. It took us on like a 3-year odyssey. And I just wanted to share some of the learnings that my brother and I experienced as we navigated this. One thing that I can tell you for sure, and certainly without hesitation, is regardless of what you believe or how you feel, God is in control. And many times along the path of this journey, I saw the hand of God in what we were going through. So unfortunately, in August of 2024, my mom lost her battle with dementia and passed. My dad, because he'd been married to my mom, who was the love of his life for 56 years, went into a bit of a deep depression. As you can imagine, you know, the love of his life. We were navigating him going through his cancer treatments. And, you know, my brother has family and a pretty big job. I own a couple of companies and had a son graduating from college all at the same time. And I just want to give you guys some words of wisdom, some things that my brother and I kind of had to experience the hard way, which is you cannot ignore yourself. As you're navigating taking care of family members that are very sick, you also have to take care of yourself. There is a book that I want to reference that a friend of mine who is a counselor, Maggie Morrissey, I'll give you a shout out there, Maggie, shared with me some time ago, probably 3 or 4 years ago, before I went through this. And I kind of wish that I had listened a little bit more when she shared it with me, which was The Body Keeps Score. And the body absolutely does keep score. And what I can tell you is, as you're experiencing death and loss, and you know you're grieving in real time, and you're also fighting to keep another family member alive, you yourself are going to go through a lot of things physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And if you don't take that time out for yourself in the process amongst that time, eventually your body will park you. And it's kind of what I experienced shortly after my dad passed. I haven't talked about this actually publicly, Elena, but I actually took probably about 3 weeks and had to park it. I just had to park myself and had to figure out how to rewind all the emotions that I was feeling, everything that I had gone through to date, and also navigate our estate plan for the family. So with all of that on my heart and on my head, there's a couple of things that I turned to that were really, really helpful to me. And I'd like to share it with everyone as people are navigating certain things. I think it can help you navigate. The first thing that first and foremost, I always turn to is my belief in God. And I prayed every day before I rose. I would pray. I would also meditate. The verse that sustains me and has sustained me through so many challenges is Jeremiah 29:11. For I know that the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you hope and to give you a future. And so I knew that deep in my heart that all of that was there for me, and that every step along the way, God was with me on the journey that we were on. I would see it so many times. I would see it in the days that I knew it was really hard for my dad to get up and navigate what he was faced with, which was, 70 rounds of radiation on both sides of his neck. He experienced 10 surgeries and just unbelievable pain. If you know anything about head and neck cancer, it's incredibly painful. He never gave up. He actually fought this battle with such grace and such courage that it not only inspired me and my brother, but it inspired our children. And it's like, do it Papa's way. All the things that we learned along the way about resilience, about grit, about what is important to you. Dad showed up and showed us every single day that his family was the most important thing to him through his actions. As we were going through this, I can tell you that it was an aha moment for me when the last couple of weeks of his life, I called his friends, his lifelong friends, his friends of 63 years that he went to college with, to the hospital to come see my father. And there was a profound moment that touched me deeply, but it should totally change my perspective on death and dying. And pretty much blew my mind. My dad turned to his friends, and his friends were on each side of him in his hospital bed. He was still cognizant, and they were holding his hands. And, he just looked at him and he started to cry, and he said, "Guys, I'm sorry, I'm leaving you." And I just about fell off my chair, because this is a man that has experienced tremendous pain, and his main concern was for other people. And I just knew that, God was right there in the room with me. And I knew that he was going to help me navigate this. And for all the young women, middle-aged women that have been blessed enough to been raised by like the giant of a father, it's hard. It's very hard to say goodbye to the hero of your life. But I experienced so many miracles in the midst of the last 2 weeks of Dad's life that it was extremely profound. It's kind of funny too, in a way, because he was saying to me, "Uncle Frank's here." And I had no idea who Uncle Frank was, guys. So I'm like, "Oh my gosh, who's Uncle Frank?" I called my cousins in Maryland, because I have a big family in Maryland, and my cousins are older than me. And I was like, "Guys, who's Uncle Frank?" And they were like, "That's Aunt Rita's husband that passed away, before you were even born. And he's buried up where it would be my great grandparents' on my grandmother's side, my father's mother's parents are buried. He's buried there, and your father loved him. In fact, he really looked up to him, and he's the reason he wanted to go into the Secret Service or the FBI, was because of Uncle Frank, because Uncle Frank was involved in the FBI. And I was like, I had no idea, you guys. And he's manifested. He's appeared to Dad a couple of times this week, and they were just like, wow, that's incredible. He would also tell me almost every day that he was seeing his father. His father was visiting the room, and my dad was like, where'd my dad go? It was almost like he would wake up and be like, where's my dad? And I'm like, Pop, he passed in 1996. And he's like, no, Julie, he was just here. And we would have these conversations, and I was like, okay, Dad, I have no doubt that you saw him. And I truly believe that they are here to help you transition to the other side. And he would shake his head and he'd be like, yeah, I think you're right. We just continue to spend time with him. We were so blessed. My brother and I and our family were so blessed that we were able to call our oldest children home from college, and that their colleges let them come. And as a family, we got to spend the entire last week of my dad's life with him. And what a tremendous blessing to actually just be there for each other, but to be there for him. And I can tell you, it was the most peaceful thing I've ever experienced was my father's transition. I was lucky enough to have my son with me holding my hand, and I prayed over him, and I told him, you've done well, my good and faithful servant. Your time is here. I could tell that he was transitioning. And I said, when you see Mom, grab her hand and go to the light. And that's exactly what he did. I feel blessed and honored that I could be there with him in that final moment. And I can tell you, like, months and months and like over 2 years of ignoring myself kind of caught up to me in a very big way. And there are people that you will hear from today on this live cast, or that you may know of, that really helped me. One is Allegra Pacheco. Allegra, without even me asking, just magically knew. I think it was my dad's second surgery. She just sent dinners for me for an entire week because she could tell in my voice that I was completely overwhelmed. I was like, feeding myself had become actually too much, and I had stopped eating, believe it or not. I had I was so hyper focused on my dad's health and my son being okay and my business being okay that I just really backburnered myself in a big way. I would encourage anyone that's going through taking care of family members, please do not do that, because it takes a pretty cumulative toll on your health long term. And it had gotten so bad for me that when I did start to eat, I couldn't eat. I was getting sick. So, I've had to hire a team of people to help me as I navigate some of, regaining my own physical health. And that comes from literally months and months and years of ignoring yourself. And I'm not blaming anyone for that, because the way that I've always been is I'm 0 or 100,000 miles per hour. If you know me, you know this to be very true. And so the way that I managed that whole time, or that whole chapter of my life, maybe wasn't the healthiest. And I am just very blessed that the Lord's been with me through that, and that people that really love me, like my son and my fiance and my family members and all my friends, my business partner, have kind of held space for me to allow me to get back to me and do the work that I need to do. There's some other tips and techniques that I want to share with you, that if you're in a very high stress situation and you feel like you can't even focus and you can't even think, there's something called emotional freedom technique, which is also called like tapping. It's a series of tapping that you put on acupuncture points throughout your body. And you use a setup statement like, I know I'm going through a really stressful time, but I know I'm going to also get through this. Could be your setup statement. And then you go through a series of tapping. And if anybody needs that, let me know. I will gladly send that video that will help you kind of navigate that. That's something that I use frequently now. And I wish I knew about these things, but they were were tools I had, like I said, I backburnered everything. Everything that had to do with me got backburnered. So that was very helpful. I also decided to increase my level of spiritual knowledge kind of at a profound clip. And the end of December, actually before my dad passed, I started training for integrative energy therapy healing, which is a technique, it's quantum healing for the body. And I was taught by a master teacher in this, and it's been pretty profound. I went through 3 series of weekend classes and got specially advanced certified, master certified in this. So excited that I'm able to take in the time and the investment in myself to do healings that I can now do on myself and do on others. I continue to develop my connection to the Lord through prayer and Bible study, and just all the things that you need to do. I also have really kind of dug deep into the book of The Body Keeps Score. And I had resisted it. And I always feel, I want to share this with you. When you have like an internal resistance, like right off the bat, when somebody's like, oh, you should try this book, or you should read this, or you should think about this, and immediately you have resistance to it, that's the enemy trying to stop you from progress. I know this now. So when I feel internal resistance to maybe trying something that someone suggests to me, and I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do that. Now I actually get curious about that. Instead of saying, well, I'm not going to do that, I actually say, yeah, maybe I should look into that. Maybe I should consider that. That's not a bad thing to consider. Other things that have helped me and my family tremendously is an amazing resource in New York State. I don't know how it works in other states, but I know for sure it works here, is hospice care that we had at the last week of Dad's life. Because we had experienced, a hospice transition, myself and all of my family members have unlimited counseling for over a year. Should we want to partake in that? It's been very helpful. And just, navigating, caring for people that you love. How do you do it in a way that not only honors them, but honors you? Because you are also very important in this equation. And one thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to lose yourself in the midst of it. It's the way I felt like I needed to cope, but it wasn't necessarily the best way to manage it. And I can tell you that I wish I had done it differently. I wish I had, really thought about that and done it differently. Another thing that I wanted to talk about today is tied to hope, but a little bit more step 2, Elena, is talking about legacy planning for families and how brilliant my parents and my father were to have very open discussions with me and my brother about what they wanted for themselves, but also for us as a next generation and for the grandchildren, to get very specific. And I want to tell you that I think more and more people need to be comfortable with talking about their legacy plan. What do you want to have happen with your resources, your home, anything that you have? How do you want to personally be honored and remembered? Are there things that are important to you? I'd encourage you to go do that like this week. Figure out what you want your legacy plan to be and talk to your family members. The less surprise you have, the better. The more open communication you have, the better. I can tell you that my dad's attorneys have complimented my brother and I and said they've never seen anyone get through New York State probate court as fast as we had. It was because we took the time to sit down with Dad a year and a half prior and have meetings with his legal team and understand what was important to him as a grandparent that knew that he was passing. And to be able to honor that and to be able to carry forward that legacy just means so much to me. And I think just taking the time to spend as much time as you can with the people that you love, because you truly don't know how many more hours, days, times you have with them. And it's really important to just listen to the stories, just take the videos, do the recordings, take the pictures, eat the cake, take the trip, do the things. I can tell you, and I joke with my family members, my brother and my son a little bit. I didn't travel anywhere for like 3.5 years. In fact, there was a couple of events that I was scheduled to speak at or be at that I had to drop out last minute because of what I was going through with the family. And I don't regret that I had to do that. I'm actually grateful for every single second that I got with either one of my parents or with my family. But I have been on, I think, 5 trips since March, since I started to feel more like myself again. And I had kind of forgotten what it felt like to travel and to be free and to like show up for other people and do things like, you know, this Stream-a-thon with all of you, and how much being there for others, how much it feeds me. So Elena, I think that's majority of what my message.
Wow, beautiful. Just all of it. What a gift, because I think sometimes you shy away from having those discussions because it hurts, or you're afraid, or you can't imagine, or, you know, just things like that. But the way that you can share it in how it's honoring them, and it just makes things easier. I mean, I think that it's important to open up that conversation and not be afraid of it. I mean, we're here because someone passed away, but nothing was even, you know, put together. And that was very difficult for me. You know, you make decisions out of that emotion that you're in. And that's not even true, clear thinking. You know, it's just not. So
you want to do it when you don't have the pressure of impending death, right? You want to, you know, my dad it was like 1.5 years prior to his passing. He actually was in a good spot when he made all of his decisions and was really clear. And we didn't have like the pressure of anything. And you know what, Elena, I was so grateful he made some serious healthcare decisions that wasn't put on me and my brother, because it would have been too hard. I'm going to be honest with you. How we both were feeling, I think it just would have been too hard.
Yeah.
So I'm so grateful that he did do those things.
Yeah.
And those are important decisions for you to make when you're clear-headed and when you're not under duress, and when you can really think things through of how is this going to play out.
Yeah. And I agree with you 100%. You know, some might not know, but I had to make the decision to turn machines off. And, you know, like nobody wants to have to make those. But it stays with you. And, you know, had certain things been discussed, I mean, the outcome may not have been any different, but it's still there's no room for question because you actually know. So, so thank you for that. One of the things that I wanted to ask is, with you going through this with both of your parents over, you know, several years, and you handled yourself with grace, with strength, even on the days that you said, I'm like barely hanging on. If we're thinking of hope today, what can you share with somebody who might be sitting angry about it all? Because that's a natural thing that happens too. But how can we give them hope if they're just really still pissed off about the whole thing? Because that can hold you back.
Yeah, it sure can hold you back. And I had my moments of anger. Like, you think, and nobody gets out of life alive, right? Like, we're all going to transition at some point. But you start to think, gosh, my parents were so good to everybody and lived such good lives and helped everybody that they could. And how can this happen to two amazing people? And you do get angry. You do get angry. I think what I held close to my heart is there is a message in this. There is a reason for this. This may have been for me to be more of an advocate for people that come across my path, because I help thousands of people with their financial plans, and for me to talk more about long-term care and the importance of all the things, especially for what I saw with my mom. Like, that was like devastating. But also, like, maybe for us to learn the lesson of resilience, maybe for us to experience God's love for us and God's love for my father. And when the suffering became just unbearable and too much, God called him home. And so I think if we can think about this from that perspective, some of the anger will start to dissipate. I will tell you one thing that I did to get some of my anger out is I would go to the gym. I would go to the gym and I would work out really hard. Or if I was just really feeling just beside myself and just had to get the emotions out, Elena, I would write all those really mean feelings out, all the anger. I'm like, let me get this out. Let me mind dump this right out of here, right out of the body. And I would burn that. And I was like, goodbye. Like, let me get that out of there. And then I would write, every day what I was grateful for. I tried to stay grateful. It could be something so small, like somebody brought me a coffee to the hospital and I was like, wow, that was the best thing that happened to me that day. And I could hold space for that and just be super grateful for that.
I love that. I remember hearing one time that if you woke up with only the things you thanked God for yesterday, what would you have woken up with? And, I'm like, my toothbrush, it's like little things. Like, are we truly grateful for all the things, all the little things? And if we only woke up with those things, what would we really wake up with today?
I would be my family. Yeah. It would be my brother, his children, his wife, my niece, my nephews, my son, my fiance, my business partner. I consider him like a brother. They would all be here. Like, because every single day I'm so grateful that I have the most amazing people in my life. I'm super, super blessed. People that will show up. Like, if I'm really down, they just like, ding dong, they're here at the door. Because they know about me that I'm not going to ask you for help.
Yeah, I know. We're those types.
Yeah.
But you are a sponsor for this year's Stream-a-thon. So please take a minute to tell people about your business and how they can contact you, because I just want to make sure we get that in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually have, I have actually 4 companies, but the 2 primary companies that I co-founded with my business partner, Noah, is Breathe Capital Planning, which is a fiduciary financial planning practice. We do not believe in minimum numbers as far as minimum investments. We believe in working with all people. We have a high level of acuity in helping people come up with a comprehensive financial plan. And I said to you, Elena, yesterday, and I truly mean it, gone are the days that you can walk around with no plan. Every American needs a financial plan. So we do offer a complimentary consultation. You can go to breathecapitalplanning.com. And we have a Calendly link that you can literally, any financial question that you have, even if you don't need our services, but you just want clarity on something, because I'm affiliated with Elena and because of the Stream-a-thon and because I love to give hope to other people, you have, an hour free with me and Noah. And that is worth like $500. So
that's huge.
Take advantage of that.
Yeah. It's like, why not? I'm surely everybody's got a question that needs answered somewhere. Yeah.
That's what we're here for. I will ask you a lot of questions, because in order to give you advice, I need to know all of your variables, but we have a whole hour to talk. Yeah. In addition to that, Breathe Capital Consulting, which is a consulting company for small to medium-sized businesses that are actually looking to level up, go to the next level in the revenue cycle, or they're looking to succession plan, because I have a high level of experience with that. Those are things and services that we offer. We also help startups. So if a company is in a startup mode and they're wanting to take off, we help them put all the necessary things in place to take off. So those are two things. And then in addition to that, we also offer divorce coaching. I am an internationally certified divorce coach with the CDC, and That's through Insight Divorce Solutions that I'm affiliated with them. And then my business partner is a CDFA, which is a Certified Divorce Financial Analyst. So if you're experiencing divorce and you want to make sure that it's properly split, we can help you with that as well.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Like, honestly. So thank you for showing up today, for pouring into us, and just all the love and support always.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
All righty, girl. Yeah, Julie, I recommend getting a hold of her, schedule that consultation. It's a why not? Why would you not take advantage of an amazing opportunity like that? breathecapitalplanning.com. Check it out. So as we bring on our next guest, we are rolling around the clock. This powerhouse, okay, this I want to say this woman of God that loves to play in the sandbox. I love the fact that our creative brains have like no ending, but she's a media producer, an identity strategist, and creator of the Rewire Reality Framework, helping entrepreneurs and leaders reset the thought patterns that shape their results. And I love that she has brought faith and all this other kind of smart brain stuff together. And I'll let her tell you that. Miss Raquel Soto coming into us from Chicago. Hey, beautiful. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh,
there you go.
I was just like, I can't tell. I wanted to be on mute because I wanted to hear every word that Julie had to say. I'm so happy to be part of this again this year. My first time was last year. So I'm so thrilled that I get to come back and be part of this amazing thing that you do every year.
It is so great to have you here. And I have like I turned into a girlfriend from the first time that we met. But having gotten to know you better over these past couple years, I love how you just take such biblical, faith-driven word to our brain, like how you rewire all of this thinking. And so just share a little bit about that so that people just know a little bit about what you do.
Yeah. For those of you who are new to me, I'm your GPS for success. And, I landed here because I tried to take my life 4 different times. And the fourth time, because I'm not always the sharpest tool in the shed, I was like, okay, what is going on with me that I think this is a good idea? And at that point, I already had my 3 children who I love and I would give my life for. But ironically, I wanted to give my life away thinking that they were going to be better off. And it was really God saving me. He gave me an open vision of what would happen. And I was just, in the vision, he said, turn around, because I was about to, I was headed to jump off one of the tallest buildings in Chicago where I live. He said, if you jump, you'll be with me. But if this is what's going to happen to them. And when I turned around, my 3 kids, my sister, my parents were in this open vision, and they looked destroyed. Wow. And he said, they will never get over it. But you will be with me and you'll be fine. But you need to choose. And in that vision, I just ran toward them and I collapsed in their arms, started crying. And that I came back into my body, which was I was on the train going to work, and I had figured out how to get to the roof to jump. And I was a thoughtful jumper because I was thinking, where do I jump where I don't land on anybody else?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I need my tissues. Hold on.
So I was, it's funny because I was just in a Guinness World Record attempt, which we did in Philly. And, people hang out afterwards. And one of the gentlemen, he's like, how is your hair always on point? Which is, I've never heard anybody ever say that to me, especially the guy. So I thought it was a funny question. So I said, well, after the 4th time, I tried to kill myself and I had lost a lot of my hair because of the depression and stress and And he's like, wait, what? Because I wear a lot of hair pieces. I said, oh, yeah. And he just came and he sat next to me. He's like, what do you mean? You're just talking over that like it was nothing. And it's one of those things that platforms like this allow me to share the story. He's like, you need to share the story because so many of us, right? And you're one of us. We're the strong ones. We're the ones that people go to. We're the dependable ones. We're the ones that people kind of tell other things to. But then where do we go?
Yeah.
And that was a trap where I didn't have anywhere else to go. And I'm finding also in it's just why I'm so happy that you have, gentlemen coming into Prospera who are talking about this, because there's so many men in this where they're the strong ones, they're carrying everything, but they don't have a place to go.
Yeah.
And I was talking to this gentleman, I'm sharing my story of like, well, then what happened was that I was like, okay, some light reading, go study quantum physics. And then after that was neuroscience and epigenetics. And I was like, I really wanted to understand what was happening in my mind, in my heart, in my body, that I thought I had convinced myself, right? And sometimes, like we blame the enemy, but unless there's resonance there was a wounds that were not being addressed. I was drowning under toxic positivity. And, so I would smile a lot, but nobody was really looking at my eyes.
Yeah.
But in that space of losing a lot of weight and looking the part and getting the raises and the bonuses and the accolades and all the awards and things, people were like, wow, you have a great life and you don't have your kids aren't cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, In the meantime, I was under so much pressure and so much stress that my body was giving me warning signals and I was not paying attention because I was still functioning. I mean, I was functioning from when I was in corporate, I was drinking like 2 pots of coffee and having 2 liters a day. I was really stressing out my chemicals, my internal chemicals. Of course, then I'm in a chemical imbalance and all that pressure. And, and being a mom and I was married at the time, but I was the income producer. So I'm doing all these things for my family, my family just wanted me to show up, but I was working 60 to 70 hours and I was also doing like the side thing to try to bring in more money, and just have to have the things for what? Because it was really eating into my mental health. And one of the things I want to make sure that for those of you who are watching is that actually nothing has gone wrong, because
I love that.
We are beautifully, wonderfully made. And that's what I found out on the other side of this, is that there is so much guilt and shame around what we're feeling like. Oh, we should be thankful. Yes, we should. And like Dara was talking about perception, right? Perception is reality, but my perception was distorted. It's like I could never be enough. So it didn't matter that I was doing all these things. It was like, it was never enough. Being in environments where even at home, it's just like, oh, you could have done this a little bit better. So it was always this, carrot that you were chasing, that I was chasing, and a lot of us do. And it's our spirit of excellence that was distorted because we want to be good. We want to do everything well. We want to make sure that everything is has the best that it can be. And then when it's not, or we think it's not, then we end up carrying all this false sense of guilt and shame. And I was drowning underneath the weight of that.
So then, can I ask you a question? Because, in talking with Daryl earlier, and he said 2-time, he had gone through this, and you said 4-time. Can you share like how much time span was all of that? Like all of these attempts, how far apart were they? Was it all pretty sudden? Was this years of buildup? Like, can you at least just share that little bit?
Yeah, it started a couple months after I first got married. So I was 22 at the time.
Okay.
And it went for about 20 years. So it was like, the first time, and then like a few years later, it would come back, right? Again, stuffing under toxic positivity, but I was drowning, but I was positive. But everything was going to work out.
Life is perfect. Everything's great.
We're going to, going down. And then through this process, and even more recently getting better language to explain it, is that, nothing has gone wrong. It's just, this is our brain giving us an offer. And we, especially for those who are entrepreneurs, we have a little bit of a control freak in us, which is like for every control freak, when it's like, you shouldn't be a control freak. Oh, no, be a control freak here. This is where you can but this is why scripture then tells us, like, oh, that's why God said to capture every thought. Because no thought is innocent. And people are saying, oh, everything is done through emotion. That's not true, because the emotions, a trigger to the emotion is a thought. And so you have your thoughts, they trigger the emotions trigger action or non-action. and then round and round it goes. But when you don't deal with the trigger, and that was what I call now a grace point. So when you have a trigger, it's like this high emotional event, you get triggered. And if you don't deal with it, your brain says, okay, when I take it back to your neural pathways, which is running 95% of your actions automatically, I'm going to make that stronger. So the next time it comes up, you're just going to feel it even stronger. But it's still going to give you an offer. And so in that offer, you can decide, is this the reality I want to keep on living? Or do I want to change it? Only because it gives you an offer doesn't mean you have to take it. And so many things, again, it sounds like wisdom. It sounds like responsibility. It sounds like something that you should be considering. And that's the sneaky part. Is that, okay, what is coming up? Oh, why am I feeling that way? And if you're feeling something, like Julie was talking about, I love EFTs. I used to do them a lot when I was doing more heavily coaching. And people were like, wow, your EFTs are magical. I always come back to yours. They don't have any other language. So they're like, it's magical. But what was happening, right, is that your body needs to allow yourself to feel it through. And I wasn't allowing myself to feel it through, because then I was saying, well, no, I'm going to cast down these, wicked imaginations, and I'm just going to cast down the thought. But if it keeps on coming back, it's because there is a belief system. There's a lie that you believe, and that's why it's coming back. And that's your grace point, to be able to be like, oh, wait, this is coming back. It's not always the enemy, right? There's not enough devils out there to chase us. So I was like, okay, well, this is coming back. Everybody has what we call blind spots, right? We all have lies that we believe, and it sounds like truth because they come in through genetics. It comes in through our, it's being activated through the environments that we're in. There are people who are experiencing that particular reality, and so it looks like truth, but everybody's like, I want to live my truth. Well, everybody lives their truth because everybody's living their belief system. So, like we were talking, like Julie mentioned it earlier, or maybe it wasn't Julie. It was a lady before that, and about beliefs. And I was like, what we actually all have, the belief systems we have, they're all borrowed. So you might as well borrow a good one. But those are things that I didn't understand. I thought that they were my thoughts. I thought that I created those beliefs. I was like, oh, I actually borrow them because we're always borrowing beliefs. And then it sounded like wisdom that I wasn't doing enough, because if I was doing enough, then I would have a better outcome.
Wow.
But I was already having good outcomes, and I wasn't recognizing it. And I wasn't recognizing.
Does that mean like the belief, is that like where that perfectionism came, and then the, working. So from the outside, it all looks this great, but then not even recognizing that, like you're maxed out, but you're still pushing yourself to this other borrowed belief. I mean, is that kind of the cycle of it?
It's a hamster wheel. So people are just like, there are certain personality types, like you just need to push through. And if you really wanted to do it, then you can do it. Yes and no, but that's not actually how we're created. And there's also less than 10% of the population who are actually wired to do that. Most people are not. We're not created. Most people are not created to live through that sheer force of will. So if you think about like your default mode network in your brain is default, right? Like your set point. So let's say it's 70 degrees. Well, yeah, you can hustle, you can push to try to get to the 72, but you're always going to come back to the 70. On a low day, you'll go down to 68 degrees, and then you'll just pop back up and go back to your 70, because that's your set point. And not understanding that I needed to change and rewire the set point so that my automatic actions match what's in my heart. So there was this battle going between my heart and my mind all the time, that I was out of, people talk about alignment, but that's when you're out of alignment, is that you are not actually in unison of self. And even if you are in unison of self, I was completely convinced in my heart and in my mind, go and jump. That was not a good alignment. You used to be in alignment over some nonsense and things that were not true. So understanding how the brain was working, that's why God said to capture the thought, capture to do something. And when we are going through something, allowing our body, it takes up to 90 seconds for our body to dissipate that high emotional state. But after the 90 seconds, we're doing it to ourselves. So if you're mad and you stay mad and you're at the 5-minute mark, well, now you're hurting your own body. Now you're in chemical chaos, because your body is either going to be in chemical bliss or in chemical chaos. And then your brain is your drug dealer or your medicine man. So it's going to either.
I love that. I love it.
He's gonna, and people do like, oh, that person's addicted to drama. They really are. They really are. And this is why when women, they date a bunch of, not great men, and then they meet a good man, they're like, this is boring. It's not boring. You need to sit in that, because you don't know what it's like to be with a good man. Yeah. And so now your brain is like, this is boring, because you've been getting your dopamine hits from somebody who disrespected you.
Yeah.
And you've learned that dishonor and that disrespect and that spiciness was chemistry. And so that meant connection. No, you're actually addicted to that. So you have to teach your body to be addicted to something else. Another thing, people talk about resilience a lot. And they're like, oh, yeah, the best form of resilience is when you're going through something. No, actually, delayed gratification is the best form of resilience. It teaches your brain another kind of dopamine, that when you're finishing a task, do what you say you're going to do and actually finish it. It actually helps you to build that inner resilience easier. So we have all these things about, yeah, you can go and hustle and do and work 70 and 80 hours. Well, that nearly killed me. Yeah. I wasn't the kind of mom that I wanted to be. And it wasn't until God was like, I want you to quit and come into full-time entrepreneurship. I thought it was about entrepreneurship. He was trying to save my body, my soul, give me back my kids, even though I would be with them, but I wasn't present.
Yeah.
Because I was overseeing over 40 offices. So when we're trying to sleep, Asia's waking up. When we're on holiday, Europe is not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so being there, but being locked to my phone, like they're going to need me, toward the end of the month, because I was in finance. I was not present.
Yeah.
So he gave me all these things back when he called me, but it took a long time. It took a while. Mm-hmm. Somebody was saying, I was seeing something on Facebook about trauma, like all this stuff with when you are burnt out. It took decades for me to get to that point. It was thankfully, it didn't take me a decade to get out of it. Yeah. It took a few years though. So we have to give ourselves a break. And give ourselves some grace. When we have the triggers, don't run. That's actually grace happening, saying, yeah, something's triggering you. Don't run. Look at it. What do you believe? What's the circumstance, right? What are the thoughts that you're having about? Most circumstances are neutral. Not all of them, but most of them are neutral. It is what it is. But what are the thoughts that you're taking about it? How is that thought then making you feel about it? What is the action now you want to take? And then looking at it, it's like, really, are those thoughts that you're having, are they factual? I mean, can you take them to court and they'll be like, yep, that's true. Most times it's not. Most times things are not going to, there's a scripture about about your thoughts, think of things that are true and lovely and, good report, if they have any praise. Where most thoughts, when they're intrusive like that, they don't even pass the truth test.
Yeah.
So if it's not true for over 1 million people, for millions of people, and it's not even a good one, then no. You're like, wait, where am I getting this from?
Yeah, that has to be very to learn how to pause in those moments and look at it how you're saying, and then ask yourself, where am I getting this from? Wow. I'm over here sitting thinking there's probably so many from that 8-year-old little girl that heard something back then that's still planted in today. That's amazing.
But that's why some people, they say they want to be healed, but they actually don't, because what is the secondary benefit?
Yeah.
So I've spoken to people where it's taking them longer, or they couldn't get the healing yet until they actually dealt with it, was because they made their whole identity around their sickness. They made the whole identity around that, or they made the whole business around that too. That's how they're getting their finances. Now, I'm saying that because you probably know people like that too. It's like, oh, they can get better if they do these other things. But there are secondary benefits that they're not even aware of. Who are they without that sickness? Or same thing with some subcultures. Who am I if, now I have to betray who my parents, how they groomed me. if I'm making more money than they are, and it's easier for me than it was for them, I'm betraying. And that's actually something that came up for me recently, that one of the things that God has been undoing in me is this performance. It's like, no, you are not going to get where I have for you through performing. You will only get it through my grace.
Yeah.
And so it was just like not doing a lot of things.
Yeah, and that has to be like, that almost has to be uncomfortable.
Like, oh, what do you
yeah.
mean?
Like in the beginning, because it's like, no, you almost feel like you have to earn it. You have to perform for it. It has to be a reward for like whatever that you're doing. And he's saying, no, just be.
Just be. You're going to learn. And that's part of the death of, people call it the ego, but it's really around just a belief system, right? It's like, well, this is what I've been groomed, that it was, blue collar, and you work really hard, and you do what you got to do. And God's like, no, I've already done it. Your act is obedience, and I decide the outcome. Wow. And I was like, what do you mean? Like releasing control of those things. Yeah. And that's the thing that he's been taking away from me. But one of the things that he showed me, and I was on a walk and just listening to some worship music and stuff, and all of a sudden it's just dropped. He's like, you don't want to make more money without working really hard, because you think you're betraying your parents. Wow. And you're dishonoring them by earning more by doing much less.
Wow.
And until you release that, you're not going to be able to receive everything I have for you, which is selfish, because it's not about the money thing. It's like there are people who are waiting for me. And until I step into who I am and release the parts of me that actually are not from his original design, now I am, the way he explained it to me is like, he's created people to be an answer to prayer. Like, right, this is an answer to prayer for somebody. Somebody's going to be able to tune into somebody, and they're going to get the answer, the hope that they need. Mm-hmm. But if we don't say yes to that, now we are hindering somebody else's progress. And it was the same thing with earning more. It's like, well, I already told you the projects that I want funded, and you're not letting me fund them, because now you think you're dishonoring your parents because you're not working as hard as they did in order to give you your sister.
Wow. That
was a hidden one.
Yeah. That's eye-opening, right there, because I wonder how many of us can sit. First of all, I wonder how many of us have actually just said, I'm going to sit here and try to, in who am I without all of those things that other people put on me? I mean, that alone is like, oh my gosh, where do you even begin? Where do you even start? And so is that like, that's kind of the work like that you help people filter through, isn't it? Like how to take your mind to clear out some of that stuff.
Yeah. So then, I ask them like those kind of questions. What's triggering you? Let's talk about your triggers. So sometimes if they hire me I have an opportunity where you just do it like through, Messenger or WhatsApp or something, because things would just come up. And I was like, literally, people will start to spiral, and it stops the spiral in 3 minutes. So it doesn't take that long, but it's just like being able to have that pause and the support of like, no, there's actually nothing's gone wrong. Let's slow it down enough to start breaking it down, and then you can make a decision. Because we don't make as many decisions as we would like to believe. I mean, we hear it. We know like 95% of the time things are automatic, and yet we're not doing the work to make our lives easier. So if you want to go and flow, you actually have to rewire your brain so that you're making the right 95% of the time. I was like, wow, that's better than Vegas. 95% of the time, your actions are going to be on point. Why wouldn't you? I call it the 1% model. So 1% is 1% or less of your day. 1% is 14 minutes and 40 seconds. So about 15 minutes. Wow. Most of my clients, they don't need that. They do like 7 minutes of rewiring, and they're ready to go. So what if you can do that for yourself? And, they were talking about compound interest before. I'm like, oh, that's like your own personal mutual fund, right? When you're doing things for yourself, how important that is. But what if you can do that for yourself 1% of the day, or whatever that is, right? Whether it's, doing those kind of models, just slowing down enough to journal, like what is the circumstance? What is the thought? What is the feeling that's coming up? The emotions? What does that making me want to do or not want to do? What are the results? Usually the results are the same as the circumstance. Like, I don't have any money in my account. That's making me feel bad about myself, you know, and now I feel bad because that I should be doing more. And the results is now I'm analysis paralysis. And what does that give me? Well, I still don't have the money in the account. But what if you take the same model and be like, what if the circumstance can stay the same, but my internal mechanism is different?
Yeah.
Then the results will be different.
Yeah.
But until you rewire, your brain is your AI. So it's like, oh, it's your internal AI. It's feeding back to you. People always talk about a mirror. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe that. I hate when people say everybody's a mirror of you. No, mm-hmm. I have nothing in common with the serial killer. Although sometimes I wonder because I watch a lot of Daylight. Right? And I don't have anything in common with people who are into maps. Not the folding kind, the one that's like predatory for children. Yeah. They're not a mirror of me, no thank you, mm-hmm. right? We are not a mirror of anybody. This bullshit. Yeah. But your brain is your mirror. It's like, what are you feeding it? It's going to mirror it back to you through your thoughts. Mm-hmm. Your feelings, it's just data. So if you're feeling bad about yourself, that's just data. Your negative thoughts, you're normal. Mm-hmm. And that's what I want people to remember. If you were having a lot of negative thoughts, like even my suicidal ones that I was having, that's normal mm-hmm. because of the thoughts that I was entertaining. Mm-hmm. And had I known that it was just because of the thoughts that I was entertaining, and by entertaining is like you're thinking them, you're accepting them, you're saying yes to them, they sound like wisdom. Mm-hmm. But anything that comes up that is not good for you, that is not good for people around you, those are not the thoughts that God is having toward you. They're not passing the truth test. And so now you can take control back. And that's probably the best piece of advice for hope that I have for you is that you're not broken. Yeah. You're just thinking things that are not the best for you. And when you start to change those things, it's a compound effect. It will change. Your feelings will change. But first, that's where you put your will. Mm-hmm. Because your will is only there to push you, to help you to make a decision in the moment. And then you make that quality decision and just say, you know what, this too will pass. This too will pass. And it will.
And for somebody that's listening and tuning in whenever they're going to catch this, what would you say is an indicator to somebody? Like, what if they just know something's off, or they're just not where they feel that they want to be? How do they know that this is the work that you actually should be doing to get out of that space? Like, how would somebody recognize that in themselves?
The best thing they can do is just say, you know what, I'm going to be a scientist for the next 3 to 7 days, mm-hmm. and start to write things down. And what's funny, what's coming up to me is like, I'm 52, right? So anybody who loves the Golden Girls, there was this one episode where if you haven't seen the Golden Girls, well, it's funny and it's still relevant 30 years later. You'll be surprised how good the writing is, right? But there's this one character, Dorothy, and she's known to be like the negative Nelly, right? Everything's always like, rah, rah. And she goes somewhere and she's like, well, this is stupid. With Rose, who's just like the naive, happy one. And the challenge was to write down every thought for the next 24 hours, every negative thought that comes up. And then she does this and she starts saying, she's like, oh my gosh, will you believe that I have all these negative thoughts? And we're like, oh, really? You do? And she's just like reading off the first page. And then she's like, I have pages. So just like, I don't want to sit here and read all your thoughts. But you'll be surprised of all the thoughts that you're having that are actually not what you want, what you say you want. So doing that internal audit and be like, I'm going to use my voice note recorder. And again, it's not for judgment. Yeah. It's for you to be able to say, where is this coming from? Yeah. Let me just keep on having, if you're not jotting it down, then how do you know? Yeah. Slowing down enough to be, even if you do it for one day, like today, and that's actually the fast that people talk about, fasting that breaks things. The fast that actually God talks about is the fast of stinking thinking. Mm-hmm. So if you go into a fast of stinking thinking, that's going to be the hardest fast. You're like, I would rather do food and water. This is very difficult. But if you do a fast of stinking thinking, even for 24 hours, allow the junk to come up, jot it down. Again, you're just being a scientist. It's like, wow, these are things that maybe you don't have to decide. You don't have to figure out right then and there where it's coming from, but just be aware that this is actually what's playing in the background. And now you're empowered because now you're able to see some evidence of like, this is some BS. I don't want, I don't want this manifesting and being an automatic thing for me to take action on.
And it could be things that are just so automatic, like you're not even aware. And so now to place intention around that, like you said, even for one day, could be eye-opening and could be the beginning of changing, you know, being able to make those changes forward. So you are absolutely amazing, like all the time. So if somebody wanted to reach out to you, maybe this intrigued them, maybe they're like, okay, I need to know more about this, or just how do I get started? Like, how would somebody do that if they wanted to get a hold of you?
I'm most active on Facebook, but you can go to yourgpsforsuccess.net, and toward the bottom it has my socials. You can reach out, just send me a DM and tell me that you found me through here, so that way I can, you know, I'm always up to a conversation and giving people tips and stuff in the DMs. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn are the best places to reach me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, my beautiful friend, for tuning in and sharing like all of this. Number one, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad that the 4 times through did not work, and that you are here to share like everything that you're doing. But I just love the way you bring this information to us, because it is very complex, but you simplify it down, and it just makes us want to like get better, be better. So
thank you for the opportunity. I love what you're doing here. I fully support you. And please, if you're in that space, do not take your life. You're beautifully, wonderfully made, and nothing has gone wrong. Reach out to me or somebody.
Yeah, I love that. Nothing has gone wrong. I tell you, I hear that in my head like so many times, and I'm like, there's Raquel again. Nothing has gone wrong. There's Raquel again. Nothing. So thank you for that gift, because it's like forever in there. All righty, my beautiful friend. I love you, and we'll see you soon. Okay.
Bye.
Oh, yes. That is like the one gold. Nothing has gone wrong. I hear that. Raquel said that once in a conversation, like, I don't know, a couple years ago. And it's just never left me. And I think it's something that we can all benefit from. Just nothing has gone wrong. All right. How are we doing? If you are there tuning in, please say hello. We will keep the party going. I want to get my thing back up here and see. Okay, there we go. I got 2 screens and computer, everything moving. So 5th annual Christmas in July 24-hour live stream-a-thon. We are approaching 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we are a couple hours in. We will be here through 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. So amazing, amazing. My next guest I have the honor of bringing on. She's one of my local girls, Miss Teresa Julerat. She was part of the Radiance event. She spoke her story, and just amazing. And it's been a minute. Since you and I have like had our dinner, our girls' night, and I just want to know like what you're up to. But you are here to bring a story of hope and inspiration. And if anybody can do that, girl, like you've got almost too many that you could pull from. So first, why don't you start by telling people who you are and where you're joining us from?
Hello, everyone. My name is Teresa Julerat, and I am joining you from Fort Wayne, Indiana, born and raised here. I'm just grounded, rooted in with family and just connections and just all of the people that I love here. Maybe someday I'll venture out elsewhere, but here I am.
Yep, here, and I'm right there too. Here I am. Maybe someday I'm going to venture out too, but here we are. So, So thank you so much for taking time to be here today. It kind of sounds like you like life is lifing for you still and all the things, but we are here to share some hope, and we each bring something different when we think of what hope looks like in our lives. And so we'll just start by asking, like, what does hope mean to you?
Hope it goes right along in parallel with faith. For me, hope sometimes feels unattainable. You know, there's life throws you a lot of curveballs, and there's sometimes where you lose hope along the way. And then insert the gentle reminders that hope is not lost, and you're surrounded by people that love you, and this is strength within yourself. Some of the things that you are thrown require you to dig deep and learn things about yourself that you never knew. My story involves a lot of loss, and this year alone I've had a lot of losses. I've lost dear friends. I just lost an uncle yesterday. So the journey continues. The most prominent loss for me was 6 years ago when I lost my son, Chris. And I lost him to fentanyl poisoning. And if the today me could go back to then, and I've learned a lot along the way, and I've grown not only as a woman, as a mother, as a person, but in my grief. It very well could have destroyed me, and it didn't. You talk to several parents that say, if my child were to ever leave me, take me too. There's no way that I could go on even a single minute. And that was me as well. I never imagined having to experience that and the throes of everything that goes along with it. And now to sit here before you 6 years later, and there's been other devastation along the way. I lost in January, the first week of January, right after the holidays, right when everybody starts their resolutions and they start focusing on goals and wellness. I narrowly escaped a house fire, and I lost everything that I own. And I'm in the rebuilding process. Thank goodness I had insurance, and I was covered well that way. But to be displaced and to lose everything that I was trying to build, my home was my sanctuary, was my sweet escape from reality. And after my son passed, I spent a lot of time at home. And now to no longer have that, I'm told that, how strong I am and how, you've gone through so much and you've lost so much. And I say, that it's nothing. Yes, I lost things. That does not compare to my child. So if I can get through the loss of my son, this fire is nothing. And I'm eagerly awaiting to return. But until then, I am in a season of waiting and patience and the witnessing the blessings along the way that I can still see.
I love that. I wanted to give you, full screen right there because, coming in at the start of this year, another level of devastation has, when we're thinking of hope, I remember at one time in my life saying that I felt like Rocky in the ring, that every time I feel like I'd finally get some strength in my footing, I'd get up and then boom, like another blow would just like knock me down and then I'd get up. How do you keep getting up?
I know who I am, and I know whose I am. And I know that my story did not end there. It very well could have, but it didn't. And just I've got grandkids, to set an example for. And just looking at the vision, my goals don't change. My vision of where I want to be has not changed. But within me, even with my house fire, if you were to drive by my fire today or my house today, it doesn't look that bad from the outside, but on the inside, it's a hot mess. And I kind of explain that like that's like me. I'm like my house. You can't tell on the outside that I've been through so much and I've had to rise up so many times and put the terrible behind me. But on the inside, there's been a lot of work happening there, and I'm proud of myself, and it just not giving up and just the resilience that I've built along the way. It's just, I see it but most importantly, I feel it.
And I love that you can say that you feel it. What is going on in your life today that is actually giving you hope for something for tomorrow?
Well, 6 years into my grief and again, losing everything, the dynamics have shifted a bit for me. I'm a lover. I sit in rooms that others are afraid of. I have conversations that others are too difficult to have. I don't shy away from them. I gravitate towards them. And it's exhausting, and it has taken a lot out of my soul. So this year, in the rebuild, I'm just looking for my happiness. I've poured so much of my time and energy into other people that have experienced the same losses that I have. And I want to set an example for myself. Like, my joy is out there and it's waiting for me to find it. And so I'm just making moves and I'm putting myself first. There's a lot of self-care going on over here. And this is a season of me. And that's very different than all the years past, because I've always put myself in the back seat. Everybody else has come first. And now this year, it's my turn.
Well, number one, I'm so glad to hear that. Yay. I mean, because at some point it has to be, or there's nothing left of you to even pour into others anymore. But do you feel, were you already on this part of the journey before the house fire, or do you feel the house fire kind of just like took everything down, that you're like, okay, like something's got to change, and it has to start with me? Were you already on the journey, or do you think the house fire kind of pushed you into it?
I was not on that journey. Okay. To be completely transparent with you, the last quarter of 2025 was bad for me and my mental health. I was in a point of my life where it felt like this is it. It's not going to get better than this. And I honestly, deep down, didn't know if I had the wherewithal to move forward. I didn't want to. I had lost the reasons, my purposes. Yes, I've moved mountains in 6 years, but my own mountain just felt like it just wasn't budging. The exterior was different than interior, and I was struggling. And I wasn't struggling to the point where I was going to self-harm or anything like that. But I had lots of conversations at the cemetery that I, just said, you know what, talking to my son, because, I go there at all hours of the night. You know what? I'm ready. So however, whenever, I'm ready to see you again. Everybody here will be fine. I'm ready for that reunion. And then the fire happened. And the fact that beyond the fire, the fact that my life was spared, the fact that I woke up and still had time, didn't have much time, but had time to scramble around and get myself and my 2 dogs out, and left everything else behind. All I had was my vehicle and my phone and my dogs. And having just, as the few days, those first few days were rough. I had to take myself to the ER because I had a lot of smoke inhalation. I thought I broke some ribs, and it was just bad times. And in those moments, I thought, you know what? Somebody could be planning my funeral right now. Or this is a day that I'm waking up that I almost didn't get a chance to experience. And I started looking at it more of a gift than ever before. And it was in those moments of healing through the fire that I realized, I reminded myself, I'm a fighter, and my story does not end here. And I need to thank God each and every day that I wake up for giving me more days.
Yeah.
I thought I was ready to be done and to throw in the towel, but by no means am I ready.
Yeah. Wow. And it's amazing that sometimes it has to take something like that, almost like God gives you a glimpse of what you may wish for, knowing that no, because that's not really the plan that I have for you. So that happened the start of this year. We're only going into July. Was your house was it able to be saved, or was it completely gone?
It was saved. I've got some good bones. My interior was taken down to the studs. And so now I get to put it all back together. And I'm not expected to be able to go back home until around October.
Okay.
So still I've got a few months to go, but it's going to be the nicest, most newest, emptiest home on the block.
I love that. So how have the conversations then changed as you have visited your son at the cemetery? How have the conversations changed since the fire, when you were first telling him, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to be with you? Have they changed?
They have, as we've talked over the years, my son was way more than the circumstances that claimed his life. And I have conversations with him every day. And, he was my best friend when he was here, and that has not changed. He knows everything. He knew everything about me then, and continues to be a very big instrumental part of my life. I just, in my conversations with him now, a lot of it is the same as if he were here, but now he knows that I'm not ready. Our reunion will come, it will happen, but we've got a lot of work to do until then. The lives that he's saved, and just sharing his story over the 6 years that he's been gone, it leaves behind a legacy that he's been a big part of a lot of other individuals' stories on why they're still here, and as well a big part of mine.
And if we can, because we don't know who's going to catch this or what they're going through, can you talk about just the journey that you've had with fentanyl? You've really pushed to bring the subject to the surface. You've really pushed to have some change happen, but there's still that stigma that hangs around things like that too. Can you actually just speak to the subject of fentanyl? Because I do feel people need to hear that, like parents and even young, people, everybody needs to hear more about it.
Yeah. Well, fentanyl is something that I had no idea it was out there 6 years ago.
Do you mind if I give you full screen on this part? Because I love when I hear you speak on it. Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't know what it was. And when I found my son unresponsive that morning, I thought he had a medical emergency. So I did all the things that I knew to do. I administered CPR. It was right at the brink of COVID. So I was not, they did regain a pulse that day, and I was not able to accompany him to the hospital, but I was standing by the phone just waiting to be told that I could come pick him up. And when the call came, that was very much not how the call went down. I was told that he had passed. And in those moments, not knowing how, because that's the first question everybody wants to know is, how did he pass? I didn't know, and I didn't want to label him until I knew what claimed his life. So when the toxicology result in the autopsy report came back, and I started reading, he had over 10 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system, I had no idea what it was. So I reached out to members in the community who could help educate me. And I found out very quickly that it was claiming other lives in our community, and I was not alone. And my first question was, why isn't everybody talking about this? If this is killing our kids, why isn't somebody doing something about this? And I remember a very distinct day in my sunroom, one of those days where I was living in the terrible and just screaming out to God, why my son? Why not somebody else's son? Why does it have to be mine? And what is going to be done? And why can't somebody do something? And I heard a voice, and again, it sounded like my son, but again, when you're in deep in grief, your mind plays very mean tricks on you, and you don't really know. It could have been God, it could have been my son, it could have been my complete imagination, but I heard the words, why not you? Why not you? Who loves people enough? Like, go out there and do something. You're somebody. Maybe you're the somebody that can help. So in those days, I decided to get up and do something. And that same year, I went to Washington, D.C., and there was a rally that was being held by other families that were experiencing the same. And the rally was held in front of the Chinese embassy in DC. And the message that was being sent at that time was all of these drugs that they're not pharmaceuticals, they're synthetic drugs, they're being made in labs, and these pills and poisons and drugs are being shipped into our country, they're getting into our borders, and they're feeding into all of our neighborhoods and communities, into the hands of our children. These are things that I didn't know, and these are things that I learned along the way. So I was already an advocate in our community, and so we expanded our mission to support families of fentanyl poisoning. And it's very important to call them poisonings because these are very different from overdoses. I have said my son has overdosed. I have said that in the past, just in conversation, because a lot of people don't have the time or even the attention to stop and listen to my story. Well, it's a poisoning, and I learned that there's other drugs out there that are even worse. And just as part of this advocacy and sitting in rooms with these families, it's hundreds in our community alone, hundreds of thousands if you add up everybody across our country. So again, advocacy didn't stop there. I was invited to come and speak in front of Congress and share my son's story there in hopes to get some laws changed. Because if the change is going to happen, it's going to happen from the top. And I feel like I was used as a vessel for that and to help bring forth that change. Fast forward to now, in Indiana and various states around our country, there are laws in place where if you get caught dealing a drug and it results in a death, that's a felony, and you could be charged with that. And not only will that help save lives and help get drugs off of our streets, it will help instill deterrence. And it also, it helps honor our children that had succumbed to such a drug. There's been lots of other things. Those are just small mountains that I was able to do just as me as a mom. And I've shared with you in the past that in order for change, this level of change to happen, it is going to come from the families. It's going to come from the mothers, the fathers, the siblings that have lost in this way. And we are an army. We are an army. We are a force to be reckoned with. And now fentanyl is all over the news. It's a household name in the fact that the awareness is out there. And again, I talked about the lives that are being saved. Recovery is possible. I have very good friends that are in the recovery community that I've learned a lot from. Just because you experience and you're suffering from addiction doesn't mean that you lose hope and that your future ends there. Their recovery is possible, and I've seen it. I've very good friends, are very good role models in the community and just to know that there's that glimmer of hope for those individuals that are struggling. Addiction was foreign to me. I don't have any addictions in my family. And so learning and just being in the trenches and just being a part of such a giant movement has meant the world to me. I don't, with everything else going on in my life currently, I haven't advocated as much. We do have an event that we're planning in August that is a overdose awareness rally that we've done every year. And this year I'm getting help from some local teens in the community that they reached out and they want to help. They want to be a part of the solution because they themselves have been in the midst of the problem, whether they've lost family members or even parents, or maybe they lived in a home, grew up with addictions. There's an army of kids in our community that are ready to stand up and raise their voices and help be vessels within their own, amongst their peers. So everything that has transpired in 6 years is nothing short of beautiful. It has been hard to get to this point, but again, we're all in this together. Getting the support of other families that have experienced the same. There's that unspoken understanding. And I have built so many friendships with moms. I gravitate to the moms, not leaving the dads out, but my heart is with those moms. And I've built so many good friendships with women that were once strangers to me. And now they're pretty much stuck with me. And we're in this together. And so it's been quite the journey.
And I love that the young ones are coming forward and wanting to be a part of this. I think from that perspective, they're looking at the friends they're losing and, it's hitting them in a whole nother, way. And so, if somebody's tuning in and they're in our area and they want to know more about what you're doing in August, is there a specific way for them to reach out to you, or is it just a message, or how would they do that?
Feel free to message me on Facebook. You can send me a private message. You can that's the best way to get a hold of me, and I will share contact information with you as an individual. We'll set up time to talk. Maybe there's somebody in another state that wants to know, how can I advocate in my area? I'm a part of a 501c that we're here locally. I have been asked in other communities, where did you start? How can we build that same army that you have there in Fort Wayne, Indiana? How can I bring that here? Or here's some ideas. Can we meet and I can throw them at you and you can tell me, what has worked for you in your area, maybe what hasn't worked. I will be happy to set time aside for you and just help you with any idea or any way that you yourself want to take this further. I'm here to support you.
I love that. And being that, maybe somebody's catching this that knows me but doesn't know Teresa, feel free to reach out to me and I can connect you guys however we need to do this. But I just appreciate every time that it's been amazing to watch this journey with you from the very first year of having you come on and talk about this into where you are now. And just also knowing that on this journey that you keep pushing through. I mean, it doesn't mean that life stops and it's a clear runway. You're still pushing forward while bricks are still crumbling, from on top of you. And so just from the bottom of my heart, I just want you to know that I love you and I have mad respect for you. And I'm always in your corner because from the outside, girl, you're looking good.
Thank you.
but if that hot mess is still going on inside, then we need another girls' night.
It's getting better. And thank you. I mean, I couldn't be more proud of you and all the work that you do. And it's such an honor to sit here on this 24-hour Stream-a-thon, and you were out here doing wonderful things. And I'm here for you. I'm one of your biggest fans.
Love you, girl. Thank you so much for tuning in with us, and prayers out to you and your family on the passing of your uncle yesterday. So
Thank you so much.
Okay. Love you.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Right.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Yes, everyone. So Teresa is absolutely amazing, and the journey that she has gone through from the loss of her son to the loss of her home. There's just so much being rebuilt, over these years. But if you are curious or interested in knowing more about number one, the local event that is coming up, or even just needing to discuss, maybe someone who has lost someone to fentanyl, or just want to have a conversation around that. If you want to reach out to me for the connection to Teresa, that is fine. I'm here to do that, or just reach out to her directly. But that's what we're here for, right? That's what we're here for. So as we continue to move on, my next guest, we're going to have two people join us in the beginning, and then we will have just me and him. This is going to be a different type of story of hope. We are going to be hearing from a young man who has gone through a leukemia journey of his own. And from his perspective, I want him to be able to share a story of hope and inspiration, but we're going to bring both him and his mom up. I'm going to welcome Dominic Durnell and Christina Ray Durnell. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, Dami.
You hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you guys for being here. So, Dami, before you and I get into our conversation, I want to ask your mom, Christina, just a couple questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, Christina, thanks for being here. And for those that might know, you're my cousin, and Dominic is your son, my family too. But from a mom's perspective, earlier today, we've heard from a couple moms who have gone through a cancer journey. But I just want to hear from your perspective, learning of Dominic's condition, right around Christmas last year?
Yeah. So it was, he was diagnosed on January 3rd, 2025. So he had been feeling very ill the whole month of December in 2024. So we finally got some answers, because I kept pushing it, because they kept testing him for everything, like flu, COVID, strep. There was just everything, and it was all coming back negative. And I knew something wasn't right, because Dominic's a spunky kiddo, and he was not his normal spunky self. So we kept pushing, and then they did finally do a blood test and got the blood work results back, and we finally could pinpoint what was the diagnosis of B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
Okay. And then from there, things just moved full speed ahead.
Correct. We went into the oncology office at like 9:30, 10 a.m. that morning of January 3rd. And then we were on our way to Riley Children's Hospital by 6 p.m. at night.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Dami some questions, and then I'll pull you back on so that we can talk about kind of what other parents might need to know if they're just thrown into this type of scenario. And I know you and I have talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. We'll do this. Okay. So Dominic, why don't you tell everybody where you're joining us from and how old are you?
I'm Dominic Durnell. I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I'm 12 years old.
12 years old. So Dami, let's talk about how you have felt from the moment that you found out you had leukemia. Can you tell everybody listening how you felt in that moment?
Well, first of all, like my mom was saying, the end of November, about I would say 2025, around Thanksgiving, that's when I started not really feeling the best. So like from there on all the way till January and all, it really was hard for me, because like I like hanging out with my friends and stuff, and it was so hard for me just to be so down, and it was hard for me to sleep at night. I really had heart problems, like heart beating fast and stuff. I have massive headaches. And
so you just knew you weren't feeling good. Were you tired, and were you just kind of tired of feeling yucky?
I would say, yeah, the whole time I was like, I barely even did anything. I was just scrolling through my phone, sleeping all day, and then that's when my mom realized, obviously I have way more energy than that. I'm usually outside, being active, and so she was on it and wanted me to get tested. So we went in the first time, and they just tested me for like she said, like flu, coronavirus and stuff, and everything came back negative. And so then on, it kept on getting worse. So my mom just one of my mom's friends, aunt, she's a nurse, and she suggested to get blood tests because I was so white and pale. And I got a blood test, and January 3rd is when that morning I went into the oncology clinic, and that's when I found out that I had leukemia.
And so while you're finding all of this out, and then you're like headed to all these doctors and the hospital and all this like new stuff, did you have time to like be afraid, or were you still kind of like, what's going on?
I would say both. That part was just processing it, because in my mind, I know that a lot of people die from cancer, so I was really scared about that. I told my friends. They were like, "Whoa, really? Are you kidding?" And then I said it was real. Then that's when everything started. My mom made a page, and then that's when my whole journey started. I would say I was just I was so into the moment, I couldn't even think about it. That same day I just came home, I burst down crying because my aunt was there, and that's when I actually thought about it really well.
So what, as you've gone through some of the tests, because I know that you've had to, do so many different things. Was there ever a time that you felt like, I'm losing hope here? Because today we're talking all about hope in ways that people can keep the faith and keep going. So was there ever a point that you just kind of felt like, I don't even want to do this anymore, there's too much going on? Did you ever feel like that?
Many times.
Many times.
And I would like to say, at the very beginning, it was so hard for me that sometimes I felt like I didn't even want to be in the world anymore. And that's when my mom was starting to help me more, and I figured it out, and I started praying more, going to church more, and then that's when I figured out that Jesus chose me and that I could get through this. But yeah, I would say last year it was probably, I felt like that a lot of times.
And I think I want to thank you for sharing that, because when you say Jesus, Jesus chose you. And so that's why you were on my heart to bring on here today, because you are brave enough to talk about it. And sometimes people might feel like they're really alone going through a situation, and you did lean on God. You did lean on your faith. How has that changed your life? Has Jesus made you feel better?
Well, I would say yes. When I was at home all day, it was so hard. Every day I would just be watching TV. My doctor said I can't really go anywhere because my immune system was so low. If I go out in public, I would get sick, and it wouldn't be good. So what I would do is I would read the Bible, talk to God during my time at home. Probably for 3 months I was at home and I couldn't do anything really. I couldn't go out to eat, so we did a lot of door dashing. And so yeah, that's what I did, just watching my TV and learn more about God, because there's plenty of time to do that when you just sit at home. So
yeah, absolutely. And what about your friends? Were you able, because you probably had to stop going to school for a while, huh?
Oh yeah, I did the first half of 5th grade, and then on Christmas break, obviously that's when I found out. So I couldn't go back until the start of 6th grade. So that whole year, I would, for friends wise, everyone would sometimes I would just have to call and play video games with them, because I couldn't see them because my immune system. But eventually I got to see most of them in July last year, in 2025. I had a party, early party for my birthday, and I invited all my friends. So
I bet that was fun to be able to have everybody back together.
It was. And I would and also it would be so hard. It's so hard mentally, because I'm so used, usually before I had cancer, every weekend I would just have sleepovers. So it's so hard to like not do anything with your friends and just sit back, watch them. Everyone makes TikToks about and posts about their spring break last year, and I felt bad because I didn't get to go anywhere. That's just the hardest part, is just sitting back and watching everyone else have fun while you sit inside.
Yes. Now, and I can't imagine that would be really hard. And I'm sure there were probably a lot of times you wanted to just sit and cry, because I know that I probably would if I saw everybody having a great time and I knew that I couldn't be there. Have you, when you've gone into the hospital for treatments and stuff, have you made any friends with anyone going through this that's been at the hospital at the ssame time as you?
If you can,
do you ever get a chance to like meet any of the other kids that are there?
I mean, not really, because like they want to be spread apart, so they don't. Yeah, and also I would say, if this counts, I made friends with a lot of my nurses. So.
Well, that counts. That says a lot, and that's great that the nurses are there to answer questions. Was everybody very open to explaining to you like what some of the tests were going to be like, or what you would be feeling like? Were they all trying to keep you informed on what was going on?
So since it's a children's clinic, there is a very much child specialist, and they are so great there because they like go on their computer and like simulate it as the like coolest way possible. Like they put it on paper and try to make you feel less worried, and it helped me a lot. So they would explain it really well.
Well, that's good. And are you the type? Do you ask a lot of questions?
Oh yeah, 100%. A lot of people.
You ask a lot of questions. So what are some things that are happening in your life today that you're really excited about?
Well, this year I started in about this January. I started chemo pills, so that means I won't have to go in every week. Okay. So I take chemo pills every night, and then every 3 months I go in back for a spinal tap for my back and stuff to make sure it's doing good. And every other 4 weeks I go to get an antibiotic. So basically I feel pretty back to normal. So I would say I can do more things now. I could go outside, I could go in public, because my immune system boosted a lot since last year.
Good.
Very happy about I could go sleepovers, friends, and right now currently my family's over from Mexico, so that's very happy.
Oh, very, very nice. And one of the things I got, since I was like blessed to be able to see you not too long ago, your hair is coming back, and it's coming back almost a different color, right?
Yeah, and a different texture. It was very blonde like my dad's, and it was very straight. And now it's coming back darker and almost like natural highlights, and kind of like darkish. And it's also, the texture is curly, wavy. So
how's that? How does that feel when you're able to see it and it's like different than what you've always had?
I would say I never liked my straight hair. Same with my brother. We both have straight hair. Mm-hmm. That's why he got a perm a long time ago. That's why it gets textured, powder, and whatever. So I would say we don't like straight hair. So I'm very happy that I got it back naturally without straight hair.
That's very cool. You're kind of digging it. So Dami, a couple more questions. If somebody is watching this, maybe a mom is watching this who has her kid is kind of going through your journey, or maybe somebody young is watching this on YouTube or it comes across, what kind of message would you share that gives them some hope to keep going and to not give up? What would you want to tell them?
For parents, I would say just like, if you need to talk to someone, because I remember my mom was struggling with that. She kept on stressing, and eventually I'm glad that she gets to talk to Jesus and my grandma. She talks to my grandma a lot about it. And for kids, just stay strong and just do the things you love that doesn't cost too much energy. Like, for example, when I was sitting at home all day. I played my favorite video games. I watched my favorite shows. I get my favorite foods. So you could still do some of the things you love, but just stay hopeful and like don't lose hope at all, because you know the doctors do their best and they'll do good and help you out.
I love that. And one more question for you before I ask your mom some questions. You wrote a book at some point. Can you kind of share with people a little bit about that? What inspired you to write?
Well, I actually haven't done it yet, but like I got like some of the pages in my mind, because I'm not gonna fully publish it until I'm fully done, which is next May, or actually the next end of April. And what it's about is like I just want to, the message for my book that I want to write is like to have hope and just pray a lot. Doesn't matter what religion, just pray and just have hope. Trust in your doctors. Don't be rude, because I remember sometimes I was very rude to my doctors because, you know, I'd gone through so much and like I just couldn't take it anymore. Yeah. But they try their best. And if you're trying to let out your anger, just do it into a pillow, or just do it in your mind. Just don't do it at other people, because that's one mistake that I would regret and take back. So
that's a huge lesson, honestly, that you're sharing with all of us. When you have that anger, and we all have anger for different reasons, but what a way to that reminder, don't take it out on someone else, but still get it out. Whether you got to shout in your pillow or punch your pillow or something, get it out.
Also, I'd like to say, if you need to talk to someone, talk to someone. Don't do things that you don't want to do, and just talk to someone. If you need to talk to someone, talk to someone. Especially if all your feelings are inside of you and you want to express to your parents or just anyone, just talk to someone. Because I realized I always held my emotions in until I started talking to my grandma. For me, my grandma is the best person to talk to, but whoever is the best person to talk to, you talk to them.
Oh, that's amazing. And I think that that's an important message for everyone, is just to know that you have to talk to somebody to get it out. I love that. Do you mind if I bring your mom on now and ask her a couple questions?
Yeah, you can bring her on.
Okay. Goodness, here. All right. All right. How does that make you feel, Mama, to see such a well-spoken young man who's getting me all choked up?
Very proud. Hey, Dom, she was talking about the book you wrote about Adrian, I think. Was that what you were about?
Yeah, that one that he wrote, but that I also know, like, we are going to probably, I'll help him publish the next one. But yeah, you did write a book for Cousin Adrian.
Yeah, I remember that. That was in like 3rd grade for young authors. And I remember at the time, that was when Adrian, around that time, that's when he died. So I was just very inspired to do a story about him, because I know that was a very important person for my mom. So I wanted to write a story about him.
Well, you're doing an amazing job. And you are an inspiration to a lot of people who are going through a difficult time right now. So I want to ask your mama, because I know that we've talked about this, the shock that comes that quickly, and not really having the resources of people telling you like what to expect, what to do next, like any of it. Can you kind of take us back to that time?
Yeah. So I think a lot of times, and I mean, I've kind of talked to some other moms when this has happened, like you just have to just turn into a whole nother person. It's like a different mode as a mom. You know, obviously we take care of our children, we help guide them, teach them. And when your child is diagnosed with cancer, it's a whole nother experience. Like I can't explain. Other cancer moms and dads, they know. But it was hard and overwhelming, because Dominic went from taking 0 medications to, I think one day at Riley, he had to take up to 16 pills.
Wow.
And he never knew how to take pills. And I mean, this was so stressful watching him struggle. I mean, they tried so hard. They were helping him. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it was their fault, and it's not his fault. But if I could go back now, I would just ask more questions about things to make it easier for a kid, because kids aren't used to taking 16 pills.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't think anybody is. I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
you know.
for one minute, if I could join in for about that.
Yeah.
That was so hard for me because I've never, that was probably the first time I've taken a pill, and the first time they were giving me 6. So every time I would do it, I would just gag it out, like spit it out, because it's like, I'm not used to that. They're trying to give me it in like huge pudding bites, but like that doesn't really help. And then eventually they had to crush it up and put it in a drink for me, which that was not the best, because my mom picked green apple, which is
so sorry, Dom. He's never going to have green apple Gatorade ever again.
I believe it. I believe it. It's like probably, you know, every time you even think of drinking it, you're like, no, not going to happen.
Well, I don't even like green apple, but it's sour. But like, what makes it worse is all the pills crushed up is probably the sourest thing I've ever had in my life. And so that together is not the best. I kind of remember that, but I remember.
That's what I mean by asking more questions, because I just was in like this whole new mode that I hadn't experienced before. And I'm like, well, they're telling us we have to do this. Obviously, we're going to do anything we are told to do, because we want to save our child and we want him to get better. So I would have just asked more questions about how can we make this easier for him. This isn't the first kid who's gotten this diagnosis. This isn't the first kid who can't take 16 pills. So I think it was 3 days into this, I finally was like, there's got to be something. Can we crush these pills? Honestly, I don't even know if it was just me who asked that, or if another nurse, or maybe it was the other mom next door who heard Dominic crying through the walls, because she was in there with her 16-year-old daughter at the time. And we connected. And, you know, everybody just wants the best for your kids. You want them to get well, but you also don't want to see them struggle through that. Another struggle a lot of times was him getting his port accessed. So the port is underneath, kind of by his heart area, and they do that so that they don't have to poke them every single time they draw blood, because in the beginning they were drawing blood pretty much every day.
Wow. So as a mom, or you know, even just a parent, like, and you're pushed into all of this like immediately, how do you take care of yourself, like knowing that you have to still run a household, maybe have a job, maybe you have other kids? Like, how do you, for your own mental health, when you probably can't even process what's really happening because you're already pushed into go mode? Like, how did you cope with all of that?
It's kind of a blur, to be honest. I did have to keep my job. So I teach junior high Spanish, and thank God I have the community at school. Our principal, our assistant principals, all my coworkers, they helped me get through it. There was a gal who covered my classes for Monday through Wednesday, Laura Zimmerman. If you're watching, thank you so much. She was a godsend, because she knew that this happened to Dominic, and she has a degree in Spanish, and she reached out to the school, and somehow she chose to cover those classes because she's had cancer touch her family directly. And I know she just wanted to try to ease the burden for me. So that was cool to have somebody to deal with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The kids got to know her, and then I'd come in Thursday, Friday. But there was a lot of times I was in hospital rooms with Dominic on my computer, trying to hear what the nurses are saying, trying to get him to calm down. So I got to be honest, cousin, it's kind of a blur. A lot of the blur. I just had to do it.
I can't imagine. And so Dami, you have an older brother. So how did that kind of work? Like, how was he with you? Did he ask you questions, or was it kind of, since he was in his own classes and stuff, like how did the cancer feel like between you guys as brothers?
I would say he didn't ask that much questions, but I would say like I definitely could tell that deep down he knows that he couldn't do as much with me. And I know that the first time I saw him in Riley, we both started crying because he couldn't come in and see me. So like we were just like looking at down the hallway. So that was pretty hard for him and me. And the first time I got home, he was really excited and all, but I kind of felt bad because like my parents were like, chill out for him. So
you got to kind of ease into it a little bit.
But like he was definitely sad he couldn't see me for a whole week. and other times, thankfully, he could visit. But like, I would say definitely he probably was so used to not seeing me so much. I wonder. I mean, I don't really ask him how he feels, but
Yeah.
I would say that would be hard to not see your brother
Yeah.
every day.
And
I
so,
felt
go ahead.
I felt some guilt from that too, because I felt like I didn't have the time that I usually have for both of my kids. So that was rough. I do want to say my husband was, we couldn't have done it without each other, because he made sure Dylan had everything that he needed. And then obviously Dom needed me where I would have to be at the hospital or the clinic. So Kyle stepped up, and I'm really proud of us as parents and a couple.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. It was a whirlwind. As a mom, how does it make you feel to hear Dami talk about his faith in Jesus growing through this whole experience?
Well, I thought it was so cool because he had put a Bible on his Amazon wish list when he was in the beginning of this. And a parishioner from St. Charles, I think, is the person who actually ended up buying it for him or gifting it to him. And I don't even know some of these Bible passages. He was highlighting things. He was reading daily devotionals. I almost feel like because of him, it helped me. Like him doing those things kind of helped me through it too.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? So
I could show you it if you want me to.
Yeah, you can grab it. We can see it.
I customized it with my name on it. It says,
that's awesome.
It was probably not the best decision to get white, but fine.
Hey, but at least you have it, right? I see it.
And I would highlight, if you could see.
Yes.
I would
You
highlight
different color highlights.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's very precious. That's a very precious Bible for you now.
Yes. It is.
That's beautiful. So Christina, what would you say so you created a group, to share the journey, like day by day by day. And what day are you on right now?
We're like on 551 or 552. It's been so crazy the last few days. Or like Dominic said, we have family here, but yeah, I can't believe we're like at 550 days of this.
Yes.
It just blows my mind.
Yeah. And it's been amazing to be included and updated on the journey. But what would you tell any parents that are facing news like this from the get-go that gives them hope right now?
Well, definitely just listen to your oncologist, listen to what they have to say. As soon as you hear those words, it breaks your heart. Like
I have something to say about that. My back to where my sibling is. My brother would like to say something real quick.
Oh, okay. Do we got Dylan there?
Yeah.
Hey, Dylan, how are you?
Sorry, I just got out of the shower. I'm good, but I just wanted to say I was listening to what Dominic said, and it was definitely hard because I remember when I first found out, I was sleeping in my bed actually, and my dad walked into the room, and obviously I was already woken up kind of suddenly, so I was kind of startled, and the first words I hear is your brother has cancer, and obviously hearing that while first waking up, that's something hard to hear just by itself, but when you first wake up and hear that, it's oh my gosh, there's I just didn't know how to react. So
well, you probably almost wonder, am I dreaming right now? Is this a dream, right?
So yeah, that was the beginning, but kind of over time, I'll be honest, I was kind of jealous seeing all the gifts he got, but just knowing that what he was going through, I knew that he deserved it because going through cancer is really hard. So there's definitely blessings that came out of it as well, though, like the pool in our backyard. He got a PlayStation for his room. Just gifts that came from him having cancer definitely well. But as a brother, it was definitely hard seeing my little brother struggle, but that's just the main point that I kind of had to say. But
No, I appreciate it. Can I ask you one more question before you
Okay.
pass it off?
Yeah.
Were there ever any nights like that when he was in the hospital and it was just you and your dad at home? Were there ever any nights where you like would talk to God and ask him like how did it be him and not me? Or did you ever have like those kinds of thoughts running in your head?
Not really what you said. I
Mhm.
definitely talked to God. I prayed that he would get better.
Mhm.
More so not I didn't really make it about me. I was trying to make it more about him and that he would get better. Recently in like December, I actually started a TikTok page dedicated to reading Bible verses, talking about God. It wasn't necessarily connected to Dominic having cancer, but it's just, having a TikTok account about God and stuff. So
Is that still up right now?
yeah, it's still up. I haven't
Oh,
posted on it in a while, but I definitely want to get back into it. Just
well, share that. Be sure to have your mom share that.
yeah,
Like, I would want to follow it.
uh-huh.
I mean, I think that's really cool. I think
Yeah.
that's really cool for you guys as teenagers to share your faith.
Yeah,
That's big.
it's really good because my one of my good friends, he also just recently started a Bible account. I think it's good that more and more teens are getting closer to God. I think it's
I
really
agree.
I agree too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Mama, oh my God, I got like a big old lump in my throat because I absolutely like love everybody and the messages that they're sharing here. But yes, as a mom, just how are you feeling through this whole thing? Because we know sometimes God works in mysterious ways and you don't ever look at wanting to go through something so tragic, but to know that God is present in your lives and you feel the love. I mean, how are you feeling just as a mom?
Well, when this is all over, I'm gonna have like, I don't know. I'm probably gonna let it all out.
Yeah.
I feel blessed and grateful to my family, the community, and Dominic for helping me get through it with him. I mean, honestly, he's such a strong little guy. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah.
Very proud of him. And the other parents, and if you're starting this journey, know you're not alone. There are people to help you. There are a lot of resources for cancer kiddos, pediatric cancer patients. Listen to your social workers at the clinics. They can help you ask questions. There's never you can never ask too many questions.
Yes.
And stay strong.
Yep. I love that. All right, Dami, is there any last thing that you want to share? Because we got some time.
I'd say I'd like to give a shout out to my grandma for doing so much. She was like the second mom for me because when my mom had to go in or do dance, she would come over to watch me. And she's probably gone to the clinic with me about 30 times, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
He goes with me a lot too, just like my mom. And I know it was hard for my dad too because he had to work all day. And I know he couldn't spend time and come to the clinic really that much. So I bet that was hard for him. And I just want to say thanks to my grandma. Like I said, I talked to her about a lot of stuff, and she's a very, very welcoming person. She doesn't ask questions; she just listens. So that's what I like. And I'd like to say, just have hope and don't give up, because I lost hope and I almost wanted to give up, but I got encouragement from my mom, my grandma, my family, and the page my mom makes. There's a lot of encouragement from that, and my family's here. A lot of more encouragement every week.
And that is like the best thing that we can all give each other is just that love and encouragement, because life can be hard. And as long as we know that there's always someone there and people to listen, that's like the main thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to say thank you both, for
You're
coming on here, because you are a special, well, both Dylan and Dami, you guys are special young men. And Christina, I know that you've been holding it together. And I just want you to know I love you, cousin. So
love you too.
All right. I'll let you guys get back to your day. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Tell Aunt Pause I said hi.
I sure will. She might be watching on YouTube right now, so you can say hi.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Oh my goodness. That was like absolutely amazing. let me like kind of dab my eyes a little bit. And I just knew like Dominic is such a brave and strong young man. And to watch this journey, it's just the reminder that I remember we had gotten together as a family like Christmas Eve, and they didn't know yet. He just still wasn't feeling well. And she had mentioned, just more tests and nothing's coming back, showing anything. And the fact that as a mom, she knew something's not right. Keep pushing, keep fighting for the answer. If you're not happy with what the doctors are telling you, and in your gut something is still not right, keep pushing, because had she not done that, it could be very different. So I love the fact that they were here to be able to share with us today. So as you guys are there, I want to share, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Tish. We've got Teresa was on here. It looks like Yada might have been on here. So thank you guys. As you're tuning in, please let us know where you're tuning in from. Please share this out. We are a couple hours in. This is still segment 1. And we will be breaking these into 4 segments. So that way everybody knows like where we're at. So once we get done with segment 1, we are going to log off, and then we will start the next segment, because Facebook boots you off after so many hours. But what I'm going to do, because it looks like we have some time, I'm waiting for our next guest to come on now. We're live, so whether something popped up and they're not able to make it, we do still have some time. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is like play our song. Everybody get up, dance, stretch, grab a snack, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, myself included. But we're going to dance for a little bit, and then when we come back, I will just see what else we talk about from there. So here we go.
There was a night I thought would never end. Silence in the room, louder than my breath. Somewhere in the dark, a spark kept whispering, this isn't where your story stops. Little by little, the light came back, not all at once, just enough for the next step. Come stand in the circle of hope. Let the rhythm move your soul. No more carrying the night alone. If you're searching for a sign tonight, Navidad llegó in July. Different stories, different scars, different prayers under different stars, but the rhythm pulls us together, and suddenly the broken feel strong. One voice becomes two, two voices become a sound, and the sound becomes fire, spreading all around. Come stand in the circle of hope. Feel the heartbeat in the room. Hands in the air like we made it through. If you're searching for a sign tonight,
All right. I hope you got up and got moving. That was just absolutely amazing. Like, honestly, it really, really was. And I just felt it in my heart to hear what Dami had to say, because I just knew that his view on this journey and his faith and all of that, and even Dylan is my godson. We need to hear from young men on faith and how God plays a role in their lives. And so that just really meant a lot to me. So we are going to be moving into our next guest, but we are going to give it just a few minutes. I actually asked him if he could come on a little bit early, because our middle guest, I think, just must have had something come up. It happens. We're in real life. So let's talk a little bit about hope from my perspective. While we're waiting, I look at hope as help one person every day. And I've heard people say, hold on, pain ends. And it's just however you need to look at it. Hope is just one of those things that we all need in our lives to simply keep on going, because it's not easy. We're met with more trials and difficulties than we'd like to admit sometimes. And to me, to know that we are here for our 5th annual 24-hour live stream-a-thon. And let me tell you, 5 years ago, I wasn't almost 52. It might be harder for me to pull off 24 hours, but we're doing it. But we are here because there was an opportunity in my life that could have stayed really dark year after year after year. And so if you are tuning in and you might not know that little bit of my story, and I'm not going to go into it too deep because we are here for a celebration, but the reality is that we wouldn't be here if I hadn't become a widow on Christmas Eve of 2018. And so when you're faced with turning the machines off and watching your husband take his last breath, and then you go home on Christmas Eve day and you're still a mom of 2 sons, and there's no Christmas in sight, no food in the refrigerator, no Christmas music, no holiday treats, no gifts under the tree, just no Christmas in sight. That was probably one of the worst times in my life, and I will never forget it. Being, grieving loss and having that responsibility of shutting machines off, that was huge on one level. But then feeling like a failure of a mom because it's Christmas time and there's no joy. There was no laughter. There was just nothing but numbness and cold and quiet. And my sons had to absorb that as well. So it was a really, really dark time in my life. And one kind gesture, one of my friends messaged my sister at the time and said, "Is there anything I can do?" And all my sister said was, "We don't have any food and it's Christmas Eve. If you could just bring a sandwich or something." And she went to Cracker Barrel and got a whole hot Christmas meal, turkey, mashed potatoes, all the sides. And I will just never forget that gift. And so knowing those little things that mean they make such a big difference in your life is why we're here. If we can share our stories of hope, if we can share, those messages that help you just keep going and know that it will get better, then it will have made all of that experience that I went through worth it. And that's why we're here. So I'm honored to bring on our next guest. Like I said, I messaged him and said, "Hey, can you come on here just a few minutes early? Because I don't think people need to hear me talk for a whole nother half hour." And so Mr. Jamal Cottrell, we have been in contact with each other for a couple years, and then actually just really connected this past year. And let me tell you, the work that he is doing in this world for men's mental health, bringing tough subjects to the surface. We just started a series on his show Silent No More. It's called the Narcissist Series, and we bring tough topics to the screen. Like, I am honored to bring him on, and so let's do that right now. Hello, Mister. Thank you for jumping in and showing up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's kind of raining out here in Texas. Weather's kind of nasty, but it's good.
That's good. So tell people, you said Texas. What part of Texas are you joining us from?
Joining from San Antonio.
San Antonio. Let's go. So this is your first Christmas in July. So you're like, what the heck is this? What are you doing? Right? And we stay on for 24 hours, but this is purely a time for you to have an opportunity to take something difficult that you've been through and give somebody hope, somebody that is tuning in. And I know you talk a lot on men's mental health. So we'll dive into some subjects, but I also first want to say thank you for your service, because you were in the military, and I want to make sure to honor that too. Will you tell people what branch you served in?
I retired from the Air Force 2018. Did 20 years.
Okay. So I always just thank you for your service. So where do we want to dive in?
I have no idea. I'm new to this. So let's just get it in. Let's do it.
Okay. So then I'm going to first, let's bring up your show, Silent No More, that you really want to bring a focus around men's mental health. Can you explain why?
Yeah, 2025 was a rough year for me, ending it out, and I found myself at some difficult times, and I didn't have anybody to talk to. You know, one of those things that people always say, you know, check on your strong friends, but it's cliche, but people really never do it. So, you know, I find myself always looking out for people and trying to provide, you know, some type of advice or guidance. And then when I was in a situation when I needed it, I didn't have anybody. Mm-hmm. So I thought about it, you know, kind of reflected on it, and it was like, well, if I'm going through this, and I like to help people out all the time, you know, what is people similar to my situation? What are they probably going through? And then what are people going through out there that probably just don't have anybody to talk to, period. And so that just kind of led me on that journey.
So as you started that journey, did it help you in being there for others, or did you actually find someone that you could go to?
Actually, I didn't find anyone. Coincidentally enough, talking about yesterday, I did a show about silence. So just in reflecting and just kind of figuring it out, I started to go through the processes of how I actually coach people and kind of just, you know, follow my own ideas, suggestions, and methodology. So I kind of coached myself and gave myself a checklist, and, you know, kind of just went through it and just started executing and moving forward.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. Like, I understand that from a different angle. Like, for me, it is business. And so I kind of just put myself through my own framework to build my thing. So it's like you kind of did the same. With your show, are you looking to be able to just bring these topics up and into the open in hopes that somebody will hear it and gain some, you know, some wisdom or knowledge or guidance that they need? Or are you actually looking to start coaching and helping people through it?
I think both things can be true. The first one is helping people. And I think by helping people and kind of walking through those things, one, it will give some exposure to myself, obviously, as far as for, you know, that I may actually have some talents and be kind of good at what I'm doing. And then also just displaying to people who have a story to tell and being vulnerable, because we talk about being vulnerable, but we're just in a day and age now where everything is kind of put on display for everyone. So, you know, instead of seeing, you know, it's a lot of things out there, you know, love at first sight, 50 first dates, you know, blind, whatever. So why not add something with a little bit of positivity and something that people can benefit from?
I love that. And all those shows you mentioned, that's like my total drama when I want to just like shut my brain off. There's one out that I caught, like, I don't know, maybe last year, called The Ultimatum. Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Oh my gosh. Side note, but it's where the couple's been together for like years. And so one of them, that's either the man or the woman, one of them is like giving an ultimatum that if once you get through this, you're either marrying me or we're like parting ways. We're done. But they get to pick. They get to pick like one of the other partners and like pretend they're married for like a time to see if they really want their original person or not. And I'm like with my popcorn thinking this is sick. Like this is sick, but I'm watching it anyway. So it's not
right.
Yeah. But no, in like real life, you know, coming from the men's mental health, I'm the mom of 2 sons. And I know that you were just on a show not too long ago talking about raising sons as a single mom. But so having 2 sons, this topic is so important, especially for our young teens and young male adults coming up. Like, do you find that you work or speak more on topics that are for older men, like 40s, 50s, or that could apply to younger men just getting started out, like in their journey?
Hey, great question. I think the topics apply to everyone, but I think the problem is some of the people sharing stories aren't necessarily as open-minded, that there may be some younger folks that may be watching. You know, like you said, we kind of talked about the other day about a topic, man up. And that's something that, you know, our generation kind of talks about, but, you know, the terminology has changed, you know, and then we need to start opening up to different topics, you know, such as no contact, which is something that these younger generations are doing. It's just completely disregarding and not talking to people at all. So I think it's all applicable, but we just need to make sure that we stay open to some of the current topics as well.
Yeah, no, I think that that's great. So where from the male perspective, like how do you even get started? Like if men know they need to talk about things and we're trying to make it okay that, gosh, men have feelings too. What? Like, how do you even get started when it's almost like so programmed that there's, you know, that ego and that I'm the leader and I got it all figured out and I got to do it myself. Like, how do you even start cracking through some of those programmed ways of thinking?
I think it's just having a hard conversation, because a lot of people may have that way of thinking, but, you know, they aren't necessarily that successful in that mindset. They may feel that way, but, you know, if they do some reflecting and just some self-evaluating, that mindset, that mentality might be the reason why they, you know, are in a low or not in a high place of where they want to be in life. So just, you know, doing some self-evaluating and just having that hard conversation. I think so many times as people just, you know, again, in the age where people are so quick to text versus call, you know, or hit decline because they really don't feel like talking to somebody. It's having, it's having that hard conversation, because it's so easy to just, you know, turn off the outside world now. I mean, because you can look at your phone and you can literally find something that interests you. Like you just said, we talked about the show, you know, get some popcorn and just kind of watching somebody else's self-destruction on television. And then we may feel a little bit better about ourselves, whatever it is. And that's the ego, and that, you know, also. So just having the hard conversation.
Yeah. And I love that you're bringing that to the, you know, to the surface, because one of the things that I know both of my sons struggle with is developing true friendships, like just guy friends, true friends. And it's sad. Like, it's sad to me to see this, but the struggle is real, because there's a lot of surface stuff. And then, you know, I don't know if it is their age, but my sons go deep. Like, they're, you know, we've always had the deep conversations, and it's just really hard for them to actually build and establish good friendships. Do you have any advice around that or suggestions?
No, because I think it's hard for everybody nowadays. But I think, you know, not necessarily worried about the friendship, but again, just making sure that you're the best version of yourself, you know, and then just continue to be honest and don't compromise. You know, everybody isn't for everyone. I mean, sometimes you have to change your environment as well, because one of the things about, you know, being in the military is we changed every 2, 3, or 4 years. We, you know, relocate and have to start all over again. And one of the things that you realize is sometimes you just outgrow people and you outgrow scenarios and situations. And some people that don't have the opportunity to relocate as often, or even the mindset to want to relocate, sometimes you outgrow your environment, and that might be a contributing factor as well. So maybe something as simple as traveling more. And that's why, you know, the younger generation, I think they have an advantage because they're online, they're meeting people all over the world, you know, and they're just having general conversations, even though it's hidden behind an avatar, but but they're still, you know, able to be the best versions of themselves, and they're able to find people to connect with. Now, what happens after that is completely, you know, that's another conversation. But
yeah,
you know, just again, that mindset of being able to leave that area and socialize and integrate with other folks.
Yeah, I mean, us back in the day, we had a map, and that was it.
Right.
Or like how much farther we got? You're like this much
Right.
farther, right?
Yeah.
But so in speaking of like hope on this Stream-a-thon, how would you describe hope? Like, what does hope mean to you?
I guess it means to have a plan, because I don't really hope for anything.
Okay.
I just kind of, you know, get a vision board. I put it down on that board, and I don't hope it works out. I make sure I have a plan to ensure it works out. Because I don't, you know, some people will say karma, some people say, you know, well, it wasn't meant to be. And well, if you didn't put the work in, then it's not that it wasn't meant to be, you just didn't put the effort into it. So those are the results that you're getting. So yeah, for me, hope, if I get a good idea, I hope I make it to the board in time before I forget.
So that's why you drop little voice notes out of nowhere. So you don't, so that I have to take it, and you.
That's
don't
exactly
forget.
it. I was like, hey, I got a device. Let me figure out how to use it. Oh, voice notes. So when I think of something, I say it and I send it to you or me or whoever to remind me or you to.
You're
to
like,
bring it up
that's
again.
my hope right there.
Yeah, I hope I remember it. But
Yeah, there you go. I hope I remember. Oh no, I love that. So yeah, tell people a little bit about like the work that you do. You are in leadership, like so business is like leadership, but then your show is to bring these tough topics to the surface. Do they intertwine in any way, or do you have them as like two separate lines of work?
No, they definitely intertwine. Just a perfect example of, you know, I sent you that one location idea that I had a couple of days ago, and I was doing a workshop, and I was speaking to one of the individuals there, and it was just like a, you know, a aha moment. Hey, you know what? As a matter of fact, how about we use this venue? So it opens doors and it kind of leads into it. Because a lot of, you know, folks in management or leadership, you know, one of the things we kind of thrive off of is a peer advisory group. So that way, you know, you have a group of people around that can kick ideas around and get some coaching and things going on in that nature. But, you know, you bring up those different ideas, and that's how you kind of come up with steel sharpens steel, you know. So just having those kind of conversations. And then it just leads into the next thing. Hey, you know what? I didn't have anybody to speak to. I'm in a position of authority. I have people that work for me. I have to go home. You know, I have a spouse, kids. You know, how do I handle these situations? So it just genuinely opens up doors, you know, to do other things. And then what better place to, you know, to talk about it is it within somebody's organization. So you host a show there, and then you can have a, you know, no kidding, real live conversation right there, just hitting record, or sometimes not even hitting record, you know, just kind of having that place of, you know, congregational church, as some people call it.
Well, and I love that because that's the whole point. Like when I envision people starting shows, like that was the whole point of the connection that it leads to so many other things. So I actually love to see all of the things that you're doing with this already in just a short amount of time. So do you feel, coming from the military, and that you focus on leadership and things like that, do you feel that leadership part, is that like a natural gift that people possess, or do you feel like it's just a learned skill?
I think it's a learned skill, because a lot of people like to say that they're leaders, or a lot of people like to, you know, call themselves leaders. but you know, it's a lot of attributes and things that go, you know, within it. And, you know, one of the biggest things that people miss in order to be a great leader, you got to be a good follower. You know, people just don't like following people unless it's on social media.
and like nobody even pays attention, you know, like
right. Hitting those likes and, you know, thank you buttons. But yeah, as far as for being able to listen to what people were saying, understand what they're saying, to be able to process it, to be able to take somebody's thoughts and ideas, and then, you know, help it develop, nurture into fruition. It's just a process behind it. So people may have natural leadership qualities, but to be an effective leader is definitely not something that comes natural.
I love that. I actually, I do love that. I want to bring up real quick because it kind of came up on an earlier conversation. I think I was talking with Daryl, and I just love it. I had never heard this until you mentioned it. I think you were talking to Tish at one time. But speaking of those skills, when we look at those of us that were latchkey kids, I mean, I love this, that we were latchkey kids, because there's a whole generation that we could play our boohoo violin, that like I was always by myself, because I was always by myself, but I always looked at it as like I was always by myself. Like, but now I'm like, oh no, I was developing into like, you know, powerhouse. But kind of share your take on what skills we were developing as those latchkey kids. I mean, I just love this viewpoint, and I think more people need to hear it.
No, yeah, definitely. Whether you were by yourself or you had siblings or you walked home with a group of people, you know, just from networking to, you know, logistics, you know, just think about it. I mean, just being able to come home, make it home, you know, get inside the facility, and then whatever was your schedule of events, you know, for that evening, I mean, you essentially follow the checklist to make sure that
I'm envisioning that bunch of kids in the kitchen, and you're like sitting at the table, and you're like, our schedule of events for the evening.
Right. Some people had the magnets with the letters on the refrigerator. Some people had a to-do list. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to call it, you had those items, and then you use those moments, you know, throughout life. Whether you realize it or not, you thought about it, you reflected. Hey, I was in a scenario or similar situation. What did I do? You know, presented this. So, I mean, those are all teachable moments that you bring throughout life. So, and again, if you had siblings, you had to make sure that, you know, they were fed. You had to make sure that, you know, there was some type of discipline, some type of structure. Not saying it was the best, but there was some, you know what I mean? So just, again, those logistics and all those housekeeping tools that you learned throughout.
I mean, I do. I think that that's just like really a cool way to look at it, because after hearing that, and I mean, I don't know why it just blows my mind. Like, I never heard that in my life. I'm sure there's a lot of things I've not even ever heard in my life, but that one was just like, whoa, profound. But it makes you look at a lot of other things and look for the gift in it, or the lesson in it, or the skill in it that you otherwise just wouldn't, you know?
Right. And it's all about perspective. I mean, you know, you can look at it as woe is me, or the glass is half full, or you can look at, you know, what was the lesson? You know what I mean? Because everything's a teachable moment. It's just about perspective. So if you're looking at things that, you know, for the best in it, or, you know, how can you get better at something? So that goes back to those leadership qualities. So if you're not looking at those type of things, then again, you can call yourself a leader, but you might not necessarily be an effective leader. So
yeah. Well, or you might turn around and realize like there ain't nobody there that you're leading. And be like, where'd everybody go?
Right. Right.
That's the kind of like those people that say like, no, I'm a great communicator. And it's like, no, you just like to hear yourself talk. Like,
right.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So for you in the building of your show, and, you know, in the work that you're doing, on your board of hope, your goals and your plans, like what is something that is happening in your world right now that you're really excited about, that's like coming up, or that we might be able to like look forward to? Anything going on?
Just mainly the collaborations with the show. A lot of things happening around town, you know, what I have to get used to is people will say they want to do something, and they may not move at the speed that you're moving at. And so because you have the idea, the passion, and you want to go about, executing these things, it's about the tempo. So those are some issues that I'm kind of coming across, but definitely networking in the community and doing some more workshops in the community. A lot of people are open to providing something for the men and the opportunity to give them space. One of the big things I just tend to harp on is because there's a lot of groups out there, and what I'm doing different is it's for everyone, but I don't want to say it's like, hey, it's spiritually backed, or come only if you got faith or something like that. It's not like that. It's just more or less, if you need to come and talk about kicking a hole in the wall, or whatever it is that you need to do, no judgment. Just here's a safe space for you to come and just get it off your chest, because a lot of people, they fear being judged when they say certain things, and they don't necessarily feel comfortable. So the objective is for you to feel comfortable. Whatever you need to come and have a conversation about, let's do it. We can talk about soft skills. A lot of people out here are hurting for jobs. A lot of people out here are underqualified and underpaid for some of the jobs that are out here, because they're being told, if you're a man, you're only doing labor and stuff like that. So geographically, where I am, teaching these people about, soft skills and those other things that can help them in the workplace is something that's needed out here, because it's definitely hasn't been done. And then a lot of people can't afford it either. So some of the trade-off is by working with some of these facilities, then it helps them with marketing. So that way, we're helping each other, the business to business, helping them by marketing. They're helping me by providing the venue. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we can incorporate some of the staff in the training, and then also the people from the local economy to come in and be able to, be heard and have a voice, and then be able to be given some good information, some solid information and a plan when they leave, versus just, giving them, a couple of words of encouragement and saying, hey, I hope you do better. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is truly amazing. And, it makes me think like, they're like locally, and to have these places where people can then meet other people and know that like deeper connections are being made. One of the hard things that for me was when I started like my business, it was from my home. It was shortly after I became widowed, but then we did go into the pandemic shutdown. So I built like virtually, and, we've talked about narcissistic relationships. And so I always felt safer behind the camera instead of in person. And so for 2 years to have just built virtually and felt very safe in my little bubble, going out into the real world and doing this work in person was really, really hard for me. In fact, I remember at one of my first networking meetings, I had to stand up and introduce myself and talked about, what I was doing. And I started crying, like for no reason, but I felt so scared. I don't even know. And I mean, that's a thing. We can unpack that in another show. But I started crying. And so when I think of like the environments that you're creating there locally, and that you're going to continue to, it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the venue. It's a win-win for the people and the community. And I just think that that's really very cool that you're taking that opportunity and creating something like there locally and in person, where people can find you, because they'll establish relationships amongst each other the more you do that.
Right, and that's the plan. I mean, you have so many, networking groups and clubs out here, between the Rotaries, the Chambers of Commerce, and BNI and those things. But this just provides that opportunity where there's no stress added worrying about those type of things. Just come in, learn something. We could talk about some different things, some views, and then just kind of, keep it constructive and then keep it moving. And then people there, they don't feel obligated, to have to buy into something, other than, get some food and just some conversation with you.
Yeah. It sounds like it's a real welcoming, come as you are, just come as you are. And that, I think, is something that is missing. You go to, you need the business kind of things, but let's be honest, you come in with this like, certain certain front and shaking everybody's hand, and it's all about the titles and what you do. But we need to come as you are, that you can show up and be like, I'm a hot mess today,
Right.
but I'm still here, and that's okay. So
right, and that's what it's about. I mean, because a lot of people are going through real things, and and a lot of people are not necessarily as well versed as separating the two, professional and business and personal. But this way, you take the guesswork out of it. You don't have to worry about doing that.
Yeah. So if somebody's tuning in, I know Dawn is going to be on later. She's in San Antonio. She just opened up her spot out there. But if somebody's tuning in and they're out and around the area, like, how can people get a hold of you if they're like, man, this is really cool what you're doing, I didn't know about it, like, tell me more? Like, how do people reach out to you?
Yeah, you can, if you're looking behind me, you can Google Limitless Leads Coaching, or you can look me up on social media. I'm on all the platforms, and Nextdoor app as well. That way, really trying to stay local. And that seems to be what's the local people are really thriving behind, is that Nextdoor app. And then, but they can reach out to me as well at my website, realorlive.org, and contact me, 210-724-4474.
Yep, I see that behind you too. So. Yeah. So any last little message that you want to leave? Because I'm on here for the 24 hours. You're actually the end of segment 1. We've been on here since 10 a.m. So we're going to close this segment out, take a little pause intermission, and then come back on for segment number 2 that'll take me till 10 p.m. tonight. But is there anything that you want to leave that is encouraging for somebody that might be feeling really low right now?
Yeah, I'll just say again, like I always say, is about giving yourself grace, but start journaling, and that way you can get an understanding of when these moments happen and when you feel low, and then you can get a better pulse on why you're starting to feel low. And then that way, when you start to speak to, someone, whether it be, a coach or a competent medical authority or whoever, you at least you don't have to try to remember what you were going through or remember why you were feeling certain ways. You can go back to your notes and just say, on Tuesday, this happened, and then it made me feel this way. I wasn't too, thrilled with what was going on. But that way you have some receipts, as people say nowadays. You got the receipts. So yeah, journal, document, and self-evaluate, because if you don't self-evaluate, you just won't have any clue, any idea what you have going on with yourself.
I get that. If somebody is watching and they're like, man, I've never journaled before, like, what am I writing down? Is it like a Dear Diary, today, such and such, or is it just bullet point notes? Like, if somebody were like, how do you journal? What would you say to them?
Yeah, so it's whatever you feel like doing. Do what works for you. And then once you get a good battle rhythm going on of documenting, putting those thoughts on a piece of paper, then you can tailor it to be more structured or more streamlined to something that may actually work towards a goal. But just starting out, just put that pen on a piece of paper. Just put those ideas down. Or like I do, grab that phone and just start talking to the voice notes.
You're like, there's Jamal again. What do I need to do now?
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. So I want to thank you for sharing, and thank you for pulling in and hopping on a little bit early, because that helped me a little bit too. But yeah, people reach out to Jamal, and thank you for showing up today. And we're gonna wrap this segment up and then take about a 15-minute intermission and come back for part 2. So
hey, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Thanks.
All right.
All righty, folks. So there you go. If you can believe it, we are wrapping up our segment 1, which segment 1 was Hope Begins Here. And we got to hear from David Kametsky, Jose Escobar, Alethea Felton. We got to hear from Daryl Snow, Kathy Calvetti, Giselle Quintanilla. We got to hear from Julie Laughlin-Hares, Raquel Soto, Teresa Julerat, Dominic and Christina Durnell, and Jamal Cottrell. Like, oh my gosh, what an incredible way to kick off the 24-hour Stream-a-thon. So what's going to happen is we are going to be ending this stream, because Facebook boots us off after so many hours. So we're going to be ending this stream, and in 15 minutes at 4 p.m., we're going to be coming on and starting all over again. So be sure to go to Prosperity TV Network on YouTube. You can find Prosperity TV Network on Facebook, or stay on Elena Rodriguez on Facebook, and you will see segment 2 coming up next. And segment 2 is, where are my notes? Hope Comes Alive. And we will be kicking off with Coach Michael Faber. So we will see you in just a moment. Thank you so much.